Crush Me, Dark Mafia Romance. The Queen of Ruin Duet, Volume 1. Rose Knight. Published by House of Thorns Publishing, 2026.
Ruby. I was trained to find patterns in numbers, not to survive what was coming my way. One mistake led me into the heart of the Smirnov syndicate, and now I am the only thing standing between Mikhail and his missing millions. He didn't kill me when he had the chance. He claimed me as his collateral, locking me in a gilded cage where the air is thick with the scent of gunpowder and expensive cologne. His touch is a brand, a cruel reminder that I no longer belong to myself. I should hate the monster who uses my body to break my will, yet I find myself craving the very violence of his gaze. Every time he looks at me with those cold, ice-colored eyes, the line between prisoner and partner blurs, until I'm drowning in a desire that feels like death.
Mikhail. The moment I pinned her to that desk, I knew she was a complication I couldn't afford to eliminate. Ruby Vesna is a fire I should have extinguished, but her defiance tastes better than any victory I've won in the streets. She thinks she's just a ledger to be balanced, but she's become the only thing I refuse to let go of. I will use every inch of her skin to ensure she remembers who owns her. My world is a meat grinder of blood and betrayal, and while my enemies circle, my only focus is the woman who has become my most dangerous addiction. If she breaks, it will be by my hand. If she burns with me. This is the first book in the Queen of Ruin duet. Reading order. Crush me. Crown me.
Your free gift. Before you begin, I would like to invite you to sign up to my newsletter. You can expect to be noticed about new releases, sequels, bonus chapters, and even giveaways. Also, if you use the code ROSE50, you will get 50% off your first purchase. ROSEKIGHTBOOKS.com. Check it out. You will find an exclusive catalog of books you will love at discounted prices. Audiobooks with dual narration are also available. Prologue. I have always trusted numbers more than people. Numbers don't improvise. They don't lie because they're bored or scared or trying to impress someone more powerful than them. They behave according to rules, and when they don't, it means something very specific has gone wrong. A decimal doesn't drift by accident. A balance doesn't fracture without pressure. Chaos leaves fingerprints, and numbers record them faithfully. That belief has kept me safe for a long time. Tonight it feels like a mistake. The office is too quiet for a weekday. Not the good kind of quiet, the clean, disciplined silence I prefer, but the hollow kind where sound seems to get absorbed instead of echoing. The HVAC hum is uneven, cycling off for half seconds longer than it should. My computer fan kicks on harder than necessary, then settles. Little inefficiencies. Little tells. I clock them without meaning to. My brain does that when I'm tired. It searches for patterns the way a tongue probes a loose tooth. I've been awake for too long. Long enough that time has stopped feeling linear. The numbers on the bottom right corner of my screen say it's late, but I stopped believing clocks sometime after midnight. There's only the work now. The problem? The anomaly that refuses to resolve cleanly. I rub my eyes and immediately regret it. The skin around them feels tight, overheated, like I've been staring into sun glare instead of a screen filled with code. When I blink, the spreadsheet lingers behind my eyelids in pale afterimages, columns, figures, neat rows of lies pretending to be order. It started as nothing. That's the part that keeps looping in my head. Nothing dramatic. No red flag screaming fraud. Just a minor inconsistency in a reconciliation report. A rounding issue so small most people would smooth it over without thinking twice. I almost did. I hovered over the adjust field for a full 5 seconds before my hand froze. 5 seconds too long. Because once you see a number that doesn't belong, you can't unsee it. It's like hearing a wrong note in a chord. Even if no one else reacts, your body does. A tightening in the chest. A quiet, irrational certainty that something underneath the surface is rotting. I told myself it was fatigue, Confirmation bias. The danger of working too late, of letting perfectionism masquerade as insight. But I followed it anyway. I always do. The fluorescent lights overhead flicker, not fully, not enough to draw attention, just a subtle stutter. I glance up, irritation flaring, then force myself back to the screen. The lights aren't the problem. The numbers are. They're clean. Too clean. That's what's wrong with them. Money doesn't move this elegantly unless someone wants it to. Real systems are messy. They drag history with them. They leave residue. These transfers look like they were planned by someone who understands not just finance, but behavior. Someone who knows exactly where auditors look and where they don't. I scroll back through transaction histories, fingers moving on autopilot. The logic thread in my head is sharp, focused, detached. This is where I'm comfortable. This is where emotions quiet down, and everything becomes solvable. At least it used to be. A prickle crawls up the back of my neck, the unmistakable sensation of being watched. I don't turn around right away. I know the office layout. I know who's supposed to be here. Security does their rounds on the hour. The cleaning crew won't come through this floor until morning. Still, the feeling lingers. I force a breath in through my nose. Slow. Controlled. There's nothing behind me but empty desks and glass walls. Anxiety loves filling silence with ghosts. I tell myself that. My cursor blinks at the edge of a highlighted cell, patient. Waiting. I dig deeper. What I find isn't dramatic. No flashing alarms. No single catastrophic figure that screams crime. It's worse than that. It's a pattern so subtle, it almost feels intentional. Funds routed through entities that technically exist. Accounts that clear compliance checks because they were built to. Shells inside shells nested with care. Whoever designed this didn't rush. The thought lands heavy. I lean back in my chair and stretch my neck, listening to the faint pop of tension releasing. My shoulders ache. My lower back protests. My body is reminding me that I am human, that I am not built to sit still for 12 hours dissecting financial ghosts. But my mind won't let go. There's a point, somewhere in the middle of the data where the trail thins. Where money passes through something that looks legitimate enough to discourage curiosity. I recognize the tactic. It's bait. A psychological stop sign. Most auditors would pause here. Note the compliance approvals. Move on. I don't. I zoom in. That's when the temperature in the room seems to drop. Not literally. The thermostat hasn't changed. But the air feels denser, heavier in my lungs. I become acutely aware of my own breathing. Of the quiet click of keys somewhere down the hall. Of the way the building settles around me like a held breath. The name attached to the entity is unfamiliar. Not suspicious. Not famous. Almost aggressively boring. And yet, I cross-reference it with a private database I'm technically not supposed to access without cause. My clearance allows it, but only if I can justify the pull later. I tell myself I'll find something benign and close the window. I don't. What I find doesn't slot neatly into any category. It's not illegal on paper. It's just adjacent to too many things that are. The corporate structures overlap with names I recognize from past cases. Old cases. Closed cases. The kind that get quietly sealed and never talked about again. My pulse ticks up fast enough that I notice. This isn't my lane. That realization arrives fully formed, heavy and cold. I stare at the screen, at the web of associations spidering outward, and for the first time tonight, fear pushes through my professional detachment. Not panic. Not yet. Just awareness. I should stop. The thought is calm. Reasonable. Sensible. I could log this as inconclusive. Flag it for senior review. Walk away clean. Instead, my fingers move. I don't know why. Habit maybe? Or pride? Or the stubborn refusal to accept that curiosity should be punished? I've spent my entire career believing that truth is neutral, that if you uncover it carefully enough, it won't bite back. The database query takes longer than expected. The progress bar crawls instead of gliding. My screen stutters once, then resumes. I glance at the clock. Late has become early. A soft sound echoes somewhere in the building, a door closing maybe, or opening. It's impossible to tell with the acoustics. Glass and steel carry noise in strange ways. Still, unease coils tighter in my stomach. I save my work. Twice. The file name looks ordinary. Forgettable. I tell myself that's a good thing. When the results populate, I stop breathing. Not consciously. My body just pauses. As if some deeper instinct has reached up and cut the oxygen, demanding silence. The numbers align now. Not cleanly, not elegantly, but purposefully. This isn't opportunistic fraud. It's not embezzlement. It's something structured, protected, insulated from scrutiny by layers of plausible deniability. Power doesn't need to hide perfectly. It just needs to discourage pursuit. My mouth feels dry. I swallow and finally push back from the desk, standing too fast. Dizziness washes over me, a brief rush of static at the edges of my vision. I steady myself against the desk, fingers pressing into cool laminate. I shouldn't be alone with this. That thought lands hard. I look around the office for the first time in what feels like hours. The rows of empty desks stare back at me, sterile and indifferent. The glass-walled conference room reflects my own image faintly, hair pulled back too tight, eyes shadowed, posture rigid. I don't look like someone in danger. I look like someone who stayed late. That's the problem. I consider calling someone. My supervisor. Anyone who could help contextualize this before it becomes my responsibility alone. The idea of explaining what I've found makes my stomach twist. Not because it's complicated, but because it's not. Because it implies something I don't want to say out loud. I sit back down. The chair creaks softly under my weight. The sound is absurdly loud in the quiet. I pull the file back up, zooming out this time. Big picture. Structural view. If I can map the flow, maybe it will stop feeling like a trap and start feeling like a puzzle again. It doesn't. The deeper I look, the more I sense the edges of something vast and deliberate. Not chaotic. Not sloppy. This system wasn't built to steal quickly. It was built to last. A chill settles in my chest, sharp and unwelcome. I think about all the times I've been told to trust my instincts. About how I've built a reputation on seeing what others overlook. About how satisfying it feels to be right. None of that feels satisfying now. I minimize the window and stare at my desktop instead, at the familiar clutter of folders and tools that usually feel like extensions of my mind. For the first time, they feel flimsy. Insufficient. I realize, distantly, that I've stopped hearing the HVAC altogether. The silence presses in. I check my phone. No messages. No missed calls. The signal icon is steady, reassuring. I don't believe it. Something about this moment feels suspended, as if I've stepped onto a fault line without noticing. I have the irrational urge to pack up my bag and leave immediately, to get out into the open air where danger feels less concentrated. Instead, I reopen the file. Because walking away without understanding feels worse. If there's a mistake here, I need to know what kind. If there isn't, I need to know that too. My fingers hover over the keyboard, suddenly hesitant. The confidence I usually carry like armor has thinned, leaving something raw underneath. I'm aware, with uncomfortable clarity, that whatever this is, it doesn't care about my intentions. Truth isn't neutral. That idea slides into place with quiet finality. Truth is weight. And once you lift it, you don't get to decide where it falls. I inhale, steadying myself. Then I keep going. Chapter 1. Ruby. The math wasn't just wrong, it was a lie. A $50 million lie, wrapped in shell companies and offshore routing numbers that stank of dirty money. I sat in the center of the chilled server room, the blue LED lights from the racks casting long skeletal shadows across the floor. My eyes felt like they were packed with sand. 3 days. That's how long I'd been hunting the discrepancy in the Vesna saga, and now that I found it, I wished I hadn't. I rubbed my temples, my fingertips leaving faint smudges of ink on my skin. My foot tapped a frantic, uneven rhythm against the base of my ergonomic chair. The silence in here was usually my favorite thing, a vacuum where I could strip logic down to its bones, but tonight, the hum of the cooling fan sounded like a countdown. Who the hell authorized a transfer of this size to an offshore shadow account? I muttered, leaning closer to the screen. The encryption wasn't standard corporate locking. It was aggressive. Bratva-grade. Realizing that made my heart stutter with a sudden, cold clarity. I waved Greg over. He was the senior analyst, supposedly the guy in charge, but right now he looked like he was about to vomit on his loafers. He stumbled to my station, a paper cup of lukewarm coffee trembling in his hand. "Look at this," I said, pointing to the ghost entries. "Millions flowing into K Holdings. Tell me that doesn't look like money laundering." Greg went pale. He spilled a few drops of coffee onto the desk, the brown liquid pooling near the edge like a warning. He reached for my mouse, his hand shaking so hard he nearly knocked the keyboard off the tray. "Close it, Ruby." "Now?" "What?" "Greg, this is the audit. We find the holes. That's the job." "This isn't a hole," he hissed, his breath smelling like peppermint and sheer terror. "This is a grave. You don't understand who owns K Holdings. I don't care who owns it. If I don't flag this is above our pay grade. We delete the log, and we go home. Right now." He was clicking frantically, trying to kill the window, but the program was frozen, stuck processing the massive data packet I'd just unzipped. "Short, stop it. You're crashing the system." I tried to shove his hand away, but then the floor stopped vibrating. The constant, low-frequency hum of the servers cut out. The air conditioning fans spun down to a silent halt, sucking the noise out of the room and leaving us in a heavy, unnatural vacuum. Then the lights died. "Greg?" Red emergency lights flickered on, bathing the sterile room in the color of blood. The sudden, oppressive heat began to rise instantly without the AC cycling. "Why did the fan stop?" I whispered. My voice sounded too loud in the stillness. "Oh God," Greg whimpered. "The maglocks, they're powered by the main grid. If the power is diverted." A dull metallic thud echoed through the reinforced glass walls. It was followed by a second sound, wet and heavy, like a sack of meat hitting the floor in the corridor. I reached for the desk phone. Dead. I pulled my cell out of my pocket. No signal. "We're jammed?" "Stay away from the glass, Greg," I said, my analytical mind already cycling through failure points. There was only one answer. Breach. Greg lunged for the manual override button near the door, desperate to get out. A spark of electricity jumped from the keypad with a loud crack. The system had been fried from the outside. We were in a glass cage, and the very security that was supposed to protect us had just locked us in for the slaughter. "It's dead?" "The lock is dead," Greg screamed, backing away. "Under the desks, go." I kicked my heels off, preferring the traction of my bare feet on the cold tile. I didn't wait for him. I scrambled into the narrow gap behind the central server rack, pulling a bundle of thick fiber optic cables over me to break up my silhouette. I pressed my face into the cold metal, trying to be a shadow, trying to disappear. The reinforced glass wall didn't break, it disintegrated. A controlled charge blew the pane inward, showering the carpet with diamonds of safety glass. Through the tangle of black cables, I watched 5 men in black tactical gear swarm the room. They moved with terrifying, synchronized speed. No shouting. No chaotic commands. Just execution. Thwip thwip. Silent submachine guns spit quiet death. The two security guards who had tried to hide behind the reception desk were neutralized before they could even draw their weapons. Clear, one voice said. Mechanical. Board. Secure the perimeter. Target is the analyst. I held my breath until my lungs burned. The smell of cordite and burning electronics filled the small space. Greg wasn't as lucky. Or as quiet. He was sobbing behind a desk, the sound pathetic and wet. One of the enforcers found him. I watched through the gap as the man dragged Greg up by his tie. Please, I have kids, Greg babbled, his hands raised. I didn't see anything. I swear. The enforcer didn't even look him in the eye. He's not the one we need. Discard him. The order came from the doorway. Thwip. A single shot. Greg's head snapped back, and his body slumped against the server rack I was hiding behind. The vibration of his impact shivered through the metal against my cheek. A drop of warm blood splattered onto my hand. I stared at it, paralyzed. He was just complaining about his coffee 30 seconds ago. Now he was just meat. A man stepped through the shattered frame of the door. He wasn't wearing tactical gear. He was in a bespoke charcoal suit that fit his massive frame like armor. He stepped over Greg's corpse without a second glance, adjusting his cufflink, a casual gesture that terrified me more than the guns. The air in the room seemed to vanish as he entered. The enforcers went still, their posture shifting to total subservience. Report, the man said. His voice was low, gravelly, and vibrated with a dark authority. Room clear, Pecan. But the girl isn't at the desk. Pecan. The boss. Mikhail Smirnov. I'd seen his face in news reports, usually blurred or taken from a distance. Up close, he was a nightmare. He was huge, easily 6'4", with a scarred, angular face and eyes the color of cold flint. Find the one who opened the Smirnov file, Mikhail said, scanning the room. 90 yayo. He walked toward the computer terminal, his leather soles crunching on the glass. He paused by my screen, his large, scarred hand hovering over the keyboard I had just been using. She is hiding like a mouse in the walls, he murmured. The scent of her fear is all over this room. I squeezed my eyes shut. He knows. His footsteps started again. Slow. Deliberate. He wasn't searching, he was hunting. He stopped right in front of my rack. He didn't check the other aisles. He knew. I found you, Malishka. The cables were ripped away. Light flooded my hiding spot. I looked up, and he was looming over me like a mountain, blocking out the red emergency lights. There is no point in holding your breath, he said. Come out or I will drag you through the glass. The game was up. I wasn't going to let him drag me. If I was going to die, I wasn't going to die cowering in the dust. I scrambled out of the gap and stood up, smoothing my ruined blazer. I was shaking, but I tilted my chin up, forcing myself to meet his eyes. I was tiny compared to him, barely reaching his chest, but I locked my knees so I wouldn't collapse. I wiped the smudge of Greg's blood off my hand onto my skirt. A small act of reclamation. Get it off me. I'm here, I said, my voice cracking before finding its edge. Stop killing people. Mikhail looked down at me, his expression unreadable. You're too late. I've already seen everything. You have seen nothing, he said. I saw the ledger. I saw the transfer to K Holdings. You think killing me deletes the backup? He smirked. It wasn't a nice look. There is no backup. We fried the external servers 5 minutes ago. Pashal Nakui, I spat. His eyes widened slightly. The curse caught him off guard. Good. He didn't answer with words. He lunged. His hand snapped out, grabbing me by the lapels of my jacket. He lifted me off my feet like I weighed nothing, and slammed me back against the nearest metal desk. The force of it rattled the computers, and knocked the air from my lungs in a harsh whoosh. You have a big mouth for such a little mouse, he growled, pinning me there. His massive body boxed me in. His thighs pressed against mine, a brutal, invasive contact that made me feel the true scale of his strength. The cold edge of the desk bit into my lower back. Where is the encryption key? He demanded. I gasped, trying to find traction on the linoleum with my bare feet. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't lie to me, Suka. I can smell the truth on you. He leaned in close, his face inches from mine. I could see a thin white scar running through his eyebrow. He smelled of sandalwood, expensive tobacco, and violence. You are Ruby Vesna, he said. It wasn't a question. You are the girl who thinks she can audit the devil. Look at me. Properly. His hand moved from my jacket to my jaw, his grip firm enough to leave a bruise. His thumb brushed my lower lip, rough and calloused. The ledger is locked, I managed to say, my heart hammering against my ribs so hard I thought he must feel it. You can't open it without me. Give me the key, and maybe I'll let you live for an hour. If I give you the codes, I'm just a witness, I whispered. I'm dead anyway. His eyes narrowed. He shifted his grip, his hand sliding down to wrap around my throat. He didn't crush my windpipe, but he squeezed just enough to cut off the air, just enough to make my vision spot. Breathe, Suka. Breathe for me. My hands instinctively flew up to grab his wrist, my small fingers clawing uselessly at the heavy gold watch he wore. Do you feel that? That is your life in my hand, he said softly. One more chance. The key. The lack of air was making the room tilt. But beneath the panic, beneath the terror, something else spiked. A traitorous jolt of adrenaline. My body was reacting to his overwhelming dominance, sparking with a dark, unwanted electricity. It was sick. It was wrong. But my skin tingled where he touched me. Mikhail noticed. He saw my pupils dilate. He felt the change in my pulse beneath his fingers. A predatory smirk touched his lips. Your heart is racing, Ruby, he murmured. Are you afraid? Or is it something else? He leaned closer, his breath hot on my face. You like the feeling of my hand on you? No, I choked out. Monster. He glanced past me at the monitor, seeing the complex forensic algorithms I'd been running. His expression shifted from amusement to calculation. He realized I wasn't just a clerk. I was the lock. You are more than a risk analyst, he said, releasing my throat. I gasped, sucking in air, sliding down the desk until my feet hit the floor. The sudden lack of his heat made me shiver. You are the only one who can fix what my brother broke, he said. His tone had changed. It was possessive now. You have become very expensive, Moya Ruby. He reached out and tucked a stray lock of hair behind my ear. The gesture was sickeningly gentle, given the corpse 5 feet away. You are coming with me. What? I breathed. Don't scream. It would be a waste of your breath. He leaned down, his lips brushing against the shell of my ear. You belong to the Smirnov syndicate now. No. He didn't let me argue. He yanked me away from the desk and spun me around. Before I could react, he locked my arm behind my back in a painful compliance grip. He began marching me toward the exit, his body a solid wall behind me. I kicked out at a server rack as we passed, a pathetic, futile act of rebellion. Walk, he ordered. Let me go. Quiet, Suka, before I give you a reason to cry. We hit the corridor. Lev, his silent right-hand man, was waiting there. He looked at me with clinical, deadly curiosity. Burn it all, Mikhail barked in Russian. Leave nothing for the feds. Is the car ready, Lev? Da. Out back. She's the collateral, Mikhail said, tightening his grip on my arm until I winced. Keep her secure. I watched as Lev armed a thermite charge on the wall. The high-pitched whine of the device drilled into my ears. They're erasing me, I thought, watching the orange glow reflect in the glass shards. I'm disappearing from the world? Mikhail dragged me through the service exit into the biting night air. The cold wind slapped my face, a shock to my system after the stifling heat of the server room. A black armored SUV was idling at the curb. The street was empty, blocked off by construction signs. Of course it was. "Someone will see us," I yelled, looking desperately for a witness. "No one is coming, Ruby." He shoved me into the back seat. The leather was cold and smelled like a new car. He climbed in after me, his massive frame taking up nearly all the remaining space. He pulled the door shut, and the heavy thud of the lock sounded like a prison gate slamming home. The space was tiny and intimate. I was pressed against the door, trying to make myself small, but he was right there. His thigh brushed against mine. I tried to pull my skirt down over my legs, my hands shaking. Mikhail's hand shot out and stopped me, his fingers resting on the fabric of my dress. "Don't hide from me," he said. The SUV peeled away from the curb, the engine roaring. Mikhail reached out and grabbed my chin, forcing me to look at him as the streetlights flashed by, illuminating his face in strobes of orange and shadow. He used his thumb to wipe a stubborn speck of Greg's blood off my cheek. He rubbed the blood between his fingers, looking at it with a dark satisfaction. "You belong to me now, Ruby," he said, his voice low and final. "Every debt must be paid. You are my cold collateral." I stared at him, shivering in the heated leather seat. I was in the cage now. And the lion was right next to me.
Chapter 2. Mikhail. The server room smelled like ozone and copper. It's a specific scent, the perfume of expensive technology frying while bodies cool on the floor. I stepped over the head of security, or what was left of it, my shoe landing in a puddle of something thick and dark that wasn't oil. I didn't look down. I checked my knuckles instead. A smudge of red on my left hand. Annoying. Lev materialized out of the smoke, his face a mask of grim professional failure. He didn't have to speak for me to know the news was shit. "Status," I said, my voice low. The hum of the dying cooling fans was the only other sound in the room, a mechanical death rattle. "The drives are fried, pecan," Lev said, holstering his weapon. "Whatever encryption they used, it's military grade. The virus melted the physical backups before we could pull the data. The ledger is gone." I stared at the bullet hole in the glass partition next to me. $50 million. Gone in a puff of digital smoke, because some low-level tech jockey decided to play hero and trigger a kill switch. "Not gone," I corrected him, adjusting my cufflinks. The silver flashed under the flickering fluorescent lights. "Just locked. We can't breach it without the key." "We have the key." I turned toward the door, where two of my men were currently dragging the only surviving analyst out of the room. Ruby Vesna. I watched them haul her into the hallway. She wasn't screaming. Most civilians scream. They beg, they cry, they bargain with a god who clearly stopped watching 10 minutes ago. She was doing none of that. Her heels scraped against the linoleum, a jagged, irritating sound, but she was fighting with focused, frantic jerks of her body. Her hands were zip-tied behind her back so tight her fingers were turning waxy white, but she still managed to twist her hips and launch a kick at the guard on her left. Her heel connected with his shin. Hard. The guard grunted, stumbling, and raised a fist to backhand her. "Stop," I said. I didn't shout. I didn't have to. The guard froze, his fist hovering inches from her face. I walked over, taking my time. The adrenaline in my blood was cooling into a cold, simmering irritation. I hate loose ends. I hate complications. And this woman was currently the biggest complication in my life. "Careful with her," I said, stopping right in front of them. She was breathing hard, her chest heaving under a ruined blazer, hair stuck to her face with sweat. Her green eyes snapped up to meet mine, and there was no fear there. Just hate. Pure, unadulterated hate. "She's worth more than your life." "Pashal Nakui," she spat. The words were garbled, breathless, but the sentiment was clear. "Go to hell." I almost smiled. Almost. "Save your breath, Ruby," I said, signaling for the men to move. "You'll need it." I grabbed her upper arm, my fingers sinking into the muscle. She flinched, but she didn't pull away. I dismissed the guards with a jerk of my head and shoved her toward the service elevator. The doors groaned open, revealing a steel box that smelled like industrial cleaner and grease. I pushed her inside and hit the button for the loading dock. The doors slid shut, sealing us in. The space instantly shrank. I'm 6'4". In a confined space, I tend to take up all the oxygen. I leaned back against the metal wall, letting my jacket fall open just enough to show the holster of my suppressed pistol. I wanted her to see it. I wanted her to understand the math of this situation. She pressed herself into the corner, as far away from me as she could get without phasing through the steel. She was vibrating. Not shivering, vibrating. Like a wire pulled until it's about to snap. "The air in here is thin, isn't it?" I asked. She closed her eyes for 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3. I watched her force her breathing to slow down. It was a technique. Someone had taught her that. "Why are you doing this?" Her voice was steady, surprisingly low. "I told you nothing." "You haven't told me anything yet." I pushed off the wall and took a step toward her. The elevator was small. One step put me in her personal space. I could smell her perfume now, jasmine struggling against the scent of gunpowder on my clothes. "You're remarkably quiet," I observed. "Most people would be bargaining for their lives by now." She opened her eyes. "I'm calculating how long it will take for the feds to find you." I laughed. A short, harsh sound that bounced off the metal walls. "Bliat, you think the feds are coming for me? They're coming for the ledger. You're just the key, Ruby. And keys don't get rescued. They get used." The elevator lurched to a halt. The bell dinged, a cheerful, ridiculous sound in the middle of a kidnapping operation. The doors opened to the loading dock. Chaos. Controlled but chaos. Lev was standing by the idling armored SUV, hand on his radio. The air was damp and cold, smelling of exhaust fumes and city grit. In the distance, the wail of sirens was getting louder. They were close. Too close. "The perimeter is breached." 3 minutes, Pecan, Lev shouted over the idle rumble of the engine. "Load the gear. I'll handle the asset." I tightened my grip on Ruby's arm. "Walk," I ordered. "Or I will carry you, and you won't like the way I do it." She dug her heels in. Her shoes, expensive corporate pumps, skidded on the oil-stained concrete. It was futile. Physics was not on her side. I hauled her forward like she weighed nothing, ignoring the way she tried to twist out of my grip. "Get your hands off me," she hissed. "Short woman, move your feet." Her heel caught on a crack in the concrete. Snap. Plastic gave way, and she stumbled. I caught her by the scruff of her blazer before her knees could hit the ground, hauling her upright and shoving her toward the open door of the SUV. I pushed her inside. She landed hard on the black leather, unable to catch herself with her bound hands. I climbed in right behind her, the suspension dipping under my weight, and slammed the heavy door. Thud. The silence was instant. The ballistic glass cut off the sirens, the shouting, the wind. It was just us, the smell of new leather, and the heavy, humid heat of 2 people breathing too fast. Lev jumped into the driver's seat. "Go. Go now." The SUV lunged forward, tires screeching on the wet concrete as we peeled out of the garage. I ignored Ruby for a moment, pulling my pistol. I ejected the mag, checked the brass, and slammed it back home. Click-clack. A lethal fidget spinner. "Are we being followed?" I asked, wiping a speck of rain off the slide with my thumb. Lev checked the mirrors. "Clean, Pecan. 2 cars back, our men are blocking the intersection. We have a clear run to the highway." "Good. Get us to the estate." I holstered the gun and turned my head. Ruby was sitting upright, pushing herself back against the seat. She'd lost the broken shoe somewhere in the scuffle. One foot was bare, pale against the dark floor mat. Her hair was a mess, falling over her face, but her eyes were lasers. She was watching me, tracking my hands, my gun, the way I sat. She wasn't crying. She was assessing. The city lights blurred past the window, streaks of amber and white. I didn't look at them. I looked at her. I let my gaze travel slowly down her body, from the pulse jumping in her neck to the ruined lapel of her blazer down to her bare legs. $50 million wrapped in silk and stubbornness. You have something to say, analyst? I asked. She licked her dry lips. You're Mikhail Smirnov. I saw your file in the risk audit. Then you know I don't give second chances. Forensic risk, she muttered almost to herself. A boring job for such a fiery woman. It was safe. Until tonight. Nothing is safe when you touch what belongs to me. She shifted, trying to get comfortable with her arms pinned behind her back. It looked painful. Good. Pain focuses the mind. Where are you taking me? She demanded. She looked me straight in the eye. If this is about the encryption, I can't unlock it in a car. I need a terminal. I didn't ask you for a technical consultation. Then what am I? A hostage? I leaned in. The leather creaked. You are collateral, Ruby. There is a difference. She recoiled, pressing herself into the door, but there was nowhere to go. I crowded her, my chest inches from hers, invading her space until I was the only thing she could see. Do I look like a man who negotiates? I asked softly. You look like a monster. I am much worse than a monster. I am a businessman who has been robbed. She didn't look down. Her nostrils flared, her chest rising and falling rapidly against her constraints. A strange, sharp anger ignited in my gut. Not because she was fighting, but because she wasn't yielding. She should be terrified. She should be begging. Look down, Ruby, I commanded. Zatnis, she snapped. I won't bow to you. Shut up. She told me to shut up. My hand shot out, grabbing her jaw. I didn't squeeze hard enough to break bone, but hard enough to hurt. I forced her head back against the headrest, exposing the long, elegant curve of her throat. Her pulse fluttered under my thumb like a trapped bird. You have a very loud mouth for such a small thing, I growled. Let me go. She tried to bite my hand. Actually, tried to snap at me. You belong to me now, I said, my voice dropping to a rough whisper. Every breath you take is by my permission. You understand? She glared at me, eyes watering from the pressure on her jaw, but she didn't nod. I didn't let go. I moved my thumb up, pressing it over her bottom lip. It was soft. Damp. I pressed down, feeling the edge of her teeth, grinding her lip against them until the color drained and then rushed back dark and bruised. Soft, I murmured. Too soft for this world. Don't touch me, she whimpered. It was a sound of frustration, not fear. I'll touch whatever I own. I leaned closer, my lips brushing the shell of her ear. I could smell the sweat on her skin, the fear she was trying so hard to hide. Suka, I whispered. It wasn't just an insult, it was a definition. Bitch. Mine. She shivered. I felt it run through her body, a tremor that had nothing to do with the cold. You think you're special because you can read a spreadsheet? I pulled back just enough to look at her face again. The world thinks you're dead, or you soon will be. Your apartment, your cat, your little life, it's gone. You're a ghost. You can't hide me forever, she said, though her voice wavered. I don't need to hide you. I just need to own you. I released her jaw with a shove. Her head hit the leather with a dull thud. She immediately turned her face to the window, pressing her forehead against the cold glass. Her shoulders shook once, a sharp, jagged movement, but she made no sound. Go ahead. Cry. It's expected, I said, leaning back into my seat and adjusting my jacket. I won't give you the satisfaction. Satisfaction comes in many forms, Ruby. We drove in silence after that. The city faded away, replaced by the dark, looming shapes of the forest. The highway lights vanished, leaving us in a tunnel of black, cut only by the high beams of the SUV. I watched her reflection in the glass. She was trying to compose herself, trying to rebuild her walls. She didn't know yet that I had a sledgehammer for every wall she could build. 20 minutes later, the SUV slowed. We turned off the main road onto a private drive, gravel crunching under the reinforced tires. The trees cleared, revealing a high stone wall topped with razor wire. Massive iron gates loomed out of the rain. The gatehouse floodlights snapped on, blindingly bright, washing out the interior of the car. Armed guards in tactical gear stepped out, saw the plates, and saluted. The gates groaned open. Ruby sat up, her eyes widening as she saw the rifles. The reality of it was hitting her now. This wasn't a temporary holding cell. This was a fortress. "Welcome to your new world," I said. "It's a fortress," she whispered. "It's my home. To you, it's a cage." The car rolled through, the gates clanging shut behind us with a finality that hung heavy in the air. We pulled into the cobblestone courtyard of the main house, a brutalist slab of concrete and glass that looked less like a home and more like a bunker designed by an architect with a depression problem. Lev killed the engine. "Out. Now," I ordered, opening my door. I stepped into the rain. It was freezing, a typical Moscow downpour that soaked through my suit in seconds. I waited. Ruby didn't move. She was tucked in the corner, staring at the house. I reached back inside, grabbed her by the wrist, and dragged her out. She stumbled, her bare foot slipping on the wet stones. She had to lean against the fender to stay upright, water plastering her hair to her skull instantly. "It's freezing," she gasped. "Then run for the door." I marched her up the wide stone steps. The massive oak doors opened before we reached them. Oksana stood there, backlit by the warm yellow glow of the foyer. My housekeeper is a woman made of iron and old-world judgment. She looked at me, then at the soaked, bound woman in my grip. She raised one perfectly plucked eyebrow. "The North Suite is ready, Mikhail?" she asked, her tone neutral. "It is now," I said, pushing Ruby across the threshold. "We have a guest who needs to learn her place." The warmth of the house hit us, beeswax, lemon polish, and the faint underlying scent of expensive tobacco. It was a jarring contrast to the violence of the night. "She looks half drowned," Oksana noted. I pushed Ruby toward her. "Clean her up. Burn those clothes." Ruby tried to pull away, but Oksana clamped a hand on her shoulder. For an older woman, she had a grip like a dock worker. "Put her in the North Suite," I continued, stripping off my wet jacket and tossing it onto a chair. "Lock it. No one goes in but me." "What about food?" Ruby asked, looking around the grand foyer like she was trying to memorize the exits. There were none she could use. "You eat when I say you eat," I said. "Burn the clothes, Oksana. I want the smell of that office building off her. I want her smelling like soap. Like this house." Oksana nodded and began to pull Ruby toward the grand staircase. Ruby stopped. She dug her toes into the expensive rug and twisted her body around. Her hair was a wet, tangled curtain around her face, but her eyes were burning. She looked at me. Really looked at me. It wasn't the look of a victim. It was the look of someone memorizing the face of the man she was going to kill. She bit her lip, the one I'd bruised, and I saw her wince. "Sleep well, Ruby," I mocked. "I hope you have nightmares, Smirnov," she spat. "I don't sleep enough to have nightmares." She turned and let Oksana lead her up the stairs. I watched her go. I watched the sway of her hips, the defiant set of her shoulders. Even bound, soaked, and defeated, she walked like she owned the stairs. The door upstairs slammed shut. The lock clicked. I stood in the foyer for a long time. The house was silent, save for the ticking of the grandfather clock. I flexed my right hand. I could still feel the warmth of her jaw on my palm, the phantom sensation of her pulse fluttering against my thumb. Lev was standing by the door, waiting. I pulled a silver cigarette case from my pocket, the metal cool against my fingers. I lit one, the flame flaring bright for a second, illuminating the scars on my knuckles. I took a deep drag, letting the smoke fill my lungs, burning away the smell of rain and jasmine. "Double the guard on the north wing," I said, exhaling a plume of gray smoke toward the high ceiling. "You think she'll try to run, Pekan?" Lev asked. I looked up at the empty landing where she had stood. No, I said. I think she'll try to fight. And I want to be there when she does. 50 million was a lot of money. But the fire in that girl's eyes, that might end up being more expensive. And infinitely more entertaining.
Chapter 3. Ruby. 3 hours and 12 minutes. That's how long it's been since the world ended in a server room smelling of ozone and copper. I'm standing dead center on this plush Persian rug, and the silence in here is so loud it's practically screaming at me. The heavy click of the electronic deadbolt that just sealed me in felt like a physical weight dropping onto my chest, crushing the air out of my lungs. I force myself to inhale through my nose, counting the heartbeats thudding against my ribs like a trapped bird. 1, 2, 3. Steady. The metallic ghost of blood is still coating the back of my throat, a distinct iron tang that no amount of swallowing is going to wash away. It's insane, actually. The cognitive dissonance is enough to make my brain short-circuit. I am a forensic risk analyst. My job is spreadsheets, encryption protocols, and catching white-collar criminals who think moving decimals will hide their embezzlement. I am not supposed to be standing in a room that looks like a spread in Architectural Digest while realizing I'm essentially a piece of meat in a tiger's cage. My fingers are trembling so bad, I can barely work the buttons of my blazer. I peel the ruined fabric off, the lining sticky with sweat and grime, and I lay it over the foot of the massive bed. I smooth the fabric out. Why am I smoothing it out? It's ruined. It's garbage. But my hands keep moving, obsessively ironing out invisible wrinkles because if I stop moving, if I stop fixing things, I'm going to have to acknowledge that I have absolutely no control over anything right now. Does anyone even know I'm gone? Did the raid get reported, or did Smirnov's men scrub the logs before they dragged me out? I might already be a ghost in the system. Just a line of code deleted to balance the equation. Focus, Ruby. Stop spiraling. Assess the asset. Locate the vulnerabilities. I turn on my heel and start a tactical sweep of the room. My eyes are darting around like a predator's, looking for anything I can use. I move to the door first. Mahogany. Gorgeous, polished to a mirror shine, and utterly impenetrable. I run a fingernail along the seam where the wood meets the frame. Airtight seals. No manual release. I press my ear against it and hear nothing but the low hum of the building's guts. I knock on the wood and the sound is dull, heavy. Steel reinforcement. This isn't a guest suite. It's a bank vault with crown molding and 800 thread count sheets. Grade 5 security, minimum. He didn't just throw me in a bedroom, he put me in a containment unit. I move to the windows next. Floor-to-ceiling glass, offering a panoramic view of a Russian winter that looks like it wants to kill everything it touches. It's a blur of white and charcoal out there, trees bent double under the wind. I press my forehead against the pane. It's freezing. The glass vibrates slightly against my skin, buzzing with the force of the gale outside, but when I push against it, there's zero give. I exhale a puff of frustrated breath, watching the condensation bloom on the surface. I draw a small X in the fog with my finger. It vanishes in seconds. 30 millimeters of laminate. Bulletproof. I could throw that antique chair across the room at this glass, and the chair would shatter before the window even cracked. I look down. 2 guards are patrolling the perimeter below, black shapes against the snow, assault rifles slung over their chests like fashion accessories. Great, I mutter. Just great. I turn back to the room and start tearing it apart. I check every drawer in the vanity, every shelf in the wardrobe, running my hands under the nightstands. Nothing. It's been sanitized. No letter openers, no heavy crystal carafes, not even a wire coat hanger in the closet. The robes hanging there are silk, soft, slippery, useless. They feel like spider webs against my fingers. The drawers smell of expensive sandalwood and emptiness. Mikhail Smirnov knows exactly how my mind works. He knew I'd look for a weapon. He knew I'd calculate the leverage of a heel or the shard of a shattered mirror. He's ahead of me, and that realization makes my blood run cold. I stumble into the bathroom. It's all marble and gold, opulent enough to make a czar blush. I crank the faucet, and the water comes out icy. I splash it onto my face, gasping at the shock of it. When I look down at the drain, the water swirling away is tinged pink. Someone else's blood. The soot on my cheek is stubborn, and I grab a plush white towel, scrubbing at my skin until it feels raw and hot. I stare at myself in the mirror. My green eyes are wide, pupils blown so large they're almost swallowing the iris. I look like a wreck. I look like a victim. Short, I whisper to my reflection. My voice sounds jagged. Stop it. You are not a victim. You are the leverage. You are the only person on this frozen, godforsaken estate who understands the encryption on that ledger. If he kills you, he loses $50 million. That is your shield. That is your armor. Wear it. I walk back into the bedroom, drying my face, and that's when I see it. A tiny red blink in the ornate crown molding above the bed. A pinhole camera. I freeze mid-stride. My skin starts to crawl, 1,000 phantom insects skittering over my arms. He's watching. Of course he's watching. The lack of privacy feels more violating than the kidnapping itself. I'm not a guest, I'm a specimen in a jar. Is he sitting in some control room right now, staring at a monitor? Is he laughing at me? Analyzing my stress levels, like I'm a malfunctioning hard drive. I stare directly at the lens. I slowly raise my hand and extend my middle finger. My expression hardens into a mask of pure, unadulterated defiance. Watch this, you asshole. The sound of the lock disengaging is like a gunshot in the quiet room, clack thud. I spin around. Mikhail Smirnov enters. He moves with a predatory grace that shouldn't be possible for a man of his size. He's a monolith, 6'4" of muscle and violence wrapped in a bespoke wool coat that probably costs more than my car. He doesn't say a word. He just closes the door behind him and leans against it, crossing his arms over his chest. His eyes, flint and ice, lock onto mine and refuse to let go. He consumes all the oxygen in the room just by existing. He slowly peels off his black leather gloves, one finger at a time. It's methodical. Terrifying. He never breaks eye contact. You've stopped pacing, he notes. His voice is a low vibration that I feel in the soles of my feet. The smell of him hits me, cold winter air, expensive oud cologne, and the faint metallic scent of gun oil. It's the scent of danger. I instinctively retreat until the backs of my legs hit the footboard of the bed. I try to pull my analyst persona around me like a shield, scanning him for weaknesses. There's a slight scar on his jaw, white against the stubble. His knuckles are reddened. From hitting someone? From the cold? I grip the edge of the bedsheet behind me, my knuckles turning white as I dig my fingers into the high thread count cotton. I need to stop looking at his hands. Those hands ended 5 lives in front of me less than 4 hours ago. I have terms, I say. My voice cracks on the first syllable, and I hate myself for it. I clear my throat and say it again, sharper this time. I have terms. Mikhail pushes off the door. He walks toward me, and he doesn't rush. He moves with the absolute confidence of a man who knows the exits are sealed, and the prey has nowhere to go. He stops inches from me. I have to tilt my head back just to look him in the face. He's a mountain that decided to move, and now he's blocking out the light. He looks down at my bare feet on the rug, his gaze traveling up my legs, over my torn skirt, lingering on the pulse jumping in my throat. It's a slow, arrogant scan that makes me feel naked. Terms? He tilts his head slightly. You are in no position to dictate, Ruby. The heat radiating from his chest is overwhelming. I can hear my own breathing, frantic and shallow, sounding loud in the silence between us. He's trying to make me feel small. He's using his height, his breadth, his history of violence to shrink me down until I'm just a terrified girl. I won't let him. I am the key to $50 million. That makes me the most expensive thing in this room. I tuck a lock of hair behind my ear, my hand shaking. I drop it immediately. I am the only person who can get you that money without the feds seeing the trail, I say, forcing the words out fast. The ledger uses a rotating 256-bit encryption. If you brute force it, it triggers a self-destruct sequence. The data wipes. The money vanishes. You need me alive and you need me willing. I watch his face for a reaction. A flicker of doubt. A nod of agreement. I get nothing. He stares at me like I'm speaking a language he finds mildly amusing, but ultimately irrelevant. Then he moves. He reaches out, his large hand coming toward my face. I flinch, bracing for a strike, but he doesn't hit me. He brushes his thumb against the torn silk of my collar. His touch is surprisingly light, almost thoughtful, which makes it infinitely worse. His rough thumb snags on a loose thread of my blouse, pulling the fabric taut against my throat. You talk a lot for a woman who just saw her world burn, he says softly. His hand is big enough to crush my skull like a grape. Why is he touching me like I'm made of glass? I jerk away from his touch, but my body betrays me. My heart does a treacherous somersault in my chest. The scent of him, tobacco and vodka and raw masculinity, triggers a spike of adrenaline that feels confusingly like heat. My skin prickles where he touched me. I lick my dry lips, and his eyes track the movement with a sudden sharp intensity that makes my knees weak. Don't touch me, I snap. His nostrils flare. The tattoos on his neck shift as he swallows. He steps into my space again, crowding me. I stumble back, retreating until the backs of my knees hit the arm of a heavy leather wingback chair. He doesn't stop. He looms over me, a dark god demanding worship or sacrifice, forcing me to sink down into the cold leather just to get away from the wall of heat that is his body. The chair squeaks loudly as I land in it, the sound echoing like a groan. Sit, Ruby, he commands. We are going to have a very different kind of conversation. I am swallowed by the chair. It's huge, designed for a man his size, not mine. Mikhail leans down, slamming a hand on each armrest, caging me in. He locks his elbows, leaning his weight forward until his face is level with mine. I'm trapped between his arms, engulfed by his scent, pinned by his flint-gray stare. I try to shrink back into the cushions, but there is nowhere to go. Look at me, Suka, he growls. Don't look at the floor. Suka. Bitch. He says it like a title. He lowers his head further, until his nose nearly brushes mine. I can feel the warmth of his breath on my skin, smelling faintly of peppermint. His pupils are black voids. The first key, Ruby, he whispers. It's a lethal sound. Now. Or I stop being patient. I grip the mahogany armrests so hard my fingers ache. This is it. The interrogation. My brain is screaming at me to give him whatever he wants, to make the monster happy so he doesn't hurt me. But my pride, my stupid stubborn pride, digs its heels in. I want a guarantee, I say. My voice trembles, but I hold his gaze. A written agreement. I won't give you anything until I know I'm walking out of here. I want a lawyer. A low, dark chuckle rumbles in his chest. It's a terrifying sound. A lawyer? He tilts his head, studying me like I'm an interesting bug he's about to crush. You are in a fortress in the middle of a Russian winter, surrounded by men who kill for sport, and you want a lawyer? He ignores my demand completely. His eyes drop to the base of my throat, where my pulse is hammering against my skin like it's trying to escape. He watches the frantic rhythm with a clinical, detached interest. He reaches out and traces the line of my collarbone with one cold finger. He follows the beat of my heart, tapping it lightly. Your heart is lying for you, Ruby, he murmurs. It says you are terrified. It says you know exactly how this ends. The arrogance. The sheer, unadulterated audacity of this man. The fear in my chest boils over, transmuting instantly into a hot, sharp anger. I am not a child. I am not a toy. I snarl at him. My green eyes flash, and I switch languages, reaching for the harshest Russian I know. Pashal nakui, Mikhail. I spit the words at him, and a stray droplet of moisture lands on his high cheekbone. You think you can scare the code out of me? You think I'm just going to hand it over because you loom over me? The silence that follows is deafening. Mikhail doesn't flinch. He doesn't strike me. Instead, a slow dark smirk touches his lips. It doesn't reach his eyes. His eyes stay cold, dead. He leans even closer, his mouth so near mine that our lips almost brush. He slowly raises his hand and wipes the drop of spit from his cheek with his thumb. He stares at the moisture for a second, then brings his thumb to his mouth and licks it off. My stomach drops. I like it when you bite, moja malenькая vedima, he purrs. It will make breaking you much more satisfying. My little witch. He grabs a handful of my hair at the nape of my neck. It's not painful, not yet, but the threat is there. He forces my head back, exposing my throat to him. You are mine now, he says, his voice a grind of gravel. Your mind, your body, your secrets. You will give me everything. VSE. VSE. Everything. I don't negotiate with property, he continues. And that is all you are. Collateral on a debt you can never pay. You will beg to give me those codes, Ruby. You will beg just for a moment of peace. Then, confusingly, his grip softens. He tucks a loose strand of dark hair behind my ear, his touch mimicking a lover's tenderness. His thumb lingers on the purple bruise forming on my jaw, where his guard grabbed me earlier. He traces the edge of my lower lip, pressing down just enough to part my mouth, revealing the pink of my inner lip. Such a pretty mouth, he whispers. Use it wisely, Ruby. The sensation of his rough skin against my sensitive lip sends a jolt through me that I can't categorize. Fear? Arousal? Hatred? It's a muddy, toxic mix. He stands up abruptly. The sudden absence of his heat leaves me feeling cold and exposed. He adjusts his jacket, smoothing the lapels, looking as composed as if he'd just finished a tedious board meeting, rather than threatening to enslave a woman. He checks the heavy gold watch on his wrist, the metal glinting in the harsh overhead light. You have until morning to decide how much pain you are willing to endure for a ledger that doesn't belong to you, he says. He walks to the door. He doesn't look back. The room is soundproofed, he says, his hand on the handle. Shielded. No signal gets in or out. Scream if it helps you feel better, Ruby. Only I will hear it. He turns the handle. The heavy mechanism clicks. Thud. Click click. I'm alone. I stay in the leather chair, my body trembling with the aftershocks of his proximity. The air in the room still carries his scent, that heavy masculine mix of oud and danger. It's haunting. I wrap my arms around myself, gripping my elbows so hard my nails dig into the skin. He thinks he's won. He thinks he's broken me already, just by showing me how small I am compared to him. He has no idea. I slowly stand up. My legs are shaky, but they hold. I smooth the front of my torn blouse, wincing at the bruise on my jaw. I walk to the window and stare at my own reflection in the glass. The woman staring back looks terrified, yes, but her eyes are hard. Zatness, I whisper to the empty room. Shut up and think. I touch the spot on my lip where his thumb rested. I wipe it away with the back of my hand, scrubbing until the skin burns. You want a monster, Mikhail? You want a witch? Fine. I'll show you what happens when you trap one in a cage with nothing left to lose. I won't give you the codes tomorrow. I won't give you a damn thing until I'm ready. Let the war begin.
Chapter 4. Mikhail. The silence is too fucking loud. I'm standing by the floor-to-ceiling window in my study, staring out at the black void of the forest, but I'm not seeing the trees. I'm seeing the server room. The muzzle flash. The way the light died in that tech guy's eyes before his body even hit the floor. My hand has a microscopic tremor, a ghost, a remnant of the adrenaline spike that hasn't leveled off yet. It pisses me off. I pour a glass of 20-year-old Lagavulin, the amber liquid splashing against the crystal, and down half of it without tasting a damn thing. Blood doesn't wash off this easily. It seeps into the pores. It gets under the fingernails. And right now, the quiet in this fortress is just making the noise in my head louder. I turn my back on the night and face the wall of monitors embedded in the mahogany cabinetry. My personal panopticon. With a flick of my wrist on the trackpad, I bypass the perimeter security feeds and bring up the high-definition stream for the North Suite. There she is. Ruby. She's pacing the perimeter of the room like a caged leopard, measuring the steps from the bed to the window, from the window to the door. She's wearing the emerald silk robe Oksana gave her. My colors. My choice. Seeing that shimmering green fabric clinging to her curves, replacing the stiff corporate armor she arrived in, triggers a dark, visceral satisfaction in my gut. It's a visual brand. She looks less like a risk analyst now, and more like a pecan's prize. I zoom in. The camera is hidden behind the two-way mirror, giving me a 4K view of her misery. She stops pacing and hugs her arms around herself. The robe slips slightly off her left shoulder, revealing the sharp line of her collarbone and the pale skin that hasn't seen the sun in 24 hours. Let's see if you've broken yet, Moya, I mutter, the word tasting like ash. I'm looking for tears. I'm looking for the trembling lip or the fetal position. But she just stares at the door, her eyes calculating, her jaw set hard enough to crack a tooth. She isn't crying. She's planning. The arrogance of it burns. She thinks she has moves left to make. She thinks this is a negotiation. I slam the glass down on the desk. A wet ring stains the polished wood, but I don't give a shit. Watching her through a lens isn't enough. It's like looking at a picture of a fire and expecting to get burned. I need to feel the air change when I walk into her space. I need to remind her that the cage isn't just the room, it's me. Time to wake you up. I stride out of the study, my heavy boots striking the floor with a rhythmic, predatory cadence. The estate is a tomb of exposed concrete and cold stone, a brutalist monument to my family's paranoia. Every shadow seems to bow as I pass, but that's just architecture. I adjust my cufflinks as I walk, the silver clicking into place with a mechanical finality. Safety is an illusion. She needs to learn that. I reach the heavy oak door of the North Suite. For a fleeting second, some relic of a civilized life flickers in my brain, the impulse to knock. I crush it instantly. Knocking implies she has the right to refuse entry. Knocking implies she has privacy. She has nothing. I own the air she breathes. I press my palm against the biometric scanner. The light washes red, then snaps to green. The heavy electronic bolt disengages with a sound like a gunshot. Clack. I want her to hear it. I want her heart rate to spike before she even sees my face. I push the door open and step into the dim light. Ruby spins around from the window, her body going rigid. Her green eyes go wide, wild, feral. I fill the doorway, letting my frame cast a long, suffocating shadow that reaches all the way to her bare feet. I don't say a word. I just let the silence stretch, heavy and suffocating, waiting for her to break it. She retreats until the back of her knees hits the edge of the velvet armchair. Good. Keep backing up. You're late for a visit, Mr. Smirnov, she says. Her voice is brittle like dry leaves, but she holds my gaze. I don't keep schedules for my property, I reply, my voice dropping to that gravelly registry that usually makes grown men piss themselves. She flinches. Just a twitch. She pulls the lapels of the silk robe tighter, her knuckles turning white as she grips the fabric. My eyes track the movement to her hands, noting the raw, angry red abrasions on her wrists. The marks from the zip ties. My marks. They look like bracelets. I step into the room, closing the door behind me with a soft click. I don't engage the lock. Not yet. I want her to know I can drag her out of here whenever the hell I want. Does it hurt? I ask, nodding at her wrists. Don't pretend you care, she snaps. I didn't say I cared. I asked if it hurt. I kick a stray slipper out of my path, walking toward the center of the room. I'm sucking the oxygen out of the space, making it mine. This room is too big for you. You look like you're drowning in that silk. Ruby straightens her spine, trying to conjure up the ghost of the woman who barked orders in a boardroom. She crosses her arms, a pathetic shield. If we're going to do this, whatever this is, I need my laptop. The encryption won't break itself while you stare at me like a psychopath. She's trying to hide behind the work. She thinks if she makes herself useful, she becomes a person again. I let out a low, humorless laugh. It sounds like stones grinding together in my throat. You think I care about spreadsheets right now? You think I walked down here to talk about algorithms? I close the distance, reaching out to brush a lock of dark hair behind her ear. Her skin is cold. She flinches away, but I let my fingers linger on the shell of her ear, a warning touch. Your old life died the moment I touched you in that server room, Ruby. There is no job. There is no audit. I walk past her to the mahogany desk. Oksana left a tray there. Silver domes. Crystal water pitcher. I lift the lid on the main dish. Roasted lamb. Cold. The fat has congealed. It's completely untouched. I pick up a heavy silver fork and tap it against the rim of the china plate. Ping. 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 The sound is annoying. Deliberately so. Oksana is the best cook in Moscow, I say, dropping the lid back down with a clatter. You're insulting her. And starving yourself won't make me let you go. It'll just make you weak. And I don't have use for weak things. I'm not hungry, she says, her voice tight. I turn back to her. You don't get it, do you? You're still calculating the odds of a rescue. Let me save you the math. There is no one coming for you. Ruby Vesna, the risk analyst. She's dead. A casualty of a tragic fire. Closed casket. Your family has already been notified. You are a ghost in a green dress. Her face drains of color, leaving her looking like porcelain. You can't just delete people. I can do whatever the fuck I want. She takes a step forward. Brave. Stupid. She points a trembling finger at my chest, her nail scraping against the wool of my vest. The feds know about the audit. They were already watching your accounts. You kill me, or you make me disappear, and they will crawl so far up your ass you'll be tasting their badges. The fire in her eyes is stunning. I hate that I like it. A smart man would put a bullet in her and be done with the headache. I am evidently not a smart man tonight. I step into her bubble, my chest bumping against her pointing finger, forcing her to curl it back. The feds? I growl, leaning down so she can smell the scotch on my breath. The feds are the reason you're here. Your firm triggered the investigation. That created a debt. An iron debt. $50 million lost. Blood spilled. Your life isn't a life anymore, Ruby. It's the interest payment on that debt. She stares at me, her mouth slightly open, the reality crashing down on her. I'm not a kidnapper holding her for ransom. I'm the bank collecting on a default. I start to circle her. Slow. Predatory. Like a shark in shallow water. I stay close enough that the heat of my body radiates onto her. She turns, trying to keep me in sight, her bare feet shuffling on the Persian rug. You can't run in here, I murmur, passing behind her. I feel the heat coming off the back of her neck. I can feel your heart beating from here. Rabbit. I stop near the bathroom. The door is pulled shut. Modesty. With a sudden, violent motion, I kick the door. My boot connects with the wood, knocking the decorative stop away and sending the door swinging wide with a loud thwack. Ruby jumps, a small gasp escaping her throat. I lean against the doorframe, looking at the pristine tub, then back at her. No more hiding, Ruby. I'll know when you sleep. I'll know when you eat. I'll know when you bathe. There are no secrets in a cell. That does it. The fear snaps, replaced by pure, unadulterated rage. Her face flushes pink, and she marches toward me, hands balled into fists so tight her nails must be cutting crescents into her palms. "Tai Yuludak," she screams. The Russian is sharp, guttural. "Perfect. You bastard. You think you're a king. You're just a thug. A killer in an expensive suit playing God." My blood runs hot. Finally. The corporate mask is gone. This is the woman underneath. I stop leaning. I straighten up, my eyes darkening. A slow smile tugs at the corner of my mouth. "Say it again." She blinks, confused by my reaction, but she doubles down. "You're a monster. You butcher people and call it business. Pashal Nakui." "I like you better when you're spitting venom," I say softly. I unbutton the top button of my shirt. The collar feels too tight. The room feels too small. "I hate you," she seethes, her voice rising in pitch. "I hate every inch of." I don't let her finish. I close the distance in 2 massive strides, turning into a blur of black wool and aggression. She tries to backpedal, but she hits the wall next to the window. Slam. I plant my hand against the wall right beside her head, the impact vibrating through the stone. She freezes, her chest heaving, trapped between the cold wall and my hard body. "Quiet, Ruby," I warn, my voice a low rumble in my chest. "You talk too much for someone in your position." "I won't." I grab her chin. My grip is iron tight, fingers digging into her jaw. My thumb presses hard into her lower lip, right on the bruising discoloration left from when I threw her into the SUV. She winces, but she doesn't look away. I force her head back, making her look up into the dead flint of my eyes. "Look at me," I command. "You're making this much harder than it needs to be." Her eyes are wet, but furious. She's vibrating, humiliated and terrified and angry all at once. "Make me," she whispers. 2 words. 2 stupid, dangerous words. Something in my brain snaps. The wire holding back the monster just gives way. Gladly. I crash my mouth down on hers. It's not a kiss. It's an assault. It's a collision. I grind my lips against hers, punishing her, silencing her. I taste the metallic tang of blood where her lip splits under the pressure, mixing with the smoky peat of the scotch on my tongue. It's violent and messy and desperate. "Moya," I groan against her mouth, the possessive claim tearing out of my throat. "Mine." For a second she's frozen, stiff as a board. Then her hands fly up. I expect claws. I expect her to try and scratch my eyes out. But her fingers curl into the fabric of my shirt, grabbing the cotton, pulling. She makes a small broken sound in her throat, half protest, half whimper. I tangle my hand in her dark hair, yanking her head back to deepen the angle, devouring her. She tastes like rebellion and honey. She tastes like trouble. My body betrays me instantly, hardening against her stomach, proving exactly how weak I am for this specific brand of chaos. She isn't pushing me away. She's holding on. Her toes curl into the rug. She's drowning, and I'm the only solid thing in the ocean. Zatness. Shut up. The thought roars in my head, but I'm the one who can't stop. I want to ruin her. I want to take her right here against the wall and remind her that she's alive. The urge is so strong it scares the shit out of me. I tear myself away, shoving her back against the wall. I stumble back a step, chest heaving, wiping my mouth with the back of my hand. I see the smear of her lipstick and a dot of blood on my skin. She stays against the wall, eyes wide, lips swollen and red, looking thoroughly wrecked. The lust curdles into self-loathing. I pride myself on control. I am surgical. I am ice. And this girl just turned me into a feral dog with one look. "You're nothing but a debt," I snarl, the lie burning my throat. I need to believe it. Don't think that changed anything. She stares at me, breathless, her hand lifting to touch her bruised mouth. She looks terrified. Good. She should be. "Silence, Suka," I warn, pointing a finger at her. "Stay in your cage. I'm not finished with you." I turn on my heel and storm out of the room before I do something I can't undo. The green silk is the last thing I see, a splash of color in my gray world. I slam the door behind me. The frame rattles. My hands are shaking as I engage the maglocks. Beep. Click. Locked. I lean my forehead against the cool dark wood of the door, closing my eyes. My heart is hammering against my ribs like it's trying to break out. Short. I came here to break her. To show her who owns the house. But standing here in the hallway, tasting her blood on my lips, I know the truth. Tonight she won.
Chapter 5. Ruby. The heavy mahogany door slammed shut with a finality that felt like a gavel hitting a block. The sound vibrated through the floorboards, up my bare legs, and settled right in the center of my chest. I didn't move. I stood there in the center of the room, paralyzed, my lungs burning as I tried to remember how to exhale. The ghost of his mouth was still pressed against mine, heavy, demanding, and tasting like high-end tobacco and violence. My lips throbbed. I touched them tentatively, my fingers trembling. Fuck. He hadn't just kissed me, he'd branded me. It was a tactical strike, a way to rewire my brain from opponent to property in under 10 seconds. Breathe. Just breathe, Ruby, I whispered, the sound harsh in the dead silence of the suite. It was just a kiss. Biological warfare. Nothing more. But my heart was hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs, betraying me. I hated it. I hated him. And I hated the fact that the air in here still smelled like him. Sharp, masculine, and terrifyingly expensive. I forced my legs to move, marching toward the full-length gilded mirror on the far wall. I needed to assess the damage. I needed data. The woman staring back at me looked like a train wreck in a couture blazer. My hair was a rat's nest of tangles, my corporate blouse was missing a button, popped off when he'd shoved me against the desk back at the server room, and there was a smear of grease on my cheek. But it was the marks that made my stomach roll. Faint blossoming red bruises circled my wrists like cuffs. My lower lip was swollen, split slightly on the inside where my teeth had caught it. I looked like I'd been handled. I wet my thumb and scrubbed at a smudge of dirt on my jaw, rubbing until the skin turned raw and angry. Look at you, I hissed at the reflection. He didn't just take the ledger. He's taking everything. The Ruby Vesna who ran risk assessments and drank kale smoothies was gone. She died in a server room with a gun to her head. The woman in the mirror was collateral damage. A statistic waiting to happen. I turned away from the glass. Panic was a waste of calories, and right now I was running on empty. I needed to secure the perimeter. If I was going to be a prisoner, I was going to be the most annoying, observant prisoner this Bratva asshole had ever dealt with. I started a forensic sweep of the room. It was lavish, ridiculously so. Gold leaf on the ceiling, hand-carved furniture, carpets that probably cost more than my student loans. But a golden cage is still a cage. I ran my fingers along the crown molding, standing on a velvet armchair to check the vents. Nothing. Then I moved to the ornate wooden paneling in the corner. Hidden within the carving of a cherub's eye, I saw it, the dull black glint of a lens. I froze. Of course. I scanned the smoke detector. Another one. He was watching. Probably right now. Sitting in some dark control room, sipping scotch, and waiting for me to break down and cry so he could get off on it. I stared directly into the hidden lens for 3 long seconds, channeling every ounce of go fuck yourself I had left in my reserves. Are you enjoying the show, Pecan? I muttered. You'll have to do better than that. I turned my back on the camera and walked to the massive windows. The glass stretched from floor to ceiling, offering a panoramic view of a winter hellscape. I pressed my forehead against the pane. It was warm. Triple-paned. Bulletproof. I rapped my knuckles against it. Solid as a bank vault. Even if I had a sledgehammer, I'd be hacking at this for hours. And if I managed to break it? It was a 40-foot drop to a stone terrace. Below, the estate was lit up like a maximum security prison disguised as a ski resort. Floodlights cut through the darkness, illuminating the pristine white snow and the high perimeter walls topped with razor wire. I watched. I waited. A guard walked past. 12 minutes later, another pair. Then a man in a long dark coat, Lev, the silent terrifying one, strolled by with a dog. A Belgian Malinois. The thing looked like a weapon on 4 legs, muscle and teeth wrapped in fur. It snapped at the air, steam rising from its jaws. That dog would have my throat open before I hit the wall, I said to the empty room. The security was military grade. Overlapping fields of fire, timed patrols, canine units. There were no gaps. No lazy guards smoking cigarettes where they shouldn't be. This wasn't a criminal organization, it was a sovereign state. I pushed off the glass, nausea curling in my gut. I needed to wash. I needed to get the smell of blood and toner and him off my skin before I lost my mind. I retreated to the ensuite bathroom. It was a cavern of dark slate and heated marble, beautiful and cold. I turned the heavy chrome taps, letting the water run until steam filled the room, fogging up the mirrors. I looked around for anything sharp. A razor. A pair of scissors. A loose pipe. Nothing. The toiletries were in plastic bottles. The fixtures were welded tight. There wasn't even a towel rack I could rip off the wall. The towels were stacked on a floating shelf. He thought of everything, I whispered, kicking the base of the vanity. Control freak psycho. I stripped. I peeled off the ruined blazer, the silk blouse, the tailored trousers. They hit the floor in a sad, crumpled pile. I stared at them for a second, feeling a sharp pang of grief. Those clothes were my armor. They were the uniform of a woman who had a career and a 401k and rights. Without them, naked under the harsh bathroom lights, I felt dangerously small. I kicked the clothes into the corner. I'm still me, I told myself, stepping into the shower. Clothes don't change that. Don't look at the camera. Don't give him the satisfaction. I scrubbed my skin until it was red, trying to wash away the phantom sensation of his hands on my waist. But the water couldn't reach the memory of his voice, the way he'd called me Moya. Mine. I stepped out, wrapped myself in a towel that was softer than anything I'd ever owned, and marched into the walk-in closet. I yanked the doors open, expecting my suitcase. Or at least some sweatpants. Instead, I found a boudoir nightmare. Rows of silk. Lace. Chiffon. Floor-length robes, flimsy nightgowns, lingerie that looked like it was made of spiderwebs. Everything was in shades of cream, black, and deep crimson. You bastard, I breathed, running my hand over a sheer slip. He wants me to look like a doll. It was psychological warfare. He wanted me soft. Accessible. He didn't want the analyst, he wanted the woman. He wanted to remind me, with every brush of silk against my skin, that I was here for his pleasure, not for business. I grabbed the heaviest thing I could find, a thick midnight black silk robe lined with shearling. It was massive, clearly meant for a man. I shoved my arms into the sleeves, drowning in the fabric. I pulled the sash tight, knotting it until it bit into my waist. As the silk warmed against my skin, a scent rose from the collar. Sandalwood. Gun oil. The crisp ozone bite of winter air. It was his robe. I froze, my nose buried in the lapel before I could stop myself. My lungs expanded, pulling the scent deep. It wasn't repulsive. That was the worst part. It smelled safe. Solid. Like the only thing in this house that wasn't trying to trick me. My heart rate slowed. My body, treacherous and stupid, relaxed into the smell of the alpha predator. A low hum of arousal sparked in my belly, shameful and hot. Stop it. Just stop, I hissed, yanking the collar away from my face. He's a monster, Ruby. Remember the blood. Remember the sound of the bullets. I was hyperventilating again. I needed a weapon. Any weapon. I marched back into the main room, just as the electronic lock on the door chirped. Chirp click. Adrenaline spiked through me like a shot of espresso. He was back. I lunged for the side table, grabbing a heavy crystal decanter filled with amber liquid. I gripped the neck like a club, bracing my feet on the plush carpet. I bared my teeth. "Come on then." I snarled at the door. "I'll break this over your head, I swear to God." The door swung open. I raised the bottle, ready to swing. An old woman walked in. She paused, blinking slowly. She had a face like etched granite, and hair pulled back so tight it looked like a facelift. She was carrying a silver tray. She looked at me, wild-haired, wearing a man's robe, brandishing a bottle of whiskey like a baseball bat, and she didn't even flinch. She just let out a tiny, dismissive puff of air through her nose. "You will break the glass, Devushka," she said, her voice a dry rasp. "And then you will have nothing to drink from. Put it down. You look ridiculous." My arm faltered. I didn't lower the bottle, but the adrenaline crashed. "Who are you?" "Oksana. Housekeeper. Now sit. Eat." She walked past me to the low table, setting the tray down with a clatter of silverware. I stepped toward her, switching to Russian. My accent was good, Moscow standard, polished in business school. "Please? I shouldn't be here. You have to help me." Oksana ignored me, straightening a linen napkin with surgical precision. I crowded her space, desperation making me bold. "Do you know what he did? He killed my team. He kidnapped me. I need a phone. Just one call. I have money. I can pay you. Whatever he pays you, I can double it. My firm?" She stopped moving. She turned her head slowly, looking at me like I was a particularly slow child. "Money," she repeated, the word tasting like ash in her mouth. She looked around the room, gesturing vaguely at the gold leaf and the marble. "You think the pecan needs your money? You think I need your money?" "I don't care what he needs," I snapped, though my voice wavered. "You can't just keep a person like this." "What is he? Is he a businessman? A butcher? What kind of man keeps a woman locked in a tower?" Oksana finally looked me dead in the eye. Her eyes were dull pebbles, ancient and hard. "There is no police here, Devushka. No law. Only the pecan." She took a step closer, smelling of black tea and starch. "You are not a guest. You are not a visitor. You are a debt. And the pecan always collects." The word debt hung in the air, heavy and ugly. "I'm not property," I whispered. Oksana reached out, her hand faster than a snake, and tilted my chin up. Her fingers were cold and rough. She inspected the bruise on my lip, then shook her head. "He has no mercy for things that fight him," she said quietly. "Iron breaks if you hit it hard enough. Be the willow. Bend or he will snap you in half." I flinched away from her touch. "I'd rather break." "Then you are a fool." She turned to leave. As she passed the sofa, she reached down and snatched the crystal decanter from my hand. She didn't even look at me as she did it. She just took my only weapon like she was taking a toy from a toddler. She tucked it under her arm. "Wait. Just tell me the time," I begged, following her to the door. "Zatness," she muttered. "Shut up. Eat your food. You will need your strength for what comes next." The door thudded shut. The lock whirred. Silence rushed back in, suffocating me. "She took the damn bottle," I said to the empty room, my hands curling into fists. "I'm sitting here in a dead man's robe, and I have nothing." My stomach growled, a traitorous loud sound. I looked at the tray. Rich beef stew. Fresh bread. It smelled agonizingly good. "Don't choke on it," I muttered, sitting down. I tore a chunk of bread off with aggressive force. "Fuel. This is just fuel." I ate like a starving animal, shoving the food into my mouth while I paced the room. I took the bowl to the window, watching the sun bleed out of the sky. The bruised purples and deep oranges faded into black with terrifying speed. Mikhail had given me until morning. 6 hours? 7? I traced the silhouette of a jagged pine tree against the horizon. The sun won't save me. I paced. 3 steps to the sofa. 5 to the window. 6 to the bed. My mind spun through the algorithms. The encryption keys. Alpha 46 Delta. I could give him a fake. But he'd know. A man who built a fortress like this didn't get here by being gullible. He'd check. And when it failed, I shuddered. I am the key. If he kills the key, he loses the money. That was my leverage. It was the only thing keeping my heart beating. I caught my reflection in the dark window glass. The oversized black robe swallowed me, making me look small and pale. My hair was wild. My lip was dark. "Who are you?" I whispered to the glass. "You look like you belong to him already." I turned away, sickened. I walked to the bed, a massive expanse of Egyptian cotton that looked like a cloud. I sat on the very edge, my spine ramrod straight, my feet flat on the floor. I wasn't going to get under the covers. I wasn't going to sleep. "I'm not sleeping," I said aloud. "I'll be waiting, Mikhail." Hours crawled by. The silence gained weight. It pressed against my eardrums. Every creak of the house sounded like a footstep. I started counting my pulse, just to have a rhythm that wasn't dictated by this place. He was in my head. I hadn't seen him in hours, and he was taking up every inch of available space in my brain. That was the real trap. Not the walls, not the razor wire. Him. And then, I heard it. Heavy. Authoritative. Slow. Footsteps in the hallway. Not Oksana's shuffle. Not the guard's rhythmic march. These steps vibrated through the floorboards. They were the steps of a man who owned the ground he walked on. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. I stood up, gripping the lapels of the silk robe, pulling it tight around my throat. The lock didn't chirp this time. It clicked with a heavy, mechanical thud. The handle turned. The door swung open, and the light from the hallway spilled across the floor, cutting through the gloom of my cell. He filled the doorway. Massive. Broad-shouldered. The darkness of the hallway seemed to cling to his suit. Mikhail Smirnov stepped into the room, and the temperature dropped 10 degrees. He looked at me, his eyes like cold flint, scanning me from my bare feet to the bruise on my lip. "Morning, Suka," he said, his voice a low rumble that I felt in my bones. "Tell me you have my key." I lifted my chin, locking my knees so they wouldn't shake. Here he was. The monster. "Come and get it," I said. And God help me, I was ready for him.
Chapter 6. Mikhail. The corridor was quiet. Too quiet. The kind of silence that usually comes right before a gunshot or a funeral. I checked the Patek Philippe on my wrist. The deadline had passed 3 minutes ago. Lev was standing at the end of the hall, blending into the mahogany panels like a bad omen in a cheap suit. I gave him a curt nod, dismissing him without a word. He didn't move a muscle, just watched me with that dead-eyed stare that made him useful for wet work and terrible for conversation. "Is she still refusing food?" I asked, my voice low. "Yes, pecan." "Wait for my signal before you bring the car around. Nobody enters this room but me." Lev turned on his heel and walked away, the sound of his footsteps absorbed by the plush runner. I was left with the heavy oak door, and the annoyance buzzing under my skin. I hated waiting. I hated resistance. And Ruby Vesna was proving to be a headache I hadn't budgeted for. I slid the heavy brass key into the lock. The mechanism turned with a satisfying, heavy clack. I paused for a fraction of a second to smooth the front of my jacket. I needed to be ice. If I went in there running hot, she'd see it and she'd think she had leverage. I pushed the door open. Ruby was by the window. She spun around the second the latch clicked, her spine snapping straight like a soldier at attention. The morning sun was hitting her, lighting up the emerald silk robe I'd had placed in the closet. It looked expensive. It looked like money. It looked like she belonged to me. I stepped inside and locked the door behind me. The sound echoed in the room, sharp and final. "The sun is up, Ruby," I said, leaning back against the wood. You look better in my colors than I expected. She didn't speak. She just gripped the windowsill until her knuckles turned white. Her hair was a mess, dark tangles falling over her shoulders, and her face was pale, but those green eyes were still sharp. Defiant. Stupid. Turn around, I commanded. Face me properly. She hesitated, then turned her body fully toward me. She was trying to look like a professional risk analyst, like she was standing in a boardroom instead of a bedroom in a secure compound surrounded by armed guards. It was almost cute. I walked toward her. I didn't rush. I let the sound of my shoes on the hardwood floor do the talking. I stopped right in front of her, close enough to smell the expensive soap she'd used, close enough to feel the heat radiating off her skin. I reached out. She flinched, a tiny involuntary jerk, but she held her ground. I traced the darkening purple bruise on her lower lip with my thumb. It was from where I'd kissed her, no, where I'd marked her in the server room. Does it still hurt? I asked, my voice flat. She stared at my chin. Go to hell. I ignored that. I dropped my gaze to her wrists. The red abrasions from the zip ties were still angry against her pale skin. I lifted her hand, inspecting the damage like a jeweler looking for flaws in a diamond. The marks suit you, I said, dropping her hand. They remind you where you are. I know where I am, she spat. I'm in the house of a monster. You're in the house of the man who owns your debt. And right now, the interest is compounding. I clasped my hands behind my back, the picture of patience I didn't feel. Give me the first string, Ruby. Now. I can't. Can't or won't. I told you. It's complicated, encryption. I need access to a terminal too. Don't lie to me about code, I cut her off. My voice dropped an octave, scraping like gravel. I built the servers you worked on, Mikhail. I know exactly how that ledger is locked. It's a mnemonic key. It's in your head. Who are you protecting? They aren't coming for you. You're a ghost to them now. She lifted her chin. A dead man's switch. I stared at her. What? If I don't check in, the files leak. Interpol gets everything. The ledger, the accounts, the names. I laughed. It was a harsh, dry sound that seemed to startle her more than a shout would have. I stepped closer, crowding her space. A dead man's switch. How cinematic, I mocked, flicking a piece of invisible lint off the shoulder of the silk robe. You think I don't monitor the outbound traffic from your old accounts? I froze your digital footprint 3 hours before I even walked into that server room. You have nothing left to trade but your breath. Her eyes widened slightly. The bluff had failed. She knew it. Every minute you waste is a minute I lose interest in keeping you alive, I said. She took a step back, hitting the heavy mahogany desk behind her. Nowhere left to go. Stop, she whispered. Nowhere left to run, Suka. I slammed my hands onto the desk on either side of her hips, caging her. I leaned down, putting my face inches from hers. I could see the terror now, plain as day. Her chest was heaving, the silk lapels of the robe shifting with every frantic breath. You're trembling, I murmured. Is it fear or something else? I inhaled deeply near her neck. I smelled the fear, acrid, sharp, but underneath it there was something else. Pheromones. Biological betrayal. Her heart was hammering a mile a minute, flooding her system with adrenaline. And in a situation like this, the body gets confused. Fight, flight, or fuck. Look at me when I'm talking to you. She looked up, eyes wet but furious. I hate you. Your body is a poor liar, Ruby. I realized then that breaking her bones wouldn't work. She'd take the pain. She was stubborn enough to die with the code in her teeth, just to spite me. But this betrayal of her own physiology, that would break her mind. Pain is easy to fight, I said softly. You've been doing it all your life. I think we'll try a different kind of interrogation today. I ran a hand down her throat. I didn't squeeze. I just let my fingers glide over the skin, tracing the delicate line of her collarbone. So fast, I noted, feeling her pulse jumping against my fingertips. Like a bird in a cage. "Don't touch me," she gasped. "I'm not going to hit you, Ruby. I have other ways to make you talk." My hand dipped lower, sliding inside the lapel of the robe. Her skin was warm, soft. Too soft for the life she'd been living. I found the curve of her waist. She tried to push my arm away, her hands clamping over my wrist, but I just caught both of her wrists in my other hand and pinned them against her stomach. Effortless. "Don't fight. It only makes the silk chafe," I warned. "I own the house, I own the robe, and I own what's underneath it. Mikhail, please." The name sounded good on her tongue. Desperate. "Be still, Suka." I leaned in, brushing my lips against the sensitive skin below her ear. I felt her shiver. A full-body tremor. "You want me to touch you? Say it." "No," she whimpered. "The mind says no, but the blood tells a different story. You're going to give me everything I want, and you're going to enjoy it." I didn't give her time to process that. I gripped her waist and hoisted her onto the edge of the desk. She scrambled to get back, but I stepped between her knees, my thighs forcing her legs wide. The heavy oak desk dug into her thighs, and my belt buckle pressed against the inside of her knee. "Sit still," I growled. "Open your legs, Ruby. Let me see what I bought." "No. Get off me. There's nowhere left to hide." I shoved the emerald robe off her shoulders. It pulled around her hips, leaving her exposed to the cool air and my stare. Her breasts rose and fell rapidly, the nipples hardening instantly in the chill. She tried to cover herself, but I caught her hands again, pinning them to the desk this time. "Perfect," I said, my voice clinical, detached. "You were wasted in that server room." I ran a finger down the center of her chest, watching the goosebumps bloom in my wake. "I'm going to take the key from you, and then I'm going to take everything else. Look at me. Don't close your eyes." She stared at me, hatred warring with panic. My hand moved to her stomach, palm flat and heavy. I didn't ask permission. I pressed down, sliding lower until I covered the mound of her silk panties. The heat coming off her was intense. "So warm already," I mocked. "Are you going to tell me the key now, or should I continue?" She bit her lip, turning her head away. Wrong answer. I hooked 2 fingers into the lace edge of the fabric and yanked it aside. The silk tore slightly, cheap lace, or maybe I was just too rough. I didn't care. I touched her. She was slick. Wet. "Your mouth says no, but this is a yes, Ruby." I rubbed the moisture between my thumb and forefinger, holding it up for her to see, but she wouldn't look. "Look how wet you are for a man you claim to hate," I whispered, enjoying the flush that crept up her neck. "Shameful, isn't it? How little your mind matters right now." I went to work. I circled her clitoris with agonizing slowness. I wasn't trying to be a lover. I was a technician. I watched her face, looking for the cracks in the armor. She squeezed her eyes shut, a small sound escaping her throat. "Watch me while I do this," I commanded, gripping her chin with my free hand and forcing her face toward mine. "Don't look away from your master." "You're sick," she gasped. "Tell me you want it." I increased the pressure. She bucked her hips, trying to get away, or maybe trying to get closer. It didn't matter. I had her pinned. She bit her lip so hard a drop of blood welled up. She was trying to stifle the moan building in her chest. I wasn't having that. I took my hand from her chin and jammed my thumb into her mouth, prying her jaw open. "I want to hear you. Don't you dare go silent on me," I snarled. I pressed down on her tongue, gagging her slightly, asserting total dominance over every orifice. Then I replaced my thumb with 2 fingers that were slick with her own fluid. "Taste yourself," I ordered. "Taste what you're making for me." Her eyes went wide, shocked, but her tongue darted out involuntarily against the salt and musk. "Good girl. Open wide." I kept my rhythm on her clit steady, relentless, while my other hand kept her mouth open. Then I slid a finger inside her pussy. She was incredibly tight. Like a vice. You're so tight. Like you've been waiting for me, I grunted. The first string, Ruby. Give it to me before you lose your mind. She shook her head, tears leaking from the corners of her eyes. Stubborn bitch. I added a second finger. I curled them, hitting that spot deep inside that made her toes curl. I picked up the pace. Rough. Demanding. I felt her walls clamping down, spasming around my fingers. She was close. You're close, aren't you? She arched her back off the desk, her head tossing from side to side. Don't you dare close your eyes, I barked. Focus on me. Only me. I pounded into her with my fingers, grinding my thumb against her swollen nerve. Here it comes, Malenkaya. She broke. A cry tore out of her throat, half scream, half sob, as her body convulsed. She came hard, her interior muscles milking my fingers in violent spasms. I held her through it, not letting up, forcing her to ride out the overstimulation until she was sobbing, limp and wrecked on the desk. Yes. Take it all, I whispered, leaning close to her ear. Remember this feeling. I gave it to you. The spasms slowed. Her breathing was jagged, broken. Now. The key. I withdrew my hand slowly. I held it up, showing her the glistening mess on my fingers. Then, deliberately, I wiped my hand on the emerald silk of the robe bunched at her hips. The dark stain spread across the expensive fabric. A mess. Just like you, I said. Your body has much more sense than your head, Suka. Don't look so ashamed. It's only biology. I stepped back. I adjusted my cuffs. I buttoned my jacket. In the span of 3 seconds, I went from the monster between her legs to the pecan of the bratva. We're back to business now, I said, my voice devoid of the heat from moments ago. The first string. I won't ask again. If I have to do that again, I won't use my hand. Ruby pulled the ruined robe around her shaking body. She looked at the floor, defeated. 8B77X, she whispered. The voice was raspy, broken. I memorized it instantly. Is that all you wanted? She asked, looking up at me. The hate in her eyes was pure, distilled poison. I hate you. I will always hate you. Leave me alone. I leaned in one last time, gripping her chin. A good start, Ruby. I brushed a stray hair from her sweaty forehead. Rest. You're going to need your strength for what's next. That was just the first layer. I'll see you tonight. I turned and walked out. I locked the door with a firm click. Standing in the hallway, I exhaled. My hands were shaking. Just a tremor, but it was there. The adrenaline was crashing through my system, demanding an outlet I couldn't give it. Lev was waiting by the stairs. Bring her the silver tray, I said, not looking at him. And a new robe. Something in red. Yes, pecan. No talking. If she speaks, ignore her. Understood. Tell the kitchen, I want my dinner in the study. I walked toward the stairs, the sound of my footsteps heavy in the silence. I had the code. I had the girl. But as I loosened my tie, I realized the problem wasn't the encryption. The problem was that I hadn't just wanted to break her. I'd wanted to keep her broken. And that was a dangerous indulgence for a man with a target on his back.
Chapter 7. Ruby. The floor wax smelled like lemons and old money. I was pressing my cheek into the expensive Persian rug, counting the fibers just to keep from screaming. 1, 2, 3. The wool was scratchy against my skin, abrasive enough to be real, but not enough to distract from the hum in my nervous system. My body was a traitor. That was the only conclusion. A forensic audit of my own physiology would show a catastrophic failure of loyalty. Mikhail Smirnov had just forced a reaction out of me with the same clinical detachment he probably used to gut his enemies, and my body had responded like a starving dog thrown a bone. It was humiliating. It was scientifically impossible that I was lying here, shivering in the aftershocks of a climax I hadn't wanted, while the man who engineered it walked away like he'd just finished checking his email. I dug my fingernails into the rug, finding a loose thread and pulling until it snapped. The sound was tiny, pathetic in the vast silence of the guest suite, but it was something I broke. Something I controlled. I needed to get up. Lying here like a discarded toy was exactly what he wanted. It fit his narrative, the powerful pecan and the broken analyst. Short. I wasn't going to be a footnote in his twisted autobiography. I pushed myself up. My arms were shaking, actual tremors, like I'd just run a marathon or survived a car crash. My thighs felt heavy, foreign. I scanned the room for anything to cover myself with, and spotted the black silk robe he'd left. Of course. Even the clothes here were his. Wearing it felt like accepting a brand, wrapping myself in his colors, but the alternative was remaining naked in a room that felt like it had eyes in the walls. I grabbed the silk. It was heavy, cool to the touch, and it smelled like him. Sandalwood, expensive tobacco, and that sharp metallic scent of gun oil that seemed to seep from his pores. I gagged, a dry heave that burned the back of my throat, and wiped my mouth with the back of my hand. Get it off, I muttered, my voice raspy. Just wash it off. I tied the belt so tight it dug into my ribs, bruising the skin. Good. The pain was grounding. It was a data point I could understand. I stumbled toward the bathroom, my gait uneven. I was limping. I hadn't been limping an hour ago. The realization made rage flare in my chest, hot and bright. He'd hurt me, yes, but the precision of it was what terrified me. He hadn't broken bones, he just dismantled my will. I reached the bathroom door and gripped the frame, waiting for the room to stop spinning. The mirror inside caught my reflection, a blur of pale skin and dark hair. I looked like a ghost haunting a palace. I'm still here, I whispered to the empty air. I'm still me. I shoved off the doorframe and entered the sanctuary of marble and gold. The bathroom was obscene in its luxury. A clawfoot tub deep enough to drown in, gold fixtures that probably cost more than my student loans, and white marble that looked cold enough to freeze blood. I went straight for the door. The heavy oak panel swung shut with a satisfying thud, and I turned the brass lock. Click. It was a placebo. I knew that. A man who owned the police, the politicians, and half the city wouldn't be stopped by a mechanism I could pick with a bobby pin. But the sound of the tumblers sliding into place let me breathe. For a second, just a second, the world outside didn't exist. There was no Mikhail, no missing $50 million ledger, no dead colleagues. Just me and a lock. I leaned my forehead against the wood, eyes closed, counting my breaths. Inhale for 4. Hold for 4. Exhale for 4. Basic panic management. After 10 seconds, I turned to the tub. I twisted the gold taps, and water roared out, steam instantly rising to fog the air. I made it hot. Not comfort hot, sterilization hot. I needed to boil the memory of his hands off my skin. I caught my reflection in the vanity mirror again, and flinched. My hair was a rat's nest of tangles. My chest was blotchy with a flush that screamed sexual satisfaction, a biological lie written in red across my skin. And my lips, they were swollen. There was a small bruise blooming on the lower one where I'd bitten down to stifle a scream. You look like a victim, I hissed at the glass. I scrubbed a hand over the steam, clearing a patch so I could glare at my own green eyes. They looked haunted. No. You look like a survivor. Act like it. I dropped the robe. It hit the floor in a puddle of black silk, looking like a shed skin. I stepped into the water. It bit at my ankles, stinging the raw marks where the zip ties had been. I didn't stop. I sank down, hissing through my teeth as the heat enveloped my calves, my thighs, my hips. It was borderline scalding, turning my skin pink instantly, but the burn was better than the phantom sensation of his fingers. I grabbed a bottle of lavender oil from the rim and dumped half of it in. The scent was overpowering, choking out the sandalwood lingering in my nose. I watched a drop of blood from a scratch on my wrist swirl into the water, a tiny ribbon of pink that vanished into the lavender haze. I needed to disappear. I took a deep breath and slid under. The world went muffled and dull. The roar of the faucet was just a vibration in the porcelain. The water pressed against my eardrums, shutting out the silence of the house. Down here, I was weightless. Down here, I wasn't Ruby Vesna, the liability. I was just matter, suspended in heat. I kept my eyes open, staring up at the distorted surface of the water, watching the steam curl like ghosts. Suka. The word echoed in my head, loud and clear even underwater. His voice. It was stuck in my skull like shrapnel. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to force it out, holding my breath until my lungs started to burn, until the need for oxygen overrode the need to hide. I burst through the surface, gasping, water streaming down my face. Click-clack. The sound of the lock turning was louder than my gasping breath. It was a gunshot in a library. I froze, wiping the water from my eyes just as the door swung open. It didn't fly open in a rage, it opened slowly, deliberately. A statement. Mikhail stood there. He'd taken off his jacket. His white shirt sleeves were rolled up to the elbows, revealing the dense dark ink that wrapped around his forearms like armor. He wasn't even looking at me yet. He was looking at the key in his hand, a heavy brass skeleton key that he tossed casually into the air and snatched back out of gravity. The lock is for guests, Ruby, he said, his voice low, vibrating with that gravelly texture that made my skin prickle. You are collateral. Panic flared bright and sharp, but I strangled it. I wasn't going to splash around like a frightened child. I crossed my arms over my chest, the water sloshing over the side of the tub as I curled into myself. Get out. I snapped, though my voice lacked the venom I wanted. Pashal Nakui. Mikhail didn't blink. He leaned against the doorframe, relaxed, filling the space with an overwhelming masculinity that made the large bathroom feel like a closet. His eyes, cold flint gray, finally locked onto mine. He traced the line of my wet hair, the curve of my shoulders, the way my arms tried to shield my breasts. Is there no end to your depravity? I spat, squeezing my knees together under the water. Watching a woman bathe, you're pathetic. He stepped inside and kicked the door shut with the heel of his boot. Thud. The sound sealed us in. The humidity in the room seemed to spike, the air suddenly thick and hard to breathe. He walked to the vanity, moving with the silent, heavy grace of a predator inspecting its territory. He picked up my discarded robe from the floor, shaking it out, and draped it over the towel rack with meticulous precision, smoothing the silk. I told you before, Ruby, he said, turning to face me. Everything in this house belongs to me. Even the air you're breathing. I'm not a lamp, Mikhail. He walked closer, his boots loud on the marble, stopping a foot from the tub. He looked down at me, a cruel, amused smile playing on his lips. He gestured to the door he'd just violated. A lock? Do you truly believe a piece of brass keeps a pecan from his prize? He reached out and adjusted the hot water tap, turning it a fraction to the right. You are so delightfully naive, Moya Ruby. The screech of the metal tap grated on my nerves. He was controlling the temperature of my bath now. It was a small thing, but it was everything. He was showing me that my comfort existed only by his permission. I glared up at him, water dripping from my chin. I refused to shrink. I sat up straighter, exposing the tops of my shoulders to the cold air. You're a pervert, Mikhail. A sad, lonely man who has to steal what he can't earn. He didn't flinch. He didn't get angry. He unbuttoned his cuff, the plastic button hitting the floor with a tiny click as it popped off from the force. I am an investor, Suka. And I am checking the condition of my assets. He moved then, sitting on the marble rim of the tub right next to my head. His thigh pressed against the outside of the porcelain, inches from my bare shoulder. He leaned over me, crowding my space, sucking the oxygen out of the room. I could smell him, the mint on his breath, the heat radiating from his chest. I pressed my back against the far side of the tub, trying to create distance where there was none. You look different when you're not screaming, he murmured. Zatness, I hissed. Shut up. Your heart is racing, Ruby. His eyes dropped to my throat, watching the pulse I couldn't hide. Is it fear or anticipation? It's disgust. He chuckled, a dark sound that vibrated in his chest. He didn't touch me. Not yet. He reached out and trailed a single finger through the water, circling the space just above my collarbone. He was drawing circles in the liquid, creating ripples that lapped against my skin. The anticipation was agonizing. I was braced for the grab, for the violence, but he was giving me patience. It was worse. I could break you right here, he whispered, his finger dipping deeper, brushing the fine hairs on my neck without making skin contact. But I think I'll watch you break yourself first. My breath hitched. His gaze dropped to the waterline. The water was clear despite the lavender oil, and the distortion magnified everything. He was looking at my breasts. He watched with clinical dark intent as my nipples hardened, betraying me again. The cold air? The fear? Or the proximity of the monster? It didn't matter. The evidence was there. He reached for a large sea sponge sitting on the wire rack. He dipped it into the water, filling it, and then held it over my chest. He squeezed slowly. Hot water streamed down from his hand, splashing over my exposed skin, running in rivulets between my breasts. Cold, Ruby? You're a monster, I whispered, my voice trembling. And you are responsive. I felt the heat of his gaze like a physical touch, heavy and invasive. A deep, treacherous tightening started low in my belly. My body was preening under the attention, confusing danger with excitement, adrenaline with arousal. I hated it. I clenched my thighs together underwater, trying to stifle the throb. Don't look at me like that, I said. I will look at every inch I paid for. Mikhail finally broke the barrier. He dipped his hand into the water, his knuckles brushing the heavy slope of my breast. He didn't cup me. He just let his hand rest there, suspended in the water, the heat of his skin shocking against the cooling bath. I gasped, a ragged sound that tore out of my throat. My hands gripped the edges of the tub until my knuckles turned white. Look at me, Ruby. No. Your body is a snitch, he growled, leaning in until his lips brushed the shell of my ear. It tells me everything your mouth won't. You taste like honesty. Get out. Uncover yourself. Now. The command was like a whip crack. The silence that followed was heavy, filled only by the drip of the faucet. He grabbed a hand towel from the rail and twisted it between his hands, the fabric straining. A quiet, visual threat. I'm not doing this, I said, though my resolve was crumbling. Suka. Don't make me take it. His eyes flashed with a dangerous fire, the gray swirling into black. Uncover yourself. I stared at him, my chest heaving. If I fought, he'd win. If I submitted, he'd win. But fighting meant he'd put his hands on me to force compliance, and I wasn't sure I could survive his touch without shattering completely. Slowly, painfully, I lowered my arms to the sides of the tub. The water lapped against me. I was completely exposed. My breasts, the curve of my waist, the dark shadow between my legs through the clear water. I arched my back slightly, an unconscious reaction to the vulnerability, and saw his pupils blow wide, swallowing the irises. There she is, he breathed. Is this what you wanted? I asked, my voice hollow. To see me like this? To humiliate me? He didn't answer. He reached out with his wet thumb and pressed it hard against the bruise on my lip. It stung. I tasted copper. He traced the swollen flesh, claiming the mark he'd left earlier. This is mine, he said, his voice rough. Don't try to scrub it off. I'll wear it like a scar from a war I'm going to win. He leaned in closer, his nose brushing mine. He inhaled deeply, taking in the scent of lavender and my own terror. His hand slid down through the water, brushing over my stomach, stopping just at the peak of my thighs. He didn't go further. He just let the threat hang there. Next time, Ruby, I won't be so gentle. You don't know the meaning of the word, I whispered. I will take everything until you don't remember your own name. He stood up abruptly. The movement was so sudden water splashed onto the floor. He looked down at me one last time, his expression unreadable, part hunger, part triumph. He flicked his wet hand, sending a spray of cold droplets across my face. A baptism. A dismissal. I flinched, gasping, wiping the water from my cheeks. He grabbed the towel he'd been twisting and wiped his hands, moving with the careless arrogance of a man who had nothing to fear. "Get out when you're done hiding," he said, tossing the towel onto the vanity. "I have work for you." "I'm not your clerk, Mikhail," I shouted at his back. He paused at the door. He looked back over his shoulder, his gaze raking over my naked form in the tub one last time. "Moya," he said simply. "Mine." He walked out, leaving the heavy oak door wide open. I stayed frozen in the water, staring at the dark hallway, shivering as the cold draft hit my wet skin. The silence rushed back in, but it felt different now. It felt owned. He hadn't even ravaged me, not really. He hadn't dragged me out of the tub. But he'd taken the only private moment I had, and turned it into another lesson in submission. I slid down until the water covered my chin, watching the empty doorway. "Zatnis, Mikhail. Just go."
Chapter 8. Mikhail. 3 monitors. 3 cascading waterfalls of red text. Access denied. Encryption failure. Fatal error. I stared at the screens until the red burned into my retinas. Each failure wasn't just a technical glitch. It was a digital middle finger from the woman currently sitting in my guest wing, probably wrapped in the silk I paid for. I rubbed my thumb against the edge of my signet ring, digging the gold into my skin until it hurt. The pain focused me. The hum of the cooling fans in the server stack was the only sound in the office, grating on my nerves like a dental drill. Lev stood in the corner, silent as a grave. He knew better than to breathe too loud when I was in this mood. "Status report, Lev," I said, my voice scraping like gravel. "Don't waste my time with nothing." "The brute force attack is at 3% efficiency, boss," Lev said, his tone flat. "Without the seed key, we're throwing pebbles at a tank. The council, they're asking questions. Let them ask." I didn't look away from the screens. Tell them to wait. Or tell them to come here and take the heat themselves. The Bratva Council was a pack of hungry dogs. If they smelled blood, if they smelled that a 27-year-old analyst was stonewalling Mikhail Smirnov, they'd tear my throat out before the feds even got a warrant. I looked at the cold coffee on the corner of my desk. Disgusting. My mind drifted back to the bath earlier. The way the water had beaded on Ruby's skin. The way her pupils had blown wide when I walked in. She was terrified, yes. But underneath the fear, there was that spark. That traitorous, biological heat. I'd seen it in 100 interrogations, but never like this. Never with a woman who looked like a porcelain doll, but had a spine made of reinforced steel. I picked up the graphite pencil sitting on my ledger. Snap. The sound was sharp, like a small bone breaking. I dropped the 2 halves into the crystal ashtray and wiped my hands on my handkerchief. "Bring her here," I said. Lev shifted, the leather of his shoulder holster creaking. "Now." Did I stutter? I turned my chair facing him. "Lock the doors from the outside. I don't want to be disturbed until I have a code or a confession. Tell the kitchen to scrap dinner. She won't be eating tonight." Lev nodded once and left. I stood up and walked to the wet bar. I poured 2 fingers of vodka, standard, no ice. I didn't drink it. I just needed the ritual. The smell of the alcohol cleared the ozone stench of the servers from my nose. I caught my reflection in the darkened window. My tie was straight. My suit was immaculate. I looked like a businessman. A lie. I was a butcher in a bespoke suit, and tonight I was done pretending to be diplomatic. I walked back to the desk, placing a heavy marble paperweight exactly 2 inches from the edge. Control. It was all about control. And right now, Ruby Vesna was holding too much of it. $50 million. A high price for a life. A higher price for a night of sleep I wasn't getting. The heavy oak doors creaked open. Lev ushered her in and then vanished, the lock clicking shut with a finality that echoed in the high ceilings. Ruby stood near the door. She was wearing the silk robe. Good. It looked expensive, soft, and completely out of place on a woman who was technically a prisoner of war. She refused to look at the monitors. Her green eyes locked onto mine, sharp and refusing to blink. Her bare toes curled into the Persian rug. There it was. The tell. She was uncomfortable. You look comfortable, Ruby, I lied, leaning back against the edge of my desk, crossing my ankles. I hope you enjoyed the bath. I hope you enjoyed watching, she shot back. Her voice was steady, but I heard the tremor. Sit, I pointed to the leather chair opposite me. Or don't. It won't change what happens next. She didn't move. I'm not a dog, Mikhail. Stop giving me commands. Then stop acting like a bitch in heat and give me the code. Her jaw tightened. I don't have it. You're late, I said, ignoring her denial. My patience has a very short fuse, and you've been burning it at both ends for 3 days. I pushed off the desk and walked around to the business side. I sat down, leaning forward, resting my elbows on the mahogany. The first key, Ruby. Give it to me, and we can both get some sleep. Maybe I'll even let you keep the robe. You think I care about the robe? She stepped closer, fueled by anger. Your money is rotting in the cloud. You're the one losing. Silence is the most expensive thing you can buy right now, I said low. Don't play the hero. Heroes in this city end up in the Moskva River with concrete shoes. You're smarter than that. She crossed her arms over her chest, cinching the silk tighter. A defensive move. I'm not a hero. I'm just not stupid enough to hand over my only leverage to a psychopath. Psychopath. Cute. I stood up. Slowly. I let my height do the work. I walked around the desk again, moving like a wolf circling a cornered deer. She held her ground, I'll give her that. She didn't flinch until I was close enough to smell the lavender soap on her skin. I loomed over her, swallowing her in my shadow. Why are you trembling, Moya Zolotaya? I whispered. I reached out and tucked a loose strand of dark hair behind her ear. My thumb grazed her temple. Her pulse was hammering against her skin like a trapped bird. You're so small, I murmured, staring down at her. It would be so easy to break you. Go to hell, she breathed. Are you going to tell me what I want to know, or do we do this the hard way? She turned her face away. I grabbed her chin. Hard. My fingers dug into her jawbone, forcing her head back, forcing her to look at me. Her pupils were blown wide, swallowing the green. Terror. Yes. But there was something else. A dark, sticky heat radiating off her. Look at me when I'm talking to you, I snarled. Fuck you, she spat. Your heart is racing. Is it fear, Ruby? Or something else? I moved my other hand to her throat, feeling the frantic beat. You smell like fear. And you smell like sex. Her eyes flashed. Pashal Nakui. Is that all you have left? Intimidation? Intimidation is for people who don't have power, I said, my voice dropping to a rumble. I have total control. You're desperate, she said, her voice shaking but defiant. I can see it. You need that money. You're weak without it. The word weak snapped the last thread of my restraint. Desperate? I laughed, a harsh, ugly sound. You don't know the meaning of the word. I could have your tongue cut out and still get my money. You think you have leverage? You are nothing but collateral. Then do it, she screamed. Do it and get it over with. Careful what you wish for, Suka. I turned and swept my arm across the desk in a violent arc. Crash. Laptops, the crystal decanter, the heavy ledger, the marble paperweight, everything went flying. Glass shattered against the far wall. The expensive electronics hit the floor with a sickening crunch. The noise was deafening, a sudden explosion of violence that left the room ringing in silence. The mahogany surface was bare. A stage. Ruby flinched, stepping back, her hands flying to her mouth. "No more talking," I said. "The negotiation is over." I closed the distance in one stride. I grabbed her by the waist. Her ribs felt fragile under my hands, but I didn't care. I lifted her like she weighed nothing. She gasped, clawing at my arms, but I slammed her onto the hard, cold wood of the desk. The impact knocked the wind out of her. Her legs kicked out, the silk robe flaring open, exposing pale thighs and the dark shadow between them. "Stay. Right there," I commanded, pinning her shoulders down with one hand. "Mikhail," she shrieked, struggling. "You like to be on top of the data." I leaned over her, my face inches from hers. "Now you're on top of my desk. Don't even think about moving." I stepped between her legs, forcing her knees apart with my thighs. I boxed her in, planting my hands on either side of her head. The air between us was thick, heavy with rage and the scent of ozone and arousal. "Tell me you hate this, Ruby," I challenged her. "Tell me and I'll stop." She stared up at me, chest heaving. Her lips parted, but no sound came out. She couldn't say it. Because she didn't hate it. "You can't even say it, can you?" I sneered. "You're mine. Not the ledger's. Mine." I leaned down, my lips brushing the shell of her ear. "The code is just numbers, Ruby. This is real. Suka. My beautiful, stubborn bitch. I'm going to make you forget your own name." I licked her earlobe, a wet, rough stroke. She jerked beneath me, a whimper escaping her throat. "You're ready," I muttered. "I can smell it." I shoved the silk robe off her shoulders, pinning her arms above her head with one hand. She was naked beneath it. Vulnerable. Exposed. And I was still in my suit, armored in wool and silk. The contrast made my blood boil. "Don't look away," I ordered as she tried to turn her head. "Look at what I'm doing to you. You wanted to see the monster? Open your eyes." I kept her wrists pinned, my grip tight enough to bruise. With my free hand, I unbuckled my belt. The sound of leather sliding through loops was loud in the quiet room. Ruby watched, her eyes wide, tracking my movements. She wasn't fighting anymore. She was waiting. I adjusted myself, freeing my cock. It was hard, painful, twitching with the need to bury itself in her. "Answer me," I growled, looking down at her. "Who do you belong to?" She bit her lip, defiant to the end. I didn't wait for the answer. I reached down, my fingers digging into the soft flesh of her waist, leaving red crescents on her pale skin immediately. I tilted her hips up. "Hold still," I warned. "Don't move a muscle, unless I tell you to. Bliat, you're so small." I dragged the head of my cock along her slit. She was soaked. I laughed, low and dark. "Look at this. Your body knows its master. Are you going to keep lying to me, Ruby? Tell me you want it." "I hate you," she whispered, but her hips bucked up to meet me. "Good." I thrust. One motion. Punishing. Deep. I buried myself to the hilt. Ruby's head threw back, a strangled cry tearing from her throat. Her body stretched, tight and hot, molding around me instantly. "Take it all," I gritted out, holding myself still, letting her adjust to the invasion. "Breathe. I'm not going anywhere. You're so tight, Suka." She was clamping down on me, a vice grip that threatened to end this before it began. Her hands wrenched free from my grip, but instead of pushing me away, she clawed at my jacket. Her nails dragged over the wool and found the back of my neck. She pulled me down. "Harder," she hissed against my lips. "Zatnis, just do it." That was the permission I didn't need, but took anyway. I began to move. I withdrew almost completely, then slammed back in. The desk groaned under our weight, skidding an inch across the floor. Thud. 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 "Moya. You hear me?" I grunted with the rhythm. "Every inch of you is mine. This is the only code that matters." I leaned forward, crushing her breasts with my chest. I found the sensitive chord of her neck and bit down. Hard. I wanted to leave a mark. I wanted everyone who looked at her to know she belonged to Mikhail Smirnov. I'm marking you, Ruby, I mumbled against her skin. Does that hurt? Good. I grabbed a handful of her hair, yanking her head back so she had to look at me. Her eyes were glazed, swimming in tears and lust. Look at your owner, I demanded. I slowed the pace, grinding into her, dragging out the friction. You don't get to hide in the dark. Tell me what you see. Mikhail, please, she sobbed. Her legs wrapped around my waist, heels digging into my kidneys, locking me in. Say it, I drove into her, hitting that deep spot that made her toes curl. Pashal Nakui, please, she begged, the curse losing all its venom. She was close. I could feel the tremors starting in her thighs. I reached down between our sweating bodies. My thumb found her clitoris, slick and swollen. I rubbed it rough, precise circles. She screamed. Here. Do you like this? I taunted her, keeping the rhythm brutal. You're going to come for me, Ruby. Give it to me. Give me everything. She unraveled. Her back arched off the desk, her body convulsing around my cock, milking me with terrifying strength. She opened her mouth to scream again, but I clamped my hand over it. Quiet, I hissed into her ear. Feel that? That's me breaking you. Scream into my hand. Her hot breath dampened my palm. Her internal muscles spasmed, tightening around me like a fist. That was it. My control snapped. Ruby! I roared, abandoning the slow torture for animalistic speed. I hammered into her, chasing my own release. The room blurred. There was only the heat, the wet friction, and the sound of skin slapping against skin. Bliat. I poured myself into her. Wave after wave of release, emptying everything, the rage, the stress, the obsession deep inside her. I collapsed forward, my forehead resting against hers. My lungs burned. My heart hammered against my ribs like it was trying to break out. Moya Ruby, I groaned, the Russian falling from my lips like a curse. You don't go anywhere without my permission. Everything you are belongs to me now. I stayed there, heavy on top of her, pinning her to the wreckage of my desk. The silence returned to the room, but the air had changed. The tension was gone, replaced by the heavy iron scent of sex and ownership. She didn't push me off. She just lay there, breathing in sync with me, ruined and beautiful. I didn't care about the encryption keys. Let the money burn. I had what I wanted.
Chapter 9. Ruby. Gray light bled through the velvet curtains, harsh enough to make my eyes water before I even opened them fully. My body felt like it had been dropped from a moving vehicle. My thighs ached with a deep, bruising throb that centered right where the edge of that mahogany desk had dug in last night, and the smell of him was everywhere. Sandalwood. Expensive tobacco. The salt-sharp scent of sweat, his and mine. I was lying in the center of a king-sized bed that felt less like furniture and more like a sacrificial altar. I didn't move. I just lay there, running a system diagnostic on my own nervous system. Heart rate elevated. Adrenaline receding into a chemically induced hangover. Dignity non-existent. I lifted a hand, my fingers trembling just enough to piss me off, and touched the sore spot on my hip. A purple bruise was blooming there, a perfect circle. I didn't need a mirror to know it was the exact size of Mikhail's thumb. Moya. The word echoed in my head like a corruption file I couldn't delete. He'd branded me with it. Not with iron, but with a possession so absolute it made the air in the room feel thin. Don't move. The voice was low, graveled with sleep and threat. I froze. I was halfway to sitting up, the silk sheet pooling at my waist. I turned my head slowly. Mikhail was standing by a cherry wood valet stand across the room, his back to me. He was naked. I should have looked away. Any survival instinct worth a damn would have screamed at me to stare at the floor, play the submissive little captive, and pray he didn't decide to start round 2 before his morning coffee. But I was an analyst. I looked for patterns. I looked for data. And Mikhail Smirnov was a walking database of violence. His back was a roadmap of scar tissue. Silver whip marks crisscrossed his shoulder blades in a grid that looked methodical, almost mathematical. Lower down, right over his kidney, a jagged puckered burn scar distorted the tan skin. Someone hadn't just hurt him, they'd tried to excavate him. He wasn't just the guy dealing the pain, he was a veteran of it. He flexed his shoulders, and the white tissue pulled tight against the muscle. "Stop counting them, Ruby." He didn't turn around. He was watching me in the reflection of the dark window glass, or maybe he just had that predator sense that tingled when prey was staring. "I'm not counting," I rasped. My voice sounded wrecked. "I'm assessing structural damage." Mikhail turned then. Full frontal, zero shame, pure arrogance. He walked toward the dresser, pulling a pair of black boxer briefs on, with a casual efficiency that was irritatingly domestic for a man who had pinned me to a desk 12 hours ago. "They don't hurt anymore," he said flat. "They should." He stopped, his hand hovering over a gold watch. He looked at me through the mirror above the dresser, his flint gray eyes locking onto mine. The silence stretched, heavy and physical. He was challenging me to flinch, to look down, to acknowledge that he was the monster and I was the meal. I sat up, pulling the duvet to my chest, but I kept my chin high. "You have the eyes of a wolf, Ruby," he muttered, buckling the watch. "And you have the soul of a butcher." "A butcher who feeds you," he countered, sliding into a white dress shirt that probably cost more than my student loans. "Remember that." A sharp, rhythmic knock rattled the heavy oak door. It wasn't a request, it was a code. Mikhail froze, his fingers pausing on the buttons of his shirt. "Speak," he barked in Russian. Lev's voice came through the wood, muffled but urgent. He was speaking fast, clipping his consonants. I caught the name Maxim and the Russian word for shortfall. Then something about transit accounts and leverage. Mikhail's posture stiffened. The muscles in his neck corded, and for a second he looked like a man about to snap a neck. "Wait in the study," he snapped back. "I will deal with it." The footsteps retreated, heavy military-grade boots on hardwood. I leaned forward, my grip on the sheets tightening until my knuckles turned white. Maxim. The brother. The one the ledgers showed was skimming off the top of the transit accounts. If Lev was reporting a shortfall, that meant the hole in the finances was getting bigger. The empire was bleeding. "What did he say about Maxim?" I asked. Mikhail turned on me so fast I flinched. He crossed the distance to the bed in 2 strides, looming over me like a dark storm front. He didn't answer. He just reached out, hooking a thick finger under my chin and tilting my face up to the light. His touch was terrifyingly clinical. His thumb traced the faint friction burn on my neck, pressing down until I had to part my teeth to breathe. "Business," he said, his voice dropping an octave. "It does not concern you. Everything in this house concerns my survival, Mikhail. If your brother is stealing from you..." "Zatness," he hissed. "You talk too much for a woman who is currently alive, on a technicality." He leaned in closer, his cologne, something metallic and sharp, invading my space. "You look like you're plotting, Suka." "I'm thinking about how much I hate this room." "Then you will love the gala tomorrow," he said, releasing my chin with a rough push. "Or you will learn to fake it. Because if you embarrass me, this room will seem like a paradise compared to where I put you next." He grabbed a blazer from the valet, holstered a gun at his hip, a Glock, standard issue but customized grip, and walked to the door. "Stay," he commanded. The door slammed. A second later, the heavy electronic thud of a deadlock slid into place. I stared at the wood grain for exactly 3 seconds. Then I threw the covers off. I didn't cry. Crying was variables and wasted hydration. I moved. I started a forensic sweep of the suite. It was a gilded cage, 12 steps wide, 15 steps long. I checked the weight of the silver hairbrushes on the vanity, heavy enough to be a bludgeon if I swung hard. I checked the seal of the windows, reinforced polycarbonate, bomb-proof, unbreachable. I pulled open the bedside drawer. A Bible, a box of condoms, and a single loose 9mm round rolling around in the back. Sloppy, I whispered. I paced the perimeter. The luxury was insulting. The gold leaf on the ceiling, the velvet chairs, the heated floors, it was all just polish on a prison cell. I went into the bathroom. The mirrors were a triptych, showing me 3 angles of my own degradation. I looked at the marks on my body. The handprints on my waist were already darkening. A bite mark on my shoulder throbbed. I turned on the faucet, blasting the water until it was ice cold, and splashed my face. I scrubbed at my skin until it was red, staring into my own green eyes until they sharpened into focus. Ruby Vesna, I whispered to the glass. 27. Lead analyst. ID number 89404. I wasn't Moya. I wasn't Suka. I was a data point he hadn't managed to encrypt yet. The lock on the main door buzzed, and I spun around, grabbing a heavy glass bottle of perfume as a makeshift weapon. It wasn't Mikhail. It was Oksana. The housekeeper wheeled a silver cart into the room, her face a mask of practiced indifference. The cart smelled like heaven: poached eggs, smoked salmon, strong black tea. She also had a stack of silk loungewear folded neatly over her arm, shades of deep emerald and charcoal. Her eyes flicked to the disheveled bed, then to me. There was no pity in her gaze, just a grim sort of recognition. She'd seen this movie before. Eat, she said, her accent thick. You will need your strength for him. I set the perfume bottle down, but didn't move toward the food. Is that a warning or advice, Oksana? In this house they are the same thing. She began laying out the clothes on the unmade bed. I walked over to the cart, picking up a piece of toast. My hands were shaking again. Low blood sugar. Stress. The scars on his back, I said, keeping my voice casual. Who did that to him? Oksana froze. Her hand hovered over the teapot, the silver spout trembling slightly. For a second, the mask slipped. Fear. Pure, unadulterated terror. A ghost, she whispered. And ghosts do not like being summoned. He's the pecan, I pressed, taking a bite of the toast. It tasted like ash in my dry mouth. Who could touch him? Oksana gripped the handle of the cart so hard the metal creaked. She leaned in, her voice barely a shadow of a sound. Maxim has been pacing the lower halls like a caged cur all morning. He is asking the guards why Mikhail has not disposed of the witness yet. I stopped chewing. Maxim has no patience for Mikhail's distractions, she continued, her eyes darting to the door. I'm not a distraction, I said, swallowing hard. I'm the ledger. I know where the money is. To Maxim, you are a loose thread. He likes to burn threads. She touched my wrist briefly. A cold, dry contact that felt like a benediction from the damned. Mikhail is the only thing standing between you and a very shallow grave in the woods. Do not make him angry today. She pulled her hand back and wheeled the cart toward the door. Eat? The dress is for tonight. Do not lock the bathroom door. He hates that. The lock buzzed again and she was gone. I spent the next 10 hours in a state of active waiting. I didn't lie down. Lying down was for victims. I paced. I calculated. I visualized the encryption algorithms I had been auditing before the raid, running the numbers in my head like a rosary. If Maxim is skimming, he has to be washing it through the shell companies in Cyprus. Mikhail knows or he suspects. That's why the shortfall matters. That's why I'm still alive. I was leverage. Or I was bait. Night fell like a hammer. The room turned to shadows, the only light coming from the orange glow of the security lights outside filtering through the drapes. The door opened with a violent jerk. Mikhail entered. He looked like he'd been dragged through hell backwards. His tie was gone. His white shirt was unbuttoned halfway down his chest, revealing the dark ink of his chest tattoos, and there was a smear of something dark on his cuff. Blood. Not his. He stopped in the center of the room, breathing hard. He looked at me sitting in the velvet armchair, and for a split second the dominance wavered. He looked exhausted. He kicked off his shoes. One hit the base of the bed with a heavy thud. "You're still in the chair," he muttered. I wasn't given permission to leave it, was I? "Don't be clever tonight, Ruby," he groaned, walking to the small bar in the corner. "I don't have the stomach for it." He poured a glass of amber liquid from a crystal decanter and downed it in one swallow. He didn't offer me any. He stood by the window, staring out at the pitch-black estate, a silhouette of pure tension. "Was it Maxim?" I asked. Mikhail's hand tightened on the empty glass. "Drink your water and be silent." "I heard his name this morning, Mikhail. I'm not a fool. If there's a war starting, I need to know if I'm ammo or collateral." He turned. He crossed the room in 3 long strides, looming over my chair. The smell of gunpowder and rain rolled off him in waves. "Did you speak to anyone?" he demanded. "Only Oksana." He leaned down, his face inches from mine, searching my eyes for the tell of a lie. "Did she tell you stories, Ruby?" "She told me to eat." "If I find out you're plotting with my brother," he said, his voice a low rumble that vibrated in my chest, "I will kill you myself. Before he even gets the chance to touch you." "I'm not plotting with the man who wants me dead, Mikhail. That would be bad math." He stared at me for another second, then straightened up. He set the glass down on the side table, with a finality that made me jump. "To the bed," he ordered. "Now." My stomach flipped. "I'm not a dog, Mikhail." "No," he said, unbuttoning his shirt and letting it drop to the floor, exposing the scars I'd catalogued earlier. "You're collateral. And I'm checking my vault." I hesitated. But looking at the blood on his cuff and the twitch in his jaw, I knew this wasn't a negotiation. I stood up, my silk robe rustling, and walked to the bed. I climbed in. He followed immediately, the mattress dipping under his weight. He didn't touch me softly. He didn't try to kiss me. He rolled onto his side and threw a heavy muscular arm over my waist, yanking me back against his chest. It wasn't a cuddle. It was a clamp. He buried his face in the crook of my neck, his stubble grazing my skin like sandpaper. He was hot, radiating heat like a furnace, soaking through the thin silk of my robe. His heart was hammering against my spine, heavy, rhythmic, slightly too fast. I tried to shift my hip away, just an inch to breathe. His arm tightened, fingers digging into my stomach. "Be still, Suka." "You're crushing me," I whispered. "Good," he mumbled into my hair. "Then you know I'm here." We lay there in the dark. The silence was deafening. I could hear a dog barking somewhere far off on the grounds. I could feel the tension bleeding out of his muscles, layer by layer, but the grip never loosened. He was using me as an anchor. A human shield against whatever ghosts were waiting for him when he closed his eyes. I stared into the darkness. I had to know. "Maxim is skimming?" I whispered. I saw it in the logs. The secondary encryption on the Cyprus accounts, it was altered. "Is that why you're keeping me?" Mikhail's body went rigid. Stone cold. He stopped breathing. For 10 seconds, I thought he was going to snap my neck. Then he exhaled, a long ragged sound that ghosted across my skin. "He is blood," Mikhail said, his voice barely audible. "You are gold." "And which one is more important to a pecan?" I asked, my heart pounding in my throat. His hand moved from my waist to my throat. He didn't squeeze. He just rested it there, over my pulse. A reminder. A threat. A promise. "Gold stays," he said. "Blood is spilled." He tightened his grip one last time, pulling me so close I couldn't tell where my heat ended and his began. Within minutes, his breathing evened out. He was asleep. I lay awake, staring at the ceiling I couldn't see. He was choosing me over his brother. Not because he loved me. God, no. Because he couldn't let go of what he owned. I was an asset. A prize. I stopped fighting his grip. I let my weight sink into the mattress, my hand slowly moving to cover his where it rested on my stomach. My small fingers barely covered two of his tattooed knuckles. If I was going to be Mikhail Smirnov's problem, I wasn't going to be a simple one. I was going to be a systemic failure. I was going to learn this empire, find every crack Maxim had made, and make myself the only glue holding it together. Sleep well, Pecan, I whispered to the dark. Tomorrow we go to war. I closed my eyes, drifting off in the arms of the monster, feeling safer than I had any right to feel. Chapter 10. Ruby. The dress was an emerald green insult. It lay on the duvet of the master bed like a puddle of toxic waste, shivering in the draft from the AC. Backless, cut down to the navel, and made of silk so thin it might as well be a suggestion rather than a garment. It was a $5,000 price tag on a piece of meat. I stared at it, wearing nothing but a slip that felt too much like armor I was about to be stripped of. This wasn't a gala outfit. It was a uniform. A rebranding strategy. Ruby Vesna, forensic risk analyst, was dead. Tonight, I was Ruby Vesna, the Pecan's collateral. I reached out, my finger trembling just enough to be annoying, and traced the seam. A sharp prick bit into my skin. I hissed, pulling my hand back to see a bead of blood blooming on my index finger. The security tag was still on, a jagged piece of plastic hidden in the expensive folds. Even the clothes in this house tried to bleed you. It's the color of your eyes when you're angry. Mikhail was in the doorway. I didn't hear him approach. The man moved like smoke in a wind tunnel, silent, pervasive, and suffocating. I didn't turn around. I just wiped the blood on my thumb, watching it smear. Am I a guest or an exhibit tonight, Mikhail? Wear it, and you're whatever I say you are. He walked into the room, and the air pressure dropped. He was wearing a tuxedo. Bespoke, obviously. Black wool that absorbed the light, tailored to hide the holster I knew was strapped under his left arm. He looked like a god of war, dressed up for a funeral. He didn't wait for me to comply. He spun me around, his large hands engulfing my shoulders, and physically stepped me into the dress. I felt like a doll. A very expensive, very breakable doll. The silk slid up my legs, cool and slippery. I pulled the bodice up, holding it against my chest, but I couldn't reach the back. Mikhail didn't step away. He moved in, his chest brushing my bare shoulder blades. The heat radiating off him was offensive. Don't hold your breath, Ruby, he murmured. His knuckles grazed my spine, tracing the vertebrae one by one as he pulled the zipper up. It was a slow, agonizing sound, zzzzzzip, that felt like he was sealing me into a body bag. He paused halfway up, right between my shoulder blades. He leaned down, and I felt the wet warmth of his nose inhale deeply against the sensitive skin of my neck. Every hair on my body stood up. Not fear. Not entirely. It was that treacherous, biological betrayal my body insisted on performing every time he invaded my personal space. Suka, you look like a queen, he whispered, the endearment sounding like a curse. My queen? Are you going to behave, he continued, finally pulling the zipper to the top with a snap, or do I need to remind you who you belong to before we leave? I turned to face him. I'm always behaving. I'm practically a saint, considering I haven't stabbed you with a fork yet. He smirked. It was a terrifying expression that didn't reach his flint-colored eyes. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a necklace. It wasn't delicate. It was a heavy, choking strand of diamonds that looked cold enough to freeze water. Turn around. I obeyed, because defiance right now would just mean we'd never make it to the gala, and he'd find another way to prove his point on this mattress. He fastened the clasp. It was tight. Too tight. The stones pressed against my carotid artery, a constant heavy weight. A beautiful collar for a beautiful girl, he said, his voice dropping an octave. If you try to run, he added, his thumb pressing hard into the nape of my neck until I let out a pathetic whimper, I'll find you before the diamonds stop hitting the floor. He spun me toward the vanity mirror. Look. Tell me what you see. I looked. I saw a woman who looked like she cost $1 million, with eyes that looked like she was screaming underwater. I see a liability, I said flatly. And a massive security risk. Wrong? He gripped my chin, his fingers digging in hard enough to leave marks that I'd have to cover with foundation. You see property. Now rules. Do not speak unless spoken to. Stay within arm's reach. And under no circumstances do you look at Maxim. Maxim. The brother. The traitor. The reason the estate had almost burned down. Maxim will try to bait you. Ignore him, Mikhail commanded. If you embarrass me, the consequences will be surgical. I jerked my chin out of his grip. Pashal Nakui, Mikhail. I know how to play a part. I've been auditing corrupt CEOs for 5 years. You think I can't handle a room full of criminals in tuxedos? He stared at me for a long beat, his eyes tracking the pulse jumping in my throat. Then he turned on his heel. 10 minutes. Fix your face. The drive was a lesson in sensory deprivation. The armored SUV was a vault on wheels. Lev Volkov was driving, silent as a grave, his eyes flicking to the rearview mirror every 6 seconds. Clockwork. I stared out the bulletproof glass. Moscow was a blur of sodium lights and rain. I traced the fog my breath made on the cold window, drawing a tiny X over a passing pedestrian before wiping it away. Are we expecting trouble, Lev? I asked, breaking the silence. Trouble is always looking for us, Ruby, Mikhail answered from beside me. He was checking a text message, the light from the screen illuminating the scar that cut through his eyebrow. Stay close. I'm a forensic risk analyst, I muttered. The risk of leaving this car is 95% death. The risk of staying is 100% corruption. Mikhail's hand landed on my thigh. He didn't squeeze. He just let the weight of it sit there. A clamp. A tether. You talk too much. When we arrived, it wasn't the main entrance. Of course not. We pulled up to a side gate, guarded by men who looked like they ate concrete for breakfast. The door opened to a blast of freezing wind that cut right through my silk dress. Mikhail stepped out first, buttoning his jacket. He turned and extended a hand. I took it. I had to. The pavement was slick with rain and oil, and my heels were essentially weapons of self-destruction. Shoulders back, Moya, he ordered, pulling me into his orbit. Don't let them see you're afraid. I'm not afraid, I lied, my teeth wanting to chatter. I'm just cold. Good. Cold preserves things. We walked into the venue. The transition was jarring. 1 second, wet asphalt and the smell of jet fuel. The next, a wall of heat, the scent of expensive perfume, and the heavy bass of a string quartet that was trying too hard. The grand hall was a cavern of gold leaf and blood-red velvet. It looked like the Tsar's palace if the Tsar had been a drug lord with a penchant for Versace. As we stepped onto the carpet, the conversation in the room noticeably died. Heads turned. Eyes narrowed. I felt the weight of them. Hundreds of predatory gazes sliding over my skin. They were assessing the merchandise. They were calculating my value. Mikhail didn't flinch. He walked with the arrogance of a man who owned the building and everyone inside it. His hand slid from my hand to the small of my back, his thumb pressing into my spine, steering me. They're looking at you like you're meat, he murmured in my ear. Let them look, he added darker. They can't afford a bite. I reached for a flute of champagne from a passing tray. I needed the alcohol like I needed oxygen, but Mikhail's grip tightened on my waist. He shook his head once at the server. The waiter scurried away like a frightened rabbit. Stay behind my shoulder, Ruby. We navigated the room. It was a gauntlet of handshakes and veiled threats. Mikhail spoke in low guttural Russian, introducing me only when necessary, and never by name. Just a nod. A gesture. Look at my shiny new toy. We ended up near a massive marble pillar, cornered by a supplier who looked like a bloated walrus in a suit. A charming addition to your collection, Smirnov, the man said, his eyes dropping to my cleavage. She is more than an addition, Mikhail said, his voice flat. She is the ledger itself. I stiffened. Zatness, Mikhail. Don't tell them I know the numbers. That puts a target on my back the size of Red Square. The walrus laughed, a wet hacking sound. I twisted the diamond ring on my right hand, wishing I could gouge his eyes out with it. We moved to the bar area. I stood stiffly, trying to calculate the exits. 2 main doors. 1 service entrance. 4 security guards with earpieces who were definitely armed. Careful, old man. This one bites, Mikhail snarled suddenly. I snapped my attention back. An older vor with a scarred lip had reached out, his hand hovering inches from my hair. Mikhail had slapped his hand away with a speed that blurred. Does she speak, or is she just for looking? The vor sneered, nursing his hand. She speaks only for me, Mikhail said, stepping in front of me, blocking the man's view. The air crackled. This was it. The violence was simmering right under the surface of the polite society bullshit. You look thirsty, Ruby. The voice came from my left. Smooth. Cultured. Poisonous. Maxim. He was standing there, holding 2 glasses of amber liquid. He looked like Mikhail, but where Mikhail was granite, Maxim was polished obsidian. Slicker. Sharper. And completely unhinged. He ignored Mikhail entirely, extending a glass toward me. His fingers brushed against my bare arm, and I felt Mikhail go rigid beside me. A muscle in Mikhail's jaw started ticking so hard it looked painful. My brother isn't known for his hospitality, Maxim smiled. It was a shark's smile. She doesn't want your drink, Maxim, Mikhail warned, his voice sounding like gravel grinding in a mixer. I was asking the lady, not the pecan, Maxim countered, his eyes locking onto mine. Well? Are you allowed to accept a drink, or do you need a permission slip? The entire vicinity went silent. This was the test. The bait. If I took the drink, I defied Mikhail and aligned with the man trying to kill him. If I refused, I insulted a psychopath. I looked at the glass. Bourbon. Neat. Probably expensive enough to pay my rent for a year. Then I looked at Maxim. I'm not thirsty. I didn't take the glass. I took a deliberate step closer to Mikhail, pressing my shoulder against his chest. It was a calculated move. A visual alignment of assets. Maxim's smile didn't waver, but his eyes went cold. He laughed, a short, sharp bark, and downed the drink himself. Loyal already? He must have broken you faster than the others. I'm not broken, Maxim, I said, my voice steady despite the adrenaline flooding my system. Just selective. Get out of my sight, brother, Mikhail growled. Maxim winked at me, actually winked, and melted back into the crowd. I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding. There. Happy? Mikhail didn't answer. He grabbed my arm, his grip bruising. He wasn't walking anymore, he was stalking. He dragged me away from the bar, cutting a path through the guests who parted like the Red Sea. You liked it, didn't you? He hissed, steering me toward a set of French doors. Having us fight over you. I hated every second of it, I snapped, stumbling in my heels to keep up. You're being irrational. I'll show you irrational, Suka. He kicked the French doors open and shoved me out onto the balcony. The cold air hit me like a physical slap. He slammed the doors shut, muting the music and the chatter, sealing us in the semi-darkness. He spun me around and pinned me against the stone railing. My back hit the rough stone, the cold seeping instantly through the silk. Behind me was a drop to the gardens. In front of me was a wall of angry muscle. You are mine. Do you understand? He loomed over me, blocking out the city lights. He's your brother, Mikhail. Control yourself. I put my hands on his chest to push him back, but it was like pushing a tank. I ended up clutching his lapels just to stay upright. There is no control where you are concerned, he spat. You think I want that vulture touching me? I poked him in the chest with a manicured nail. I saw the way you looked at him. You wanted to see if he was better than me. You're a monster, Mikhail. A jealous, territorial monster. I rejected him. I stood by you. You hesitated. I was analyzing the threat level. It's what I do. Mikhail's expression shifted. The rage fractured, letting something darker, heavier seep through. His eyes dropped to my mouth, then to the swell of my breasts in the low-cut dress. He stepped into my personal space, his knee driving between my legs, forcing them apart. I'm going to make you forget his name, he said, his voice dropping to a low rumble that vibrated in my chest. Someone will see us, I gasped, glancing at the glass doors. We were in the shadows, but the ballroom was brightly lit. Silhouettes were moving just feet away. Let them, Mikhail snarled. Let them see exactly what happens to what belongs to me. He didn't wait for permission. He reached down and bunched the emerald silk up to my hips. The freezing night air bit into my bare thighs, shocking a gasp out of me. The contrast was insane, the ice of the wind and the furnace heat of his body pressing me against the rail. Too cold for you, Ruby, he taunted. Don't? Not here, I whispered, but my hands were already tightening on his jacket. One scream and I opened the door, he threatened, leaning in so close his lips brushed my ear. You wouldn't. Try me, moya suka. His hand slid into the silk of my panties, shoving the fabric aside. He found me slick. Of course he did. My body was a traitorous, unhinged thing that responded to his violence with wet heat. He groaned, a low, satisfied sound against my neck. Look at me while I take you. He gripped the back of my head, winding his fingers through my hair and yanking gently to force my gaze up. His eyes were black pits. Mikhail, please. Please what? More? He didn't kiss me. He didn't offer any softness. He pushed 2 fingers inside me, hard and deep, establishing a rhythmic, punishing pace. He watched my face, cataloging every twitch, every dilation of my pupils. I bit my lip to stifle a moan, my toes curling inside my heels. The railing dug into my back, grounding me in the pain while he wrecked me with pleasure. Does Maxim look at you like this? He demanded, twisting his fingers inside me. Stop, don't talk about him, I panted, my head falling back. I'll talk about whatever I want while I own your body. He leaned down and licked the shell of my ear, sending a jolt of electricity down my spine. Moya, he whispered. Say it. Tell me who you belong to. He used his thumb to circle my clitoris, relentless, precise. He knew exactly where to touch to shut my brain off. To silence the analyst and leave only the addict. You? I choked out. I'm yours. Good girl. He ramped up the speed. I tried to pull away, it was too much, too fast, too exposed, but he slammed his hips against mine, pinning me to the stone. His free hand flew up to wrap around my throat. Not choking. Just holding. Controlling the airflow. A shadow passed by the glass door. A waiter. Or a guest. I froze, my heart hammering against my ribs. Someone is there. Don't you dare hide from me, he growled against my mouth. Let them see. Let them see my collateral. He drove me to the edge. He commanded my gaze, forcing me to look at him as I unraveled. The pressure built behind my eyes, a white-hot tension coiling in my belly. Give it to me, Ruby, he demanded. I can't stay quiet. You will. For me? And I did. My body seized, spasms rocking through me, as the orgasm tore through my defenses. I buried my face in his shoulder, biting down on the expensive wool of his tuxedo to muffle the broken cry that tried to escape. My nails dug into his back, clawing at him as if he were the only solid thing in a spinning world. That's it, he murmured, his hand still working, milking every last drop of the aftershocks. Scream into me. I hung there, suspended by his grip on my throat, and his hand between my legs, utterly ruined. The cold wind didn't matter anymore. The people inside didn't matter. Moya? Always. He held me there, while my breathing raggedly returned to normal. He didn't pull away immediately. He stroked my hair, a jarringly gentle gesture that confused the hell out of me. "Why do you do this?" I whispered into his neck. "Because I can." He withdrew his hand slowly. The sound was wet and obscene in the quiet night. He produced a crisp white handkerchief from his pocket and cleaned his fingers with a clinical, detached efficiency that made me want to slap him. He folded the silk square and tucked it away. Then he lit a cigarette, the flame of the lighter illuminating the sharp angles of his face. "Fix your dress," he said, blowing smoke into the wind. "We're going back in." "I can't." "My legs," I admitted, my knees trembling. "You will walk and you will smile. You're a Smirnov tonight." We re-entered the party like soldiers returning from a skirmish. My legs felt like jelly, but I locked my knees and lifted my chin. The heat of the room hit me, flushing my cheeks even darker. I saw Maxim immediately. He was leaning against a pillar across the room, swirling a fresh drink. He looked at Mikhail, then at me. His gaze dropped to my flushed chest, then back to my eyes. He smirked. A knowing, vile little twist of his lips. He knew. "He's still watching," I whispered. "Let him watch," Mikhail said, his hand heavy and possessive on my lower back. "He's watching what he can never have. You're using me to hurt him. We're done here." Mikhail signaled Lev with a sharp nod. We moved to the exit, leaving the whispers and the champagne behind. As the valet brought the car around, Mikhail tossed him a gold coin. It was such an archaic, arrogant flex. "Did you get what you wanted, Mikhail?" I asked as the heavy door of the SUV sealed us in. "I always get what I want, Ruby." I collapsed into the leather seat, leaning my forehead against the cold window. The adrenaline was crashing, leaving me hollowed out and angry. I hated him. I hated that I had come apart in his hands while people stood 10 feet away. "Don't turn away from me," Mikhail said from the darkness. "I have nothing left to say to you. You said plenty on that balcony." I picked at a loose thread on the emerald dress, imagining unraveling the whole thing until I was just me again. But I wasn't me anymore. I was something else. Something compatible with this madness. Then I felt it. Mikhail's hand reached across the seat. He didn't grab me. He didn't grope me. He simply found my hand and interlaced our fingers. His palm was rough, calloused from years of violence, but his grip was steady. I froze. This was worse than the sex. The sex I could analyze. The sex was power. This was intimacy. This was a claim on my soul, not just my body. My fingers twitched, instinct screaming at me to pull away, to maintain the boundary. But I didn't. I let him hold my hand in the dark as the streetlights strobed over us. "Sleep, Ruby," he said, his voice dropping the harsh edge. "Tomorrow the real work begins." "You're a confusing man, Mikhail." "I am a man who keeps what is his. Remember that." I closed my eyes, the smell of him, smoke, rain and sex filling the car. I was holding hands with a monster. And the terrifying data point was that I didn't want to let go.
Chapter 11. Mikhail. The screen bled red. I stared at the high-definition monitor in the security hub, my eyes gritty from staring at code for 3 hours straight. The red lines of a data breach were pinging against the estate's firewall, like a heartbeat going into cardiac arrest. It wasn't just a random, brute force attack. It was surgical. It was inside. "It's her signature, Lev." My voice was a gravel pit, low and dangerous even to my own ears. Lev Volkov stood next to the server racks, silent as death. He didn't need to look at the screen to know we were fucked. I traced the glowing red line on the touchscreen with a calloused finger, leaving a faint smudge over the coordinates of the destination server. An offshore drop. The kind federal task forces used when they didn't want a warrant to slow them down. "Nobody else has these keys," I said, the words tasting like ash. "The little mouse is trying to find a hole in my wall." "She was supposed to be working for me, not Miller," I muttered, the betrayal twisting in my gut like a knife. It wasn't just business. If it were just business, I'd handle it like a spreadsheet error. This felt personal. It felt like she'd taken the silk I wrapped her in and braided it into a noose. I remembered the gala. The way she walked into that room, like she owned the oxygen. 12 minutes. She'd been alone for exactly 12 minutes while I was handling the elders in the cigar lounge. Plenty of time for a forensic analyst of her caliber to slip a packet out. Lev stepped forward, the fluorescent light glinting off his bald head. His hand rested habitually on the hilt of his blade. Basement, he said. One word. Efficient. Brutal. He meant straps, waterboarding, and a shallow grave in the woods. I turned on him so fast the air snapped. I don't need your advice on how to handle my property, Lev. She is a liability, Pecan. She stays alive until I say otherwise. I picked up a heavy crystal paperweight from the console desk, weighing it. I imagined bringing it down on something soft. The urge to violence was a buzzing hornet's nest in my skull. Go. Check the perimeter again. I'll deal with the girl. Lev looked at me. He saw the weakness. He saw that I was keeping a rat in the house because I liked the way she squeaked. But he knew better than to argue when I had that look in my eyes. He nodded once and vanished into the shadows of the corridor. I was alone with the humming servers and the stench of ozone. I hit print. The laser printer whirred, spitting out the raw code strings. I snatched the paper while it was still warm. 12 minutes. You couldn't even wait an hour, Elgunya. I walked to the private study adjoining the hub and poured a rye whiskey neat. My hand wanted to crush the glass. I downed it, the burn doing nothing to thaw the ice in my veins. I flicked my gold-plated lighter, holding the flame to the corner of the printout. I watched the fire eat the data headers, curling the paper into black flakes. I gave you silk, and you gave me a rope to hang myself with. I dropped the burning paper into the heavy brass ashtray and watched it die. Then I moved. I strode down the hallway leading to the east wing, shedding my suit jacket as I walked. I dropped it on a velvet chair without breaking stride. My fingers worked the cufflinks loose, tossing the gold studs onto the floor. They pinged and rolled away. I rolled my sleeves up past my elbows, exposing the dark ink of the stars on my shoulders. This wasn't a business meeting. This was a claiming. I paused at a mirror in the hall, adjusting my collar. My reflection stared back, eyes like cold flint, jaw set hard enough to crack teeth. Bliat, I should have broken her fingers the first day. Saved us both the trouble. Clear the floor, I barked at a guard stationed near the stairwell. Nobody comes near this wing. The guard scrambled to obey. Good. He smelled the blood in the water. I reached the double doors of the master suite. I didn't knock. I kicked the door open with the sole of my boot. The wood groaned, the lock mechanism shattering under the force. Ruby jumped. She was sitting in a chair by the window, bathed in moonlight, wearing the silk gown I'd bought her. She looked like a painting. A fucking lying, treacherous painting. I slammed the door shut behind me and twisted the deadbolt. The thud echoed in the massive room. I didn't say a word. I walked to the center of the room and tossed the scorched, crumpled paper onto her lap. Ruby looked up, her green eyes wide. Confusion? Fear. Acting. It had to be acting. She reached for the paper, her fingers trembling. I stepped on her bare foot, pinning her to the chair. She gasped, trying to recoil, but I put my weight into it. Not enough to break bone, but enough to hurt. Explain this, Ruby. Before I lose my patience. She looked at the paper, then up at me, wincing. Mikhail, you're hurting me. Did Miller promise you a witness protection program? I leaned down, invading her space until all she could see was me. A little house with a white fence. Don't lie to me. I can smell the deceit on your skin. I don't know what this is. She tried to shove my leg away. Useless. I didn't send anything. Zatness. I grabbed her by the throat. I didn't squeeze the windpipe. just clamped my hand around her neck to control her head. I forced her to look at me. I saw the logs. You think you're smarter than me because you can play with numbers? You're just a thief who got caught. It's my signature, but I didn't root it. Her voice was sharp, defiant. Even with my hand on her throat, she had the balls to argue. Check the timestamps, Mikhail. The routing is wrong. Lies. I hauled her up by her hair. She cried out, stumbling as I dragged her across the room. She was heavy with dead weight, fighting me, clawing at my wrist. I ignored her nails digging into my skin. I could give you to my men, I growled, bringing my lips to her ear. They haven't seen a woman like you in months. Is that what you want? To be shared? She stiffened against me. Fuck you, Mikhail. Tell me the truth, and maybe I'll only kill you. I spun her around and shoved her hard. She collided with the heavy oak dresser, the impact knocking the breath out of her. A crystal perfume bottle rattled and tipped over, rolling off the edge and shattering on the floor. The smell of expensive florals filled the air, mixing with the scent of her fear. She tried to turn to fight, but I slammed my chest against her back, pinning her to the wood. My hand splayed across her lower back, holding her down. If you want to act like a slave to the feds, I'll treat you like a slave to me. I caught her gaze in the mirror above the dresser. Her pupils were blown wide. Look at yourself, Ruby. See what a traitor looks like. She was panting, her chest heaving against the cold wood. I didn't do it. I reached for my waist. The metallic click of my belt buckle sounded like a gunshot in the quiet room. Ruby froze. Mikhail, don't. I ripped the leather belt through the loops of my trousers. The sound was a sharp hiss. I doubled it over, snapping it taut between my hands. Crack. Don't fight me, Suka. It only makes me want to hurt you more. She tried to scramble sideways, but I was faster. I caught her wrists, dragging them together behind her back. She struggled, kicking back at my shins, but she was a featherweight against a tank. I looped the belt around her wrists, lashing them tight to the heavy brass handle of the dresser drawer. This is for your own protection, I muttered, pulling the leather tight until she winced. So you don't try to run while I'm busy with you. I stepped back for a second, breathing hard. She was bent over the dresser, her ass stuck out, helpless. The dark leather of my belt looked stark against her pale skin. Bound. Owned. Now, let's see what else you're hiding. I stepped up behind her. I grabbed the hem of her silk gown and hiked it up to her waist. Lace. She was wearing the black lace I'd picked out. The sight of it made the rage spike hotter. You dressed for me, Elgunya. I growled, gripping her hips. Or were you hoping the feds would see this too? I dressed for myself, she spat at the mirror. Moya. Every inch of you. I didn't bother with finesse. I hooked my fingers into the lace of her panties and ripped. The fabric gave way with a satisfying tear. I tossed the scraps to the floor. I jammed 2 fingers inside her. Hard. Crude. She gasped, her head falling forward, forehead knocking against the mirror. I pumped my fingers, checking her. She was slick. Wet. Betraying her own words. My body responded instantly, blood rushing south. Look how wet you are for a traitor, I snarled, watching her face in the glass. Her cheeks were flushed, eyes glazed. Your body knows who its master is, even if your head doesn't. Mikhail, please. Please what? Please stop. Or please fuck you, until you forget your own name. I didn't wait for an answer. I freed myself from my trousers and lined up. I grabbed her hips, my fingers digging in hard enough to bruise and thrust. One motion. Buried to the hilt. The dresser groaned under the impact. Ruby screamed, a raw sound that got cut off as her head thumped rhythmically against the mirror. I didn't give her a second to adjust. I started a punishing rhythm, slamming into her, driving her chest into the wood. Tell me. I roared, gripping her hair and yanking her head back. Who were you talking to? Nobody. She sobbed, her hips bucking back to meet me despite herself. Whose name is on that server? I leaned over her, my teeth sinking into the sensitive cord of her neck. I bit down hard, tasting the copper tang of blood. She keened, a high, desperate sound. I reached around, my hand finding her clit, rubbing aggressively. This wasn't lovemaking. This was an interrogation. I wanted to wring the truth out of her, along with the pleasure. Come for me, Suka. Come while you tell me the truth. I can't. I didn't. You're mine. Not Miller's. Mine. I picked up the pace, my movements frantic, animalistic. The room was heating up, the smell of sex and leather and sweat choking the air. I stared into the mirror, locking eyes with her reflection. Look at me, I commanded. Don't you dare close your eyes. She stared back, tears streaming down her face, but the fire was there. The arousal. The need. Whose are you? I demanded, driving deep, hitting that spot that made her toes curl. Yours, she screamed. I'm yours, damn you. She broke. Her body arched, clamped around me, shuddering violently. The orgasm tore through her, and the sight of her unraveling, bound and screaming my name, shattered the last of my control. I groaned, a low guttural roar, and emptied myself into her. I bit her shoulder to stifle the sound, my weight collapsing onto her back as the waves hit me. We stayed like that for a long minute. The silence of the room returned, heavy and thick, broken only by our ragged breathing. My sweat dripped onto her bare back. Slowly, the haze cleared. The rage cooled into a dull, throbbing ache in my chest. I pulled out and stepped back. I adjusted my clothes with mechanical precision. Ruby was slumped over the dresser, her legs trembling, wrists still bound. I reached out and undid the belt. The leather came loose, leaving angry red welts on her skin. I ran my thumb over them, a sick feeling settling in my stomach. I hope it was worth it, Ruby, I said, my voice hollow. You'll stay here. Locked in. Until I find out the truth. I turned to leave, grabbing my belt. Check the ghost port. Her voice was weak, raspy, but steady. She didn't turn around. She pulled her torn gown up over her shoulders with shaking hands. I stopped. What? She turned then, leaning against the dresser for support. Her eyes were red-rimmed but dry. The analyst was back. Check the ghost port, Mikhail, she said, her voice dripping with ice. If you were half the pecan you think you are, you'd know I'm being framed. The signature is mine, but the injection point is a mirror site. It's a technical impossibility for that terminal. She looked at her bruised wrists, then up at me with a glare that could strip paint. You broke me for nothing. I stared at her. The technical detail, it was specific. Too specific to be a desperate lie. Pashal Nakui, she whispered. Go look at your screens again. I stood there for a second, the belt dangling from my hand. A cold pit of dread opened up in my stomach. If she was right, if she was innocent, then the breach wasn't just a leak. It was a setup. And I had just played right into it. I turned and walked out, slamming the door on the only thing in this godforsaken world that made me feel anything.
Chapter 12. Ruby. The sound of leather sliding through a clenched fist is a noise I'm going to hear in my nightmares for the rest of my life. Assuming I have a life left to live after the next 10 minutes. Mikhail Smirnov is a shadow pacing the perimeter of his own study. A massive stalking predator in a bespoke suit that probably costs more than my student loans. The air smells like expensive tobacco and the ozone of my own terror. My wrists are burning, the skin chafed raw from where he had me restrained earlier, and my knees feel like they're made of water, but I lock them straight. I refuse to crumble. Not now. Not when he's looking at me like I'm a bug he hasn't decided whether to crush or dissect. He stops. The click of his boots on the hardwood is a countdown I don't know how to stop. Who is the contact, Ruby? His voice is a low vibration that rattles my ribs. It's not a shout. It's worse. It's the calm before a bomb goes off. Give me a reason not to break you. I flinch, trying to pull my sleeve down to cover the red marks on my wrists, but the fabric is shredded. I look like a disaster. I feel like a disaster. But if I don't change the narrative in the next 60 seconds, he's going to stop talking and start breaking things. Probably my bones. You're wasting your breath, Mikhail, I say, my voice trembling before I force it steady. I hate that he makes me shake. I hate that my body reacts to his proximity with this traitorous mix of fear and adrenaline. If I were the mole, I'd be smart enough to have a better exit strategy than this. You think I'd be sitting here waiting for you to find me if I had $50 million worth of leverage? Your smarts are what make you dangerous, Suka. He winds the belt around his knuckles again. Snap. Tight. I don't have patience for games. Then stop playing them. I lift my chin. My heart is hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird, but I force myself to look him in the eye. I need to channel the forensic analyst, the woman who walks into boardrooms and tells CEOs they're being embezzled by their own CFOs. I need to treat him like a data point, not a monster. Look at the data, not the woman you want to punish. You're blinded by your own paranoia. It's making you sloppy. He freezes. The insult lands. Telling a bratva pecan he's sloppy is basically suicide by words, but I'm already halfway to the grave, so what's the difference? Sloppy? He steps closer, looming over me. Careful. Check the routing, Mikhail, I snap, tapping my temple with a shaking finger. If you can still read code through all that bloodlust. Check the transaction ID. He stares at me, his flint-colored eyes narrowing. He's listening. The predator is pausing. 0x4 Alpha 9 or 7, I recite. The numbers are burned into my brain. I see them every time I close my eyes. Does that look like Miller's badge number to you? Does that look like a federal encryption key? The leather belt goes slack in his hand. The silence in the room is sudden and heavy, broken only by the ticking of a grandfather clock in the corner that sounds way too loud. It's a shadow ledger, Mikhail, I push, stepping into the space he's vacated. A ghost in your own machine. If I wanted you dead, I wouldn't have left a trail. This trail was meant to be found. But not by me. By someone inside. Explain, he growls. The call is coming from inside the house, Mikhail. I grip the edge of his heavy mahogany desk to keep my hands from shaking. This is it. The gamble. The internal siphon is routed through a sector designated to the Smirnov family, inner circle. Specifically, the encryption keys used match those issued to your brother's wing of the organization. The accusation hangs in the air like smoke. I just pointed a gun at his brother. Now I see if he pulls the trigger on me or him. Maxim? His voice drops an octave. It's terrifying. Your brother's sector. The digital signature is unmistakable, I say, my voice gaining strength. Go ahead, kill me. But you'll still be losing $50 million a month to the man who shares your name. He doesn't say a word. He reaches out and I flinch, bracing for a blow, but he grabs my upper arm in a grip that bruises. He hauls me toward his high-end workstation, shoving his ergonomic leather chair back with a violent kick. Sit, he commands. Show me. If you're lying, I'll take your fingers one by one. I fall into the chair, the leather still warm from his body. He leans over me, one hand slamming onto the desk next to the keyboard, the other resting on the back of my neck. His thumb traces the base of my skull, a threat and a caress all at once. The heat radiating from his chest is overwhelming. He smells like sandalwood and violence. Move. Now, he orders. Log in. Use the bypass. My fingers fly across the mechanical keyboard, the click-clack sound echoing in the quiet study. I'm in my element now. The code doesn't care about Russian mobsters. The code is pure. I enter the command prompts, bypassing the glossy user interface he uses to pretend he's a legitimate businessman. I pull up the back-end logs, the raw data streaming down the screen in stark white text against black. There, I point, my voice dry. I need water. See the hop? It bypasses the main firewall through the kitchen's Wi-Fi bridge. It's sloppy coding, but it's effective because nobody checks the appliances. I highlight a block of text. The authorization code is K-Alpha-73. That's your brother's personal override. I glance up at him. His face is inches from mine, illuminated by the blue glow of the dual monitors. He's reading every line with that surgical precision he's famous for. I didn't leak it, Mikhail, I whisper. I found the person who was already stealing it. He stares at the screen for an eternity. The high-pitched whine of the hard drive seems deafening. I can smell my own fear sweat mixing with his cologne. He's processing the betrayal. His own blood. While he was busy torturing me, his brother was robbing him blind. Maxim? The name leaves his lips like a curse. His grip on my shoulder tightens, painful and grounding, then slowly relaxes. His large fingers smooth over the fabric of my dress, almost absently. He thought I wouldn't look. He thought I was too distracted by you. You were, I say, because I have zero survival instincts apparently. You're telling the truth, he mutters. Short. He stands up straight, the sudden movement making me jump. He shuts the laptop lid with a definitive snap. The room changes. The interrogation is over. This is a war room now. He looks down at me, and for the first time, he's not looking at a prisoner. He's looking at an asset. Stay where you are. Don't move, he orders. He runs a hand through his dark hair, messing up the perfect style. It makes him look unhinged. You've done more for me in 10 minutes than my men have done in 10 months. I don't need your praise, Mikhail. I need my freedom. I don't apologize, Ruby, he says, ignoring me completely. But I recognize a tool when I see one. He moves back into my personal space. The rage is still there, simmering under the surface, but it's no longer directed at me. He looks at my ruined clothes, the red marks on my jaw where he held me too tight. He pulls a silk handkerchief from his pocket and offers it to me. Wipe your face, he says. Bliat. Look at what you made me do, Ruby. I didn't make you do anything, I snap, snatching the silk from him. It's soft, cool against my heated skin. You did this because you're a paranoid psychopath. You should have told me sooner. Why did you wait until I was ready to skin you? Maybe because you had me tied to a chair? You're either very brave or very stupid. He reaches out and hooks a thick finger under my chin, forcing me to look up at him. His thumb brushes over the bruise on my jaw. It's possessive. There's a new heat in his eyes, not the cold flint of the executioner, but something darker. Something hungry. You're useful, Suka. More useful than I thought. My breath hitches. His chest brushes against my arm. I should pull away. I should be repulsed. But the adrenaline crash is hitting me hard, and my brain is seeking an anchor. I don't like being wrong, he murmurs, his voice dropping to a gravelly purr. But I like what you found even less. He leans in, his breath fanning over my lips. Moya umnitsa. My clever girl. Moya. Mine. It should make me sick. It should make me run. But instead it makes me feel safe. How pathetic is that? I'm standing in the center of a storm with the devil, and I'm relieved he's claiming me. I lean my face into his palm, closing my eyes. I can't help it. It's a moment of total psychological surrender. I wrap my small hand around his thick wrist, feeling the heavy thrum of his pulse beneath the skin. Just stop it, Mikhail, I whisper. Stop the games. I gave you what you wanted, I add, opening my eyes to find him watching me with dilated pupils. Now give me something else. You want this, don't you? After everything. His other hand goes to the small of my back, crushing me against his solid frame. The buckle of his belt presses into my stomach. You're a little monster, Ruby. My little monster. Tell me you belong to me. Tell me now. I'm not going anywhere, I say, my voice trembling. You've made sure of that. He growls, a low animal sound in his throat, and crashes his mouth down onto mine. It's not a kiss. It's a collision. It's deep, possessive, and starving. He tastes like salt and iron and expensive whiskey. I respond with equal desperation, my hands clawing at the back of his suit jacket, pulling him closer. We are two people who nearly destroyed each other 10 minutes ago, now trying to fuse together. Zatness and kiss me, he demands against my lips. Moya? Only mine. Don't stop, I gasp. Don't you dare stop. He breaks the kiss only to sweep his arm across the desk. Pens, the ledger printouts, a crystal glass of whiskey, everything goes flying. The glass shatters somewhere on the floor, but neither of us flinches. He lifts me up, his hands under my thighs, and seats me on the edge of the mahogany. Look at me, he commands. This is where you belong. Under me. He steps between my legs, his presence massive. He rucks up the silk of my dress, his hands large and rough against the sensitive skin of my inner thighs. He doesn't bother with finesse. He grips my hips with a strength that anchors me to the wood. You're shaking, Ruby. Make me stop thinking, Mikhail, I beg, hooking my heels into the small of his back. I pull him so close our belt buckles clink together. Please. Just now. He frees himself, his eyes never leaving mine. I'm going to make you forget everything else. He enters me in one smooth deep thrust that steals the air from my lungs. I gasp, my head falling back, my spine arching. He groans, burying his face in the crook of my neck, inhaling me like I'm the only oxygen in the room. Moya? He bites down on my shoulder, stifling a roar. God, you're tight. The rhythm is fast, uncompromising. He uses his hands to pull me toward him with every thrust, making sure there is zero space between us. I meet him, my nails digging into his shoulders through the fabric of his shirt. The desk thuds rhythmically against the wall, a steady drumbeat to our madness. Harder, I breathe. Don't you dare stop. He pulls back just enough to look me in the eye, his face a mask of dark intensity. He brushes a lock of sweat-damp hair away from my eyes. Even now, he needs to see me. He needs to know I know who owns me. Moya umnitsa, he grits out. You're too smart for your own good, Suka. The praise hits me harder than the physical sensation. In his twisted way, he's proud of me. The tension coils tight in my belly, radiating outward. I grip the edge of the desk, my knuckles white. Mikhail, please. Take it, he growls, his pace increasing, becoming animalistic. Take all of it. The climax hits me like a freight train. I cry out, my body shuddering around him. He follows me seconds later, biting down on the junction of my neck and shoulder to stifle his own shout. His hands bruise my waist, holding me still for every last pulse. Mine, he breathes against my skin. Only mine. We stay like that for a long time, the silence of the room returning slowly. The fire in the hearth has burned down to embers. He rests his forehead against my shoulder, his heavy breathing syncing with mine. He nuzzles the spot he just bit, a rare, almost tender gesture. Stay still, he murmurs. Don't move yet. I don't want to move. I want to live in this bubble where the only thing that matters is his weight and his heat. But the world is still turning outside this room. Maxim is still a traitor. The ledger is still missing. He withdraws slowly, the loss of contact making me shiver. He presses a kiss to my forehead, brief, firm, respectful, before stepping back. The pecan mask slips back into place instantly. He adjusts his clothes, checking his cuffs, the cold monster returning as quickly as he left. Clean up, he says, his voice flat. He tosses me his discarded silk robe to cover my torn dress. We have work to do. I wrap the robe around me, watching him walk to the desk phone. He dials a number, his posture rigid. Lev, he says into the receiver. Bring him to the cellar. Not the brother. The lieutenant. The one who authorized the bridge. He pauses, listening. I want the instruments ready. Seal the perimeter. Nobody leaves. Not even family. He hangs up and turns back to me. His eyes are cold again, but when they land on me, there's a flicker of that heat. You started this, Ruby. You're going to see how it ends. What do you mean? I ask, tightening the belt of the robe. You're coming with me, he says, walking toward the heavy oak doors. I don't like my assets looking messy. Fix your hair. 10 minutes. Don't be late. He opens the door and walks out, leaving me alone in the wreckage of the study. I look at the shattered glass on the floor. I look at the computer screen, still glowing with the evidence I found. I touch my lips, feeling the sting and the swelling. Pashal Nakui, Mikhail. I catch my reflection in the dark window. I look disheveled, bruised, and wrecked. But my eyes look sharper than they have in years. I'm not just a forensic analyst anymore. I'm the woman who points the pecan at his enemies. I'm still here. And I think I like it.
Chapter 13. Mikhail. I didn't let her walk. I marched her. My hand was a vice on the nape of her neck, thumb digging into the base of her skull just hard enough to bruise, just soft enough to keep her moving without snapping her spine. We moved down the corridor toward the basement levels, the air getting colder with every step, the humidity dropping until the atmosphere was nothing but concrete dust and the low vibrating hum of the estate's industrial generators. She stumbled. Her heels clicked unevenly on the polished concrete, the sound sharp and frantic like a trapped bird beating its wings against a cage. I felt the hesitation radiate through her skin, a tremor starting at her spine and trying to reject the destination. She knew where we were going. She's smart. That's her problem. She's too smart to pretend this is a tour. Don't fight the gravity, Ruby, I said, my voice bouncing off the sterile walls. It only makes the descent harder. She didn't answer. She just tried to lean back, away from the heavy steel door at the end of the hall. I could smell the bleach from here. Industrial grade. The kind that burns the nose hairs and masks the copper tang of spilled life. Keep your head up, I ordered. My leather gloves squeaked against her skin as I adjusted my grip, forcing her chin up. I wasn't going to let her look at her feet. Not for this. Lev was waiting by the door. He looked like a statue carved out of granite and bad intentions, his face void of anything resembling humanity. He didn't look at Ruby. He knew better. She was walking dead or she was property, and until I decided which, she didn't exist to him. Open the door, Lev. The heavy steel groaned, hinges protesting as Lev threw the bolt and swung it wide. The smell hit us instantly, a chemical punch to the gut. The wet room. A white tile box, soundproofed, waterproofed, and soul-proofed. A single drain in the center of the floor, perfectly positioned to catch the waste. And the waste was strapped to the chair. Grigory looked like shit. His face was a topographic map of purple and black, one eye swollen shut, his lips split so wide I could see his teeth through the gap. Sweat slicked his forehead, glistening like oil under the single harsh overhead bulb. He was breathing in wet, ragged gasps that rattled in his chest. Ruby stopped dead. Her body went rigid against me, every muscle locking up. I felt her heart rate spike against my palm, a frantic drumbeat against her vertebrae. Her eyes went wide, pupils blowing out until the green was just a thin rim around the black terror. She took in the plastic sheeting taped to the lower half of the walls, the tray of instruments, the man who had sold us out. Her hand flew to her throat, fingers brushing the spot where my thumb usually rested. A phantom choke. Look at him, Ruby, I murmured, pushing her forward, breaking her paralysis with force. Do you recognize him? She didn't speak. She couldn't. He's the reason for your bruises, I whispered, leaning down so my lips brushed her ear. He's the reason you spent 3 days thinking you were going to die in a hole. Grigory. My trusted accountant. She tried to turn her head away. I caught her chin in a grip that promised pain if she resisted, forcing her gaze back to the center of the room. I wasn't protecting her. I was corrupting her. I needed to see if she had the stomach for the cost of my protection. Most civilians throw up the second they smell the blood. I needed to know if she was just another liability or if she could stand in the fire. Don't look away, I said, my tone flat. Not even to blink. I shoved her toward the wall, positioning her where the splatter wouldn't reach her pristine clothes, but the view was unobstructed. High definition horror. Stay right there, Moya Ruby. I stepped away from her, the loss of contact immediate and cold. I started unbuttoning my jacket, movements slow, rhythmic. I pulled the bespoke fabric off my shoulders and handed it to Lev without looking at him. "Take the jacket, Lev. Get the kit." He took it. I unfastened my silver cufflinks, feeling the cool metal slide through the silk, and tucked them into my trouser pocket. I rolled up my sleeves, revealing the blackwork tattoos that wrapped my forearms like armor. The ink seemed darker in this light, the lines sharp against my skin. Grigory started to make a noise. A high, keening whimper. I walked to the tray. The metal instruments gleamed under the light. I picked up a surgical scalpel, the weight familiar and balanced. I tested the edge with my gloved thumb. Sharp. "You thought you were clever, Grigory," I said, keeping my voice conversational like we were discussing the weather or the quarterly earnings. "The ghost port. The digital trail. You thought you could hide 50 million inside a rounding error." "Mikhail, please." Grigory's voice cracked, wet and desperate. "My debts, they were going to kill my wife. I had no choice." I stopped, looking at him. His excuses were boring. Everyone has a debt. Everyone has a wife or a mother or a sick dog. It doesn't matter. "Debt is a heavy burden," I agreed. "Let me lighten it for you." I walked closer. Grigory flinched, straining against the leather straps, the chair legs scraping against the tile. "She found you," I said, gesturing to Ruby with the scalpel. "A little bird with a sharp mind. She dug through the numbers you thought were buried, and she found the rot." I looked back at Ruby. She was pressed against the tiles, her chest heaving, her breaths coming in short, visible puffs in the cold air. She looked like a trapped emerald, vibrant and terrified. "He sold your life for a few thousand rubles," I told her, pointing the blade at the bruises on her arms, the fading yellow marks where my men had grabbed her during the raid. "Does your heart still bleed for him, Ruby?" She stared at me, her lips parting, trembling. She didn't say stop. She didn't beg for his life. She just watched. "This is for the marks on your skin," I said. I turned back to Grigory. I didn't hesitate. I didn't speechify. I grabbed his right hand, the hand that typed the code, and pinned it to the armrest. A hand that bites the master should be removed. I made the cut. It wasn't a slash. It was precise. I severed the tendon in his wrist. The skin parted like wet silk. The blood welled up, bright and fast, spilling over his palm and dripping onto the white floor. Grigory screamed. It was a high-pitched, animal sound that bounced off the tiles and drilled into the ears. It ended in a wet gurgle as he choked on his own spit. "Quiet, Grigory," I said, bored. "You're scaring the lady." I watched the blood pool. I wiped a stray drop off my cheek with the back of my hand, leaving a red smear. "Watch the color, Ruby," I called out over the sobbing. "Life is a bright red thing. It's vibrant." I stepped back, letting the man weep. I turned my full attention to her. She was pale, her knuckles white as she gripped her own elbows, holding herself together. But she hadn't looked away. Her eyes were locked on me. Not on the dying man. On me. A dark, predatory pride curled in my gut. She wasn't breaking. She was absorbing it. "Still standing?" I asked. She nodded. A tiny, jerky movement. "Good. Don't blink now." I moved back to Grigory. He was babbling now, incoherent prayers to a god that wasn't listening. I leaned in close, the smell of his fear pungent and sour. "Pochevja v Miri," I whispered. "Rest in peace." I didn't draw it out. I wasn't a sadist, I was an executioner. There is a difference. One enjoys the pain, the other enjoys the result. I drew the blade across his jugular in one fluid, practiced motion. Deep. Absolute. The sound was immediate, a wet tear, then the spray. Blood hit the plastic sheeting with a heavy rhythmic patter, like rain. Grigory slumped, the fight draining out of him along with his life. The gurgling stopped. The sobbing stopped. Silence rushed back into the room, heavy and oppressive. I stood there for a heartbeat, my chest rising and falling, the adrenaline starting to hum in my veins. It's a familiar rhythm. The kill is necessary, but the feeling after, that's the drug. The power. The absolute control over a human existence. I wiped the scalpel on a white cloth, turning the fabric red, and tossed it onto Grigori's lap. I looked at Lev. Take him to the furnace. Bleach the floor twice. I'm finished here. Lev stepped forward with a heavy-duty black bag, unzipping it with a loud zzzzzip that cut through the quiet. He started to unstrap the body. Get out, Lev, I barked suddenly. Lev paused, hand on the buckle. He looked at me, then at Ruby, who looked like she'd been struck by lightning. Leave us. Now. The body, Pecan. Leave it. Get out. Lev didn't argue. He knew that tone. He dropped the strap, turned on his heel, and walked out. The heavy steel door slammed shut, and the bolt slid home with a final tomb-like clack. We were alone. Just me, Ruby, and the cooling corpse. The generator lights flickered as the system cycled, casting long shadows across the tiles. I turned fully toward her. I knew what I looked like. Blood flecks on my white shirt. A smear on my face. Eyes dilated with the rush of the kill. I felt like a god and a demon all at once, and I needed an outlet for the violence that was still screaming in my blood. I stalked toward her. Ruby was pinned against the wall. She watched me come, her chest heaving. She didn't run. Where would she go? I kicked aside a piece of plastic sheeting that had drifted into my path. I closed the distance until I was looming over her, blocking out the light, blocking out the room. Do you see me now, Ruby? I growled, my voice rough, deeper than before. No more corporate lies. No more suits and boardrooms. This is my world. Tell me you aren't terrified. I slammed my palms against the tiles on either side of her head. The sound cracked like a whip. I leaned in, my nose almost touching hers. I could smell her terror. It smelled like sweat and expensive floral shampoo. Say it, I demanded. Are you afraid of the man or the knife? Look at me when you speak. Her eyes were searching my face, frantic, darting from the blood on my cheek to the darkness in my eyes. I'm terrified, she whispered. Her voice was trembling, barely audible. Good. Terror looks beautiful on you, I muttered. It makes you feel alive in my hands. I reached out, my thumb still wet with Grigori's blood. I traced the line of her jaw. I marked her cheek, leaving a stark red streak against her pale skin. A claim. A signature. You're marked now, I said, watching the red stain sit on her skin. Mine. Do you feel that? That's your heart, trying to escape. I could see the pulse jumping in her throat. She flinched at the wet, sticky touch, but then she did something that made my brain short-circuit. Her hands came up. She grabbed my wrists. Her fingers dug into my pulse points, her nails biting into my skin. She wasn't pushing me away. She was pulling me closer. She was anchoring herself to the monster, because the rest of the room was too much to process. Don't pull away, she gasped, her eyes wide, glassy. You did this to me. Make me forget him. My control snapped. The cable holding back the beast frayed and broke. She's asking for it, I thought. She's begging for the monster to swallow her whole. I crashed my mouth onto hers. It wasn't a kiss. It was a collision. A violent claiming. I tasted iron and rage and her sweet panicked breath. My tongue sought hers with a desperate hunger, sweeping through her mouth like I could scrub the taste of death out of the air with just friction. Ruby made a sound against my lips, a whimpering moan that vibrated straight into my cock. I slammed her back against the tiles, tangling my fingers in her hair, gripping the strands tight enough to snap a few. I held her head still, devouring her. The cold wall against her back, my searing body against her front. You're not going anywhere, I growled against her mouth. Look at me while I take you. Yes, Suka, feel me. I didn't have patience for finesse. The adrenaline from the execution had turned into a hard, diamond-edged lust. I needed to be inside her. I needed to feel life gripping me, to counteract the stillness of the body 5 feet away. I roughly hiked her skirt up to her waist, bunching the expensive silk in my fist. My hand, large, callous, dangerous, gripped her thigh with bruising force. I squeezed, leaving red finger marks on the pale skin of her inner thigh. "Open for me," I ordered. "Show me how much you want this. Don't hide." Ruby was clawing at my shoulders now. Her nails dug through my shirt, scraping skin. She was matching my energy, her fear transmuting into something frantic and needy. Her legs coiled around my waist, pulling me in, closing the gap. She ripped a button off my shirt in her haste. It pinged off the tile floor, rolling away toward the drain. "More," she panted, biting my lower lip. "Don't stop. Mikhail, please." That name. My name on her lips in this room. It was the only permission I needed. I tore at my belt. The buckle clattered loudly as it hit the floor. The sound echoed like a gunshot. I shoved my trousers down, freeing myself. I was rock hard, painfully so, the blood pumping so fast I could hear it rushing in my ears. "Now, Ruby," I hissed. "Right here. Beside the ghost." I didn't bother with preparation. There was no time. The spit and the slickness of her own arousal would have to be enough. I lifted her leg higher, bracing it against my hip, and thrust inside her in one smooth, devastating motion. I buried myself to the hilt. The impact knocked the wind out of her. Her head thudded back against the tile. "Mikhail, short," she gasped, a strangled sob. She was tight. So tight, it felt like she was trying to wring the life out of me. I held still for a second, letting her adjust to the invasion, letting the heat of her encompass me. "Moya," I groaned. "Take it all. You were made for me." I started to move. I set a punishing pace, slamming into her with rhythmic, violent force. My hips ground against hers, bone on bone. The impact reverberated through her spine and into the wall. I wasn't just fucking her, I was erasing everything else. I was making sure that when she closed her eyes tonight, she wouldn't see Grigori's dead face. She would see mine. "Say my name," I snarled, biting down on the sensitive cord of her neck. "Who do you belong to?" "Louder, Suka." "Mikhail," she cried out. "You. I belong to you." I left a bruise on her throat with my teeth, a dark purple mark just above her collarbone. Another brand. "T. Moya," I whispered harshly against her skin. "Only me. I'll kill anyone who looks at you." Ruby wrapped her ankles behind my back, locking me in. She was clinging to me, like I was a life raft in a hurricane. She demanded I go harder, her nails raking down my back. "Harder," she begged. "Don't let me go. Fill me up." She was addicted to the danger. I could feel it. The proximity to death made the pleasure sharper, more desperate. We were the same. Broken, jagged pieces that only fit together when we were cutting each other. I moved my hand between our bodies. My thumb, the one still stained with the traitor's blood, found her sensitive center. I ground against it, rough and unyielding, while I continued to piston into her. "Watch this," I commanded, forcing her to look at me, to see the madness in my eyes. "Come for me. Everything for the pecan." Her eyes rolled back. Her body arched, tightening around me like a vice. She screamed my name, the sound echoing off the cold tiles, drowning out the hum of the generator. "Mikhail. Oh God. Pashal Nakui, please." She shattered. I felt her release hit in waves, her muscles clamping down on me, milking me. It triggered my own. I couldn't hold back. I groaned, a low guttural animal sound, and drove deep one last time. I spilled into her with forceful, jerking thrusts, emptying myself completely. I held her against the wall, my weight pinning her, my forehead resting against hers as I came. "Zatnus and take it," I breathed. "All mine. Don't move a muscle." We stayed like that for minutes. Panting. Sweating. The condensation on the tiles mixed with our sweat. The scent of sex was thick in the air, violent and musk-heavy, warring with the bleach and the copper smell of blood. The drain gurgled nearby. A reminder. I withdrew slowly. The The sound was wet and loud in the quiet room. Ruby slid down the wall until her feet touched the floor, her legs wobbling. I caught her before she could fall, my hands steadying her by the waist. I looked into her eyes. I checked for the break. I checked for the disgust. I didn't find it. I found a dark, simmering resolve. Her pupils were still blown wide, but she wasn't looking at the door. She was looking at me. "You're still here," I said, wiping the sweat from her forehead with my thumb, avoiding the blood smear I'd put there earlier. "You didn't look away. You're a Smirnov woman now." She didn't speak. She just leaned into my touch, her breathing slowly leveling out. I adjusted her clothes. My hands, which had just taken a life and then taken her body, were surprisingly steady. I smoothed her silk skirt. I tucked a messy lock of hair behind her ear. "Now you know what I am," I said quietly. "And you're still here." I kissed her forehead. It wasn't soft, but it was the closest thing to tenderness I had left in me. "Let's go," I said, turning her toward the heavy steel door. "We have work to do." I didn't look back at the body. The garbage was Lev's problem now. My problem was walking beside me, bruised, marked, and entirely mine.
Chapter 14. Ruby. My eyes felt like someone had taken a handful of sand and rubbed it directly into my corneas. I blinked, trying to clear the haze, but the blue light of the triple monitors burned right through my eyelids. 4 hours. I hadn't moved from this oversized leather chair in 4 hours, my fingers clawing at the mechanical keyboard like I was trying to dig my way out of a grave. This wasn't just a ledger. It was a labyrinth designed by a psychopath with a PhD in economics. Mikhail hadn't just hidden his money, he'd buried it under layers of shell companies that behaved more like ghosts than legal entities. I pushed my glasses up the bridge of my nose with a trembling finger, leaving a greasy smudge on the lens that I was too exhausted to wipe off. "Focus, Ruby," I muttered, the sound of my own voice startling in the dead silence of the study. "Just one more firewall." The cursor blinked at me, mocking my fatigue. I executed a string of command lines, bypassing the front-end encryption that would have stopped the feds in their tracks. A waterfall of data flooded the center screen, names, dates, routing numbers. I froze. My hand hovered over the mouse, the scrolling wheel clicking once, twice, then stopping dead. I wasn't looking at drug money anymore. I was looking at the logos of major Western defense contractors. I saw the private account numbers of political PACs that pretended to hate Russia on CNN while cashing checks from Moscow in the dark. I gripped the edge of the mahogany desk so hard the wood bit into my palms. Short, he owns them. He actually owns them all. This wasn't a ledger. It was a kill list for the global economy. If I finished this audit, I wouldn't just be a witness to a crime, I'd be an accomplice to history. Mikhail Smirnov wasn't just a gangster. He was a tectonic plate. And I was the only one looking at the seismograph. I rubbed my temples, trying to map the Volgograd route. $50 million had vanished through a series of ghost ports, but the math didn't add up. It was too clean. Too slippery. "Where is the leak?" I whispered, leaning closer to the screen until the pixels blurred. "There has to be a decimal error somewhere. You're too smart for them, Mikhail. But you're not smarter than the math." The heavy oak doors behind me swung open. I didn't hear the latch click. I didn't hear footsteps. Just the sudden shift in air pressure, like a vacuum sealing shut. My heart slammed against my ribs, adrenaline spiking through my exhaustion. I spun the chair around, my hand flying to my throat. Mikhail stood in the doorway. He didn't look like a killer today. He looked like a king who had just finished signing execution orders. He was wearing a charcoal vest over a white shirt, sleeves rolled up to his elbows, exposing the black ink that crawled over the thick muscles of his forearms. In his hands, he held a silver tray. The disconnect was so jarring I almost laughed. The man who had pinned me to a wall yesterday was now playing room service. He walked in, setting the tray down on the corner of the desk with a deliberate clink. The smell of fresh black espresso and sliced green apples cut through the stale air of the room. You haven't moved in 4 hours, Ruby. His voice was low, a rumble that vibrated in the floorboards. I'm working, I snapped, turning back to the screens. I hated that my body automatically leaned toward him, seeking his heat like a plant desperate for a dark sun. You wanted the leak found. I'm finding it. Eat, he commanded, ignoring my attitude. I need your brain sharp, not starving. He didn't leave. Instead, he moved behind me. I felt him there, a wall of solid muscle radiating heat through the silk of the robe he'd forced me to wear. He placed one hand on the back of my chair and the other on the desk, effectively caging me in. I stared straight ahead, trying to focus on the code, but my peripheral vision was filled with his forearms. He smelled like tobacco and cold winter air, a scent that triggered a confusing mix of fear and safety. He leaned down, his face next to my ear. Explain the Volgograd deviation. Now? His breath ghosted over my neck. I shivered, hating myself for it. Don't look at me, he murmured, his voice dropping an octave. Look at the data. Tell me who is stealing from me. I swallowed hard, forcing my analyst brain to reboot. I pointed a pen at the middle monitor, my hand shaking slightly before I locked it down. It's here, I said, my voice gaining strength as the numbers took over. The encryption wasn't broken from the outside. It was a man-in-the-middle attack, but manual. Someone with physical access to the server farm in Volgograd swapped the routing keys. Mikhail stayed silent, his eyes tracking the lines of code with predatory speed. See this? I tapped the screen. It's a mirrored account. The money never left the port, it was just renamed. Your bookkeeper wasn't just lazy, Mikhail. He was suicidal. He created a duplicate ledger to skim the rounding errors, but he got greedy. I waited for him to explode. To throw the tray. To break something. Instead, he let out a low, gravelly hum. His hand moved from the back of the chair to my shoulder, his grip tightening. His thumb dug into the knot of tension at the base of my neck, kneading it with a strength that bordered on painful. My brother said you were a liability, Mikhail said softly. He was wrong. My breath hitched. A compliment from this monster was more addictive than the caffeine sitting on the tray. It was sick. It was twisted. And I wanted another one. You have a beautiful mind, Ruby, he continued, his thumb tracing the line of my collarbone. It would be a waste to paint the walls with it. I'm just doing the job, I whispered, the validation curling in my gut like smoke. But the brain cannot work alone, can it? Before I could process the shift in his tone, he spun my chair around. The movement was abrupt, violent. I grabbed the armrest to steady myself. Mikhail didn't step back. He stepped between my knees, forcing my legs apart with his thighs. He looked down at me, his eyes shifting from cold flint to burning charcoal. You've been a very good girl today, Ruby. Very productive. My stomach dropped. The professional session was over. The payment for his approval was due. Mikhail, Zatness. He dropped to his knees. He didn't do it with humility. He descended with the slow, deliberate grace of a predator claiming new territory. He sank to the floor between my legs, the expensive fabric of his trousers pressing into the plush rug. My heart hammered a frantic rhythm against my ribs. What are you doing? Stay still, he ordered, his voice rough. Keep your hands on that desk. He reached for the silk belt of my robe. With a slow, agonizing pull, the knot came undone. The fabric parted, revealing the lace underwear I wore underneath, another gift I hadn't asked for. Mikhail looked at the lace, then up at my face. I want to see if you can keep calculating while I take what's mine. He gripped my ankles, his fingers like iron bands, and yanked me forward until my hips were at the very edge of the leather seat. My heels kicked reflexively against his chest, but he didn't flinch. Open for me, Moya. I did. I didn't want to, or maybe I did, and that was the problem. My legs fell open, exposing me to the cool air of the study and his burning gaze. He hooked his thumbs into the delicate lace at my hips. There was no gentle slide, no teasing removal. With a single sharp tug, the fabric snapped. The sound of tearing lace was loud in the silent room, violent and final. He tossed the ruined scraps aside like trash. They landed near the apples on the silver tray. "You won't be needing these," he growled. "Look at you. Already begging without saying a word." I wasn't begging. I was terrified. But my body was betraying me, slick and heavy with a need that defied all logic. I gripped the edge of the desk behind me, my knuckles turning white. Mikhail leaned in, burying his face in the juncture of my thighs. He didn't touch me with his tongue yet. He just breathed. The heat of his exhalation ghosted over my sensitive folds, sending a shockwave straight to my spine. "You smell like fear and arousal," he murmured against my skin. "My favorite combination." "Mikhail?" I gasped, my head falling back against the headrest. "Eyes open, Ruby." His command cracked like a whip. "Look at the screens." I flinched, snapping my head forward. The blue light was blurry, swimming in front of me. "Work," he said, his voice muffled against my thigh. "Tell me the next shell company while I do this." And then his tongue hit me. It was a long, slow, broad stroke from the bottom up, tasting me with an animalistic hunger that made my hips buck off the chair. He gripped my waist, pinning me down, his tongue working with a relentless rhythmic pressure. "Focus," he barked, pulling back for a second. "The data." I can't." I stammered, my hand scrabbling for the keyboard. The subsidiary in, oh God." He went back in, harder this time. He found my clit and latched onto it, sucking with a pressure that made my vision spot. It was too much. It was sensory overload. The hum of the computers, the smell of apples and sex, the brutal demanding mouth of a bratva boss destroying me under his own desk. "Is the pleasure too much for your big analyst brain?" he taunted, vibrating against me. I tried to type. I swear I tried. I managed to hit the spacebar, sending the page scrolling down erratically. "The Volgograd route connects to fuck." Mikhail groaned, a low sound of approval, and slid 2 fingers inside me. I arched my back so hard I heard my spine crack. He was filling me, stretching me, his thumb maintaining a ruthless, punishing rhythm on my clitoris, while his fingers curved, hitting that spot inside me that turned my legs to water. "You're so tight, Moya," he grunted. "Tight and screaming for me. Don't you dare come until I tell you." He was owning me from the inside out. I was nothing but a reaction to him. The numbers on the screen meant nothing. The corruption, the money, the danger, it all dissolved into the friction of his skin against mine. Then he stopped. He pulled his fingers out almost entirely, leaving just the tips teasing the entrance. He pulled his mouth away, leaving me cold and aching and desperate. I let out a broken, jagged sob, my pride finally crumbling into dust. "Please, Mikhail, please." He looked up at me, his face smeared with my juices, his eyes dark pits of obsession. "Say it. Say please, Pecan, let me come." I would have said anything. I would have given him the nuclear codes if I had them. "Please, Pecan," I whined, the words tasting like ash and sugar. "Let me come." He didn't smile. He just went back to work. He re-entered me with a thrust of his fingers that made me gasp, his tongue moving in a frantic, blurring synchronization. He drank my screams as the first waves of the orgasm began to ripple through my belly. I grabbed his hair, my fingers tangling in the dark strands, pulling him closer, harder. I needed the friction. I needed the release. "That's it, Suka. Give it all to me," he growled. I shattered. I screamed, the sound muffled by the heavy velvet drapes of the study, as my body convulsed around his fingers. It went on forever, a violent, blinding release that tore through every nerve ending I had. Mikhail didn't pull away. He stayed buried in me, holding me through the aftershocks, drinking every drop of my surrender. "Moya," he whispered against my wet skin. "Only mine." My legs shook uncontrollably, my heels drumming a weak, pathetic rhythm against his shoulders. I stared up at the ceiling, my chest heaving, my mind completely blank. I should feel ashamed. I knew I should. I was letting the man who kidnapped me use me like a toy. But I didn't feel shame. I felt finished. Found. Mikhail stood up. The movement was efficient, chillingly calm. He wiped his mouth with the silk handkerchief he pulled from his pocket, his flinty eyes never leaving my disheveled form. I was a wreck, legs splayed, robe open, chest flushed. He looked like he'd just finished a business meeting. He tossed the dampened handkerchief into the wastebasket as if it were a used shell casing. "Clean yourself up," he said, his voice flat. "The work isn't finished. You have 30 minutes. I blinked at him, trying to reassemble my reality. "What?" "Fix your dress. And your hair." He leaned down, planting a hard, bruising kiss on my forehead. It wasn't affection. It was a brand. He pulled the silk robe back over my shoulders with mocking care, covering the skin he'd just ravaged. He tapped the computer monitor with a knuckle. The sharp ping sound snapped me back to the present. "My brother is arriving," Mikhail said, checking the heavy Patek Philippe on his wrist. "He has no patience for messy women." My blood ran cold, the heat of the orgasm vanishing instantly. "Maxim is coming here? Do not leave this room until I come for you," Mikhail said, turning toward the door. His gait was steady, powerful. He stopped at the threshold, looking back one last time. "And Ruby?" I looked up, clutching the robe to my chest. "If Maxim sees you, don't speak. Just look at the floor." The heavy oak doors thudded shut, leaving me in a silence that felt heavier than before. I looked at the screen, at the millions of dollars in blood money, and then at the torn lace on the floor. The real monster was coming. And I was sitting here in the ruins of my own surrender.
Chapter 15. Mikhail. The air smells like ozone and impending bullshit. I'm standing at the top of the marble staircase, my hand resting heavily on the small of Ruby's back, feeling the tension radiating off her in waves. She's stiff, straight-spined, wearing the silk dress I bought her, a deep emerald thing that clings to her like a second skin. She looks expensive. She looks like mine. And right now, that's the problem. Because the man pulling up in the driveway doesn't respect property rights unless they're enforced with a bullet. Through the high windows, I see the headlights cut through the gloom. A convoy. 3 SUVs. My brother, Maxim, never goes anywhere without a fucking parade. Flashy little prick. My thumb traces the line of Ruby's spine through the silk. It's a tick. A rhythmic, possessive tap. Mine. 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 "Keep your mouth shut and your eyes on me," I say, my voice low, a vibration against her ear. "If he touches you, I will bury him in the garden before dessert." She doesn't look at me. Her gaze is fixed on the heavy oak doors below. "I know the drill, Mikhail." "Do you?" I press my fingers into her waist, hard enough to make her breath hitch. "Maxim isn't like the men you audited in your little corporate glass towers. He sees something he wants. He tries to break it just to see how the pieces fall. Do not let him see you bleed." The heavy thud of car doors slamming outside echoes like gunshots. I hate him. It's a visceral, biological rejection, like a bad organ transplant. He's my blood, but right now all I can think about is the Sig Sauer tucked into the waistband of my trousers and how easy it would be to end this charade. The traitor. The rat in my house. But I can't kill him yet. Not until I know who backs him. Not until I peel his operation apart, layer by layer. The front doors swing open. Maxim enters first, naturally. He's wearing a white suit. Who the fuck wears a white suit in Moscow in this weather? A clown. An arrogant, preening clown. He's flanked by 2 guards I don't recognize, muscle, rented and cheap. He stops in the center of the foyer, pulling off his sunglasses with a theatrical flourish. He doesn't look at me. He doesn't look at the architecture. His eyes go straight up the stairs. Straight to Ruby. I feel the muscles in my jaw lock. His gaze is a physical violation. It starts at her ankles and crawls up, slow and greasy, lingering on the curve of her hips, the swell of her breasts under the silk. It's an appraisal. He's pricing her. He tosses his keys to a servant without looking, his eyes never leaving Ruby's legs. "So," Maxim calls out, his voice echoing off the stone walls. "This is the $50 million girl." I don't move. I don't descend. I make him look up. "You're late." He grins, that wide, shark-like smile that used to make me want to punch him when we were kids. Now it makes me want to flay him. Traffic was a bitch. And I had to pick up a gift. He gestures vaguely to the guards. "But I see you've already unwrapped yours." "Brother," I say, keeping my tone flat dead. "You've grown greedy in your old age. And you've grown boring." He finally meets my eyes, the smile not reaching the dead flint of his irises. "Are we going to stand here and measure dicks, or are you going to offer me a drink?" I guide Ruby down the stairs. Every step is a calculated risk. I keep her on my left, shielded, my body blocking his line of sight as much as possible. I can feel her heart hammering against her ribs where our arms brush. She's terrified, but she's holding it together. Good girl. We move to the drawing room. The fire is lit, casting long dancing shadows against the bookshelves. I pour a glass of vodka. Neat. Just for me. I sit in the high-backed velvet wing-back chair and pull Ruby down onto the arm of it. It's not a polite seating arrangement. It's a statement. I drape my arm across her lap, effectively boxing her in. She's part of the furniture. Part of the throne. Maxim prowls around the room, touching things. A vase. A sculpture. Leaving his fingerprints on my life. He settles on the sofa opposite us, spreading his legs wide, asserting dominance in a room he doesn't own. "She's more than a ledger, isn't she?" He nods at Ruby. "She is an asset," I say. The vodka burns a pleasant path down my throat. Assets are managed. Does she speak? Maxim leans forward, resting his elbows on his knees. Or is she just for the bed? I've heard rumors, Mikhail. They say you've gone soft. Keeping a civilian pet. Ruby's fingers tremble slightly on the velvet armrest. I cover her hand with my massive palm, crushing her fingers still. Don't react. I keep what is useful, I say. Unlike you, I don't dispose of things just because I get bored. Maxim laughs, a sharp barking sound. Useful. Is that what we're calling it? She's a risk analyst, Ned. Maybe she can analyze the risk of me taking her off your hands. Careful, Maxim. I'm just saying. 50 million is a lot of debt to work off. Maybe she needs a second employer to speed up the process. The air in the room changes. It gets heavy. Pressurized. The smell of his cologne, something cloying and sweet like rotting flowers, is making me nauseous. He stands up. He walks over to us. Every instinct I have is screaming, kill. Shoot him in the face. Watch the back of his head paint the wall. He stops right in front of Ruby. He reaches out, his hand moving toward her face as if to tuck a loose strand of dark hair behind her ear. I move faster. My hand snaps out, catching his wrist in a grip that halts him instantly. I squeeze. I feel the radius and ulna grind together. Maxim flinches, his eyes widening. A gasp of pain escapes him before he clamps his mouth shut. Ruby flinches back, her heel catching on the rug as she tries to distance herself from the sudden surge of violence. She presses herself against the back of the chair, eyes wide, breath shallow. Lose the hand, Maxim, I snarl, my voice a low rumble from the chest. I'm in a merciful mood today. Don't push it. You're hurting me, brother, he hisses through gritted teeth, trying to yank his arm back. I hold him for another second, letting the pressure build, letting him feel exactly how much stronger I am. She is not yours to touch, I say, releasing him with a shove that sends him stumbling back a step. Not even with your eyes. He rubs his wrist, a dark flush creeping up his neck. The mask of brotherhood slips, revealing the sheer, unadulterated envy beneath. You think you can keep her? You think you can play house while the city burns? I think you need to leave. I stand up, towering over him. The meeting is over. I can't be in the same room with him for another second without breaking the truce. Oksana! I bellow. The housekeeper appears in the doorway, pale and nervous. Show my brother to the guest wing. The one in the east tower. Far away from me. Maxim straightens his jacket, regaining a shred of his composure. He looks at Ruby one last time, a look of pure malice. Sleep tight, Krasavitsa. We'll talk later. He turns and follows Oksana out. The second he's gone, the rage I've been suppressing detonates. I grab Ruby's arm. Not gently. I haul her off the chair and toward the stairs. Mikhail. Upstairs. Now. I don't look at her. I'm marching her through the hallway, my grip bruising. She has to practically run to keep up with my long, angry strides. She stumbles on the landing, losing a shoe. It clatters down the stairs behind us. My shoe. Leave it. I roar. Don't look back. Don't look at him again. I need to get her away. I need to scrub the room clean. I need to scrub her clean. The way he looked at her, it's like he pissed on my territory. He thinks he can come into my house, threaten my rule, and eye my woman like she's a piece of meat on a rack. Short. I drag her into the master bedroom and kick the door shut. I lock it. The click of the deadbolt is loud in the silence. I turn on her. Strip. Ruby stares at me, her chest heaving, her eyes wild. Mikhail, you're scaring me. What is wrong with you? Did you like it? I stalk toward her, forcing her backward until her legs hit the edge of the bed. Did you like the way he looked at you? Like you were something to be bought. I hated it. You know I hated it. Then why are you still wearing the dress he stared at? She fumbles with the zipper at her back, her fingers shaking so bad she can't get purchase. I'm trying, Mikhail, stop. I lose patience. I grab the silk at the neckline and rip it. The sound of expensive fabric tearing is satisfying. Violently satisfying. The dress falls away in two ruined halves, pooling at her feet. She's left in nothing but lace panties, and the sheer panic rolling off her skin. Show me, I growl, pushing her back until she stumbles against the heavy oak door. Show me what he wants but can never have. You're crazy, she breathes, but she doesn't fight me. She never fights me when I'm like this. She knows better. Or maybe she likes the edge just as much as I do. My hands are everywhere. I'm mapping her. Ribs. Hips. Throat. I need to erase the memory of his eyes on her skin. I bury my face in the curve of her neck, inhaling her scent, fear and vanilla and woman. I bite down on the junction of her shoulder, hard. She cries out, her head thumping back against the wood of the door. Mikhail. I bite harder, grinding my teeth until I taste copper. I want to leave a mark. A bruise that will turn purple and black. A billboard that screams property of Mikhail Smirnov. You are mine, I murmur against her skin, soothing the bite with my tongue before nipping again. Only mine. Say it. Her fingers dig into my tattooed forearms, her nails sharp. I'm yours. Say it like you mean it. Tell me who owns you. You do. Mikhail. You. It's not enough. I drop to my knees. Not submission. Never submission. I grip her thighs, my thumbs digging into the soft flesh, and force her legs apart. Look at me while I take this from you, I command. I drag her lace panties down, snapping the elastic. I bury my face between her legs, my tongue heavy, demanding, rough. This isn't lovemaking. This is an exorcism. I'm licking away the ghost of my brother's lust. Ruby gasps, her hands tangling in my hair, pulling, trying to hold herself up as her knees buckle. I grip her ass, lifting her slightly, pinning her against the wood so she can't escape the pressure. I work her with a relentless, punishing rhythm. Mikhail, please, she moans, her hips bucking. Zatness and take it. I make her unravel. I make her scream my name until her voice cracks, until the only thing in her head is me. The door rattles in its frame as she shudders against it, coming hard, her nails scoring lines into the wood. I stand up breathless, my blood roaring in my ears. I'm hard. Painfully hard. I pick her up and throw her onto the bed. She bounces on the mattress, hair wild, eyes glazed, chest flushed with the heat of what I just did to her. I don't give her a second. I follow her down, unbuckling my belt, shoving my pants down. I crawl over her like a predator, caging her between my arms. Tell me you're his, I challenge, my voice a ragged growl. Go on, lie to me. Fuck you, she spits, breathless, defiant. I'm yours, you bastard. I enter her in one sharp, punishing motion. She cries out, arching off the mattress, her body tight, accommodating me only because she has no choice. I fill her completely, stretching her, claiming the space inside her where no one else is allowed to go. You belong in this bed, I grit out, thrusting deep. In this house. Under me. Mikhail. I grab her wrists and pin them above her head. I stare down at her. I need to see her eyes. I need to see the pupil blow wide. I need to see the moment she accepts that there is no world outside of this room. The pace is frantic. Animalistic. I'm not being surgical. I'm a blunt instrument. I'm hammering the truth into her with every thrust. My house. My rules. My woman. The bed frame groans against the floorboards, a rhythmic creak that matches the slap of skin on skin. The smell of sex and raw anger fills the air, thick and intoxicating. I flip her over. I need more access. I force her face into the pillows, gripping her hips, pulling her back onto me. Moya, I chant, the Russian rough on my tongue. Moya. Moya. She reaches back, her hand finding my hair, yanking my head back. She meets my aggression with her own, pushing back against me. That's it. That's the fire. She's not a victim. She's a fighter. And she's fighting for me. Don't you dare close your eyes, I snarl, leaning down to bite her earlobe. We break together. It's violent. A crash. I come with a roar that feels like it's tearing my throat out, pouring everything I have into her. She clamps down around me, milking me dry, her body shuddering in aftershocks that rock us both. I collapse on top of her. My full weight crushes her into the mattress. I refuse to move. I stay there, buried inside her, listening to the frantic thud of her heart against her ribs, feeling her sweat slick against my chest. Outside, thunder rolls. A storm is breaking. Fitting. I stay there for a long time, my face buried in her damp hair. My breathing slows, but the adrenaline doesn't fade. It sits in my gut, hot and heavy. I know what just happened. I showed my hand. Maxim saw it downstairs. He saw the way I blocked him. He saw the way I touched her. He knows she's the weak point now. Eventually, I roll off. I sit on the edge of the bed, the cold air hitting my sweat-drenched skin. My hands are trembling as I reach for the pack of cigarettes on the nightstand. Click. The flame flares, illuminating the room for a second. I see the marks on her skin. The bite on her shoulder is already darkening. The bruises in the shape of my fingers on her hips. I drag smoke into my lungs, holding it until it burns. Ruby pulls the ruined silk of her dress over her chest, covering herself. She doesn't look at me. She stares at the ceiling. Go wash, I say, my voice raspy. I want the smell of him off you. He didn't touch me, Mikhail. He looked. That's enough. I stand up and walk to the window, staring out at the dark grounds where my brother's men are patrolling. We have work to do tomorrow. Don't think this changes anything. I ash the cigarette on the sill. I'm lying. It changes everything. I'm no longer just a pecan, protecting a ledger. I'm a man with a target painted directly over his heart, and the bullet is already in the chamber.
Chapter 16. Ruby. The darkness wasn't empty. It was heavy, suffocating, and it smelled like him. Sandalwood, gun oil, and something sharper, the metallic tang of a man whose patience had snapped hours ago. My wrists were screaming. The heavy silk ties binding me to the mahogany headboard dug into my skin, cutting off the circulation just enough to make my fingers tingle, but I didn't pull against them. Not anymore. I'd learned that particular lesson about 20 minutes ago, when Mikhail had tightened them until I gasped. I was kneeling on the Egyptian cotton, stripped bare, blindfolded with a strip of black velvet that blocked out every single photon of light in the room. I was reduced to sound and touch. And right now, the silence was the loudest thing in the room. Tap. 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 His leather shoes on the hardwood floor. Slow. Predatory. Circling the bed like a shark, waiting for the water to fill with blood. Are you still thinking of him, Ruby? His voice came from everywhere and nowhere. Low, rough, vibrating with a danger that made the hair on my arm stand up. I wasn't thinking of him, I managed, my voice wrecking itself against the dryness of my throat. I was thinking about how much I hate you. Liar? The mattress dipped. The sudden shift in gravity made my stomach lurch. I felt the heat of him before I felt the touch. He was radiating rage like a furnace. Don't look for the light, he murmured, his breath hot against the shell of my ear. You won't find it until I say. I clenched my toes into the duvet, trying to ground myself. I was floating in a void, anchored only by the pain in my wrists and the terrifying anticipation of what he'd do next. Something soft whispered against my inner thigh. A feather? A peacock feather from the vase on the vanity? It trailed up the sensitive skin of my leg, a ghost of a touch that was almost worse than a blow. It teased, skirting the edge of where I actually wanted him, dancing around the ache that was building in my belly. My brother has eyes that wander, Mikhail said, the feather stopping just shy of my center. I should have taken them out. Mikhail? He looked at you. The feather was gone, replaced by the rough, calloused grip of his hand clamping onto my hip. He looked at you like you were meat. Like you were open for business. He's your brother, I gasped, flinching as his grip tightened to the point of bruising. He is a rival, Mikhail corrected, his tone ice cold. And you are mine. Every curve, every thought, every gasp. He moved behind me. I couldn't see him, but I could feel the sheer size of him, a wall of muscle and dominance pressing against my back. His hand moved from my hip to my throat, fingers splaying wide, thumb pressing into the pulse point that was fluttering like a trapped bird. Say it, he commanded. Tell me who owns your debt. Go to hell. He laughed, a dark, humorless sound. We are already there, Suka. Now breathe for me. Just breathe. He didn't wait for my permission. He never did. He grabbed a fistful of my hair, yanking my head back until my neck was arched, exposed, vulnerable. I felt his teeth before I felt the pain, a sharp, savage bite right at the slope of my shoulder, breaking the skin. I cried out, the sound muffled by the sudden pressure of his other hand covering my mouth. Maxim looked at this neck, he growled against my skin, licking the sting he'd just inflicted. Now he'll see my teeth marks on it. You are collateral. And I'm collecting. The humiliation should have killed the arousal. It should have frozen me cold. But my body was a traitor, wired by weeks of fear and this twisted proximity to a monster. The adrenaline spiking in my blood felt too much like desire. I hated him, but God, the way he took control was the only thing that made sense in a world that had gone completely off the rails. I heard the snick of a buckle. Leather sliding through loops. Do you like the dark, Ruby? He whispered, the sound moving to my left ear. Tell me what you're imagining. I'm imagining stabbing you, I hissed against his palm. Good. The belt wrapped around my thighs, cool leather against fever-hot skin. He used it to force my legs wider, binding them in place so I couldn't close them even if I wanted to. I was displayed. Open. Helpless. Quiet, Suka, he ordered, his voice dropping an octave. I want to hear you struggle, not scream. His fingers replaced the leather, slick and demanding, exploring me with a clinical precision that quickly turned punishing. I arched my back, straining against the silk ties at my wrists, the headboard creaking under the force of my resistance. But I wasn't pulling away. I was pushing back into him. "Look at me," he demanded, though he knew I couldn't see a damn thing. Even through the cloth, "look at me." He didn't give me time to adjust. He replaced his fingers with himself, entering me in one swift, brutal motion that stole the air from my lungs. It wasn't gentle lovemaking. It was a claiming. A branding. He filled me completely, stretching me, possessing the space where my resistance used to live. "Whose are you?" he grunted, driving into me with a rhythm that was all anger and possession. My world shattered into sparks of white light behind the blindfold. The sensation was overwhelming. The bite of the restraints, the scent of his cologne, the sheer weight of him crushing me into the mattress. "Mikhail," I gasped, my resolve crumbling. "Say my name while I break you," he roared, his hands pinning my arms above my head, eliminating even the illusion of freedom. He was driving into me hard, fast, desperate to erase the memory of his brother standing in our foyer. He wanted to scrub my mind clean until the only thing left was him. And it was working. The analyst, the woman who dealt in spreadsheets and risk assessments, was dead. There was only this. The heat. The sweat dripping from his chest onto my back. The Moya he kept whispering like a curse. I was drowning in him. And I didn't want to swim to the surface. Then the world ended. Crash. It wasn't a small sound. It was the distinct, violent shatter of high-impact glass from the floor below, followed by a concussive boom that vibrated through the floorboards and up into the bed frame. Mikhail froze mid-thrust. The transition was instant and terrifying. 1 second, he was a lover consumed by lust. The next, his body turned to granite against mine. The heat in the room evaporated, replaced by a cold, sharp vacuum. He stayed inside me for exactly 3 heartbeats, absolute stillness. I could feel his muscles bunching, winding tight like a coiled spring. "Don't make a sound," he whispered. The lust was gone from his voice, replaced by the flat, dead tone of a killer. "Mikhail?" I breathed, my heart hammering a new, frantic rhythm. "Stoy. Stay." He withdrew abruptly, leaving me cold and aching. The blindfold was ripped from my face, and the sudden influx of moonlight was blinding. I blinked, tears streaming from the sudden brightness, trying to focus. Mikhail was already moving. He was naked, his tattooed back a map of violence in the pale light. He reached for the bedside table, sliding a panel open and pulling out a sleek black handgun with a suppressor attached. He looked at me. His eyes were flint. Cold. Dead. "That wasn't the wind," he said, checking the chamber. "Bliat, they're inside." Another crash echoed from downstairs. Heavier this time. A door being kicked in. Mikhail gestured violently toward the far wall. "Under the bed." "Now." "What?" I scrambled, my hands fumbling with the silk ties he'd already slashed with a pocket knife I hadn't even seen him draw. "If the door opens and it isn't me, you run for the bath. Lock it." He shoved a pillow into my hands. "Stay low, Ruby. Do not make a sound." I rolled off the mattress, hitting the floor hard. I scrambled backward, jamming myself into the narrow space between the heavy oak bed frame and the wall, clutching the pillow like a shield. Mikhail crouched by the door, completely silent, a demon from a Russian folktale waiting in the shadows. The handle rattled. The wood splintered with a deafening crack as a heavy boot kicked it open. Mikhail didn't hesitate. He fired twice. Thwip thwip. The suppressed shots were deceptively quiet, like a staple gun, but the result was catastrophic. A man in tactical gear lurched into the room, his chest erupting in 2 distinct red blooms. He dropped like a stone, hitting the white carpet with a wet, heavy thud. The smell hit me instantly, burnt gunpowder and the copper tang of fresh blood. "One down," Mikhail muttered. He didn't look at the body. He stepped over it, checking the hallway. "Pashal Nakui." He turned back to me, extending a hand. "Get up." I stared at the dead man 3 feet away from me. His eyes were open. "Ruby." Mikhail's voice cracked like a whip. "Move." I grabbed a silk robe from the foot of the bed, my hands shaking so hard I could barely find the armholes. I shoved my arms through, wrapping it tight around my naked body as I stumbled toward him. He grabbed my wrist, not with the silk ties, but with a grip of iron that promised bruises. He pulled me into the hallway. The house was screaming. Sirens wailed from the perimeter fence, and emergency strobe lights painted the walls in rhythmic flashes of blood red. Below us, shouting erupted. Gunfire, loud, unsuppressed, automatic, ripped through the foyer. "Keep your head down," Mikhail commanded, hauling me toward the west wing. "We have to reach the library. The safe room is behind the stacks." "Mikhail, my feet," I whispered. The floor was littered with debris. Drywall dust, shattered porcelain from a lamp, splinters of wood. I was barefoot. "Don't look back. Just follow my lead." He moved with a fluid, terrifying grace, keeping his broad body between me and the open expanse of the staircase. We rounded the corner near the master suite, and I stepped on something sharp. A shard of glass sliced into my heel. I bit my tongue to keep from screaming, tasting blood. Two men in black gear turned the corner at the far end of the hall. "Contact," one shouted. Mikhail shoved me. Hard. I went sprawling behind a heavy marble bust of some long-dead Smirnov ancestor, just as the hallway erupted. Bullets chewed into the wall above my head, sending a shower of plaster dust down into my hair. The noise was deafening, a physical assault on my eardrums. I curled into a ball, pressing my forehead against the cold marble pedestal, eyes shut tight. "Stay down," Mikhail roared. He returned fire, the thwip-thwip-thwip of his suppressed weapon barely audible over the roar of the intruder's submachine guns. "Is that all you've got, you bastards?" he yelled, leaning out to fire 2 precise shots. I heard a scream, then a heavy thud. I peeked around the base of the pedestal. Mikhail was crouched low, his muscles tense, sweat gleaming on his back. His gun clicked empty. "Short," he hissed. The second gunman was advancing, realizing Mikhail was dry. Mikhail didn't panic. He dropped the gun and reached into a hidden niche in the wainscoting. How many weapons did he have hidden in these walls? And pulled out a serrated hunting knife. The gunman rushed him. Mikhail ducked under a wild swing of the rifle butt, moving faster than a man his size had any right to. He drove the blade upward under the man's chin, into the throat with a sickening crunch. Blood sprayed across the wallpaper, hot and red. But there was a third man. I saw him before Mikhail did. He was stepping out of the shadows of the guest bedroom, leveling a pistol at Mikhail's exposed back. My brain didn't process the risk. The analyst in me shut down, and something feral took over. I grabbed a heavy crystal vase from the pedestal above me. It weighed 10 pounds easily. I lunged out from behind the bust. "Mikhail, behind you!" I screamed. I hurled the vase with everything I had. It smashed into the gunman's helmet with a resounding crack, shattering into a million glittering diamonds. It didn't knock him out, but it staggered him. His shot went wide, burying itself in the ceiling. Mikhail spun around. He saw the threat. He saw me. "Move, Ruby. Run." Mikhail launched himself at the disoriented man. He didn't use the knife. He used his hands. He grabbed the man's helmet, twisted violently, and a sharp snap echoed through the hall that made my stomach turn over. The man went limp. Mikhail stood up, breathing hard. He was covered in blood, some his, most of it theirs. He looked at me, his chest heaving, his eyes wild. He looked at the broken vase, then at my bleeding feet. "You?" He shook his head, clearing the fog of violence. "We move. Now." He didn't drag me this time. He scooped me up into his arms, ignoring the blood on my robe, ignoring the weight. He ran toward the end of the hall where a massive tapestry hung. "You did well, Suka," he grunted, kicking open the door to the library. "You saved me." "Shut up and run," I choked out, clinging to his neck. My fingers dug into his blood-slicked skin. I felt the pounding of his heart against my chest, a jackhammer rhythm that matched my own. He set me down in front of a section of faux bookshelves. There was a keypad hidden behind a copy of War and Peace. Mikhail's hands were shaking, slick with gore. He pressed his thumb to the sensor, but it beeped red. "Fuck," he snarled. "Too much blood. It won't read." Boots hammered on the stairs. They were coming up. A lot of them. "The code," he barked at me. "Ruby, type the code." "I don't know it." "I told you. That night in the basement. 9421. My hands were trembling so badly, I could barely see the keys. 9. 4. My fingers slipped. I hit 5. Error. "Ruby!" Mikhail shouted, spinning around, grabbing a rifle from the dead man closest to the door. "Focus on the numbers, nothing else. Zatness and type." The sound of men shouting in the hallway grew louder. "Check the rooms. Find the girl." I took a breath. I forced the panic into a box and locked it. I was an analyst. Numbers were my language. The world was chaos, but this keypad was logic. 9. 4. 2. 1. Enter. The bookshelf hissed. A hydraulic mechanism groaned, and the entire section swung inward, revealing a dark concrete passage. "Go." Mikhail grabbed the back of my robe and shoved me inside. He dove in after me, hitting the manual override button on the inside wall. The shelf swung shut with a heavy thud, sealing us in just as bullets began to chew up the wood on the other side. Darkness. Absolute suffocating darkness. The noise of the sirens and the gunfire was cut off instantly, replaced by the damp, tomb-like silence of the safe passage. I slid down the cold stone wall until my knees hit the floor. My lungs were burning. My feet were throbbing. I couldn't stop shaking. "We're safe," Mikhail's voice came from the dark. "For now?" A dim red emergency light flickered to life overhead, bathing us in the color of old blood. Mikhail was leaning against the opposite wall, stripped of his arrogance, covered in gore, holding a stolen rifle. He looked at me. Really looked at me. He didn't check me for wounds first. He didn't ask if I was okay. He dropped the rifle. He crossed the narrow space in one stride, pinning me against the rough stone. His body crushed mine, heavy and hot and smelling of death. His hands, bloody and rough, cupped my face, leaving smears on my cheeks. "You're alive," he rasped, his eyes searching mine. "Moya, Ruby." "They almost?" I couldn't finish the sentence. "If they had touched you," he growled, his thumb digging into my lip, "I would have burned this city to the ground. Ash. All of it." He kissed me. It wasn't romantic. It was desperate. It tasted like copper and adrenaline and survival. I should have been repulsed. He was a monster covered in the blood of 3 men. But as I wrapped my arms around his neck, pulling him closer, dragging him down into the dark with me, I realized the terrifying truth. I wasn't the collateral anymore. I was the accomplice. "You fight like a Smirnov," he muttered against my mouth. "I fight like a Vesna," I corrected, breathless. He smirked, "A dangerous, blood-stained thing. We'll see."
Chapter 17. Mikhail. The sound of 50 caliber rounds chewing through antique mahogany is a specific kind of noise. It's not a pop, it's a demolition. I shoved Ruby behind the heavy oak bookshelf, my hand clamping onto her shoulder hard enough to leave a bruise. I didn't have time to be gentle. Gentle gets you dead. The plaster above us exploded, raining white dust and splinters down on my suit like goddamn snow. "Suka." They brought the heavy toys. "Get down." I roared over the noise, slamming my palm against the hidden panel in the wainscoting. The mechanism groaned, too slow, always too fucking slow, before the wall clicked and swung inward. I threw Ruby into the dark gap, before the bookshelf disintegrated under another volley of fire. I followed her, sealing the door just as a vase on the mantel shattered into 1,000 glittering diamonds. Darkness swallowed us whole. The silence in the walls was instant and suffocating, a sharp contrast to the hell breaking loose in my bedroom. I didn't wait for her eyes to adjust. I grabbed her wrist, my grip crushing, and hauled her deeper into the narrow stone throat of the house. "Don't breathe until I tell you to," I growled, my voice reverberating off the cold brick. She stumbled. Her heels scuffed against the uneven masonry, loud enough to wake the dead. "Bliat. Civilians. They move like cattle." I spun around, catching her by the waist before she could face plant into the darkness, and pulled her flush against me. "Step where I step," I hissed, my mouth right at her ear. "Keep your hand on me." "Silence, Ruby." She was shaking. I could feel the tremors running through her rigid spine, vibrating against my chest. But she wasn't screaming. Most women would be shrieking their heads off, giving away our position to anyone with a stethoscope pressed to the wall. Not her. She was terrified, yeah, but she was reacting. Her fingers dug into the meat of my forearm, nails sharp, holding on like I was the only solid thing left in the world. Good. Because I was. We moved. I knew these passages by heart, every turn, every drop. My grandfather built them for the KGB. I maintained them for moments like this. The air was stagnant, smelling of old dust and the copper tang of adrenaline. Something wet and warm was sliding down my left arm. I ignored it. The adrenaline was masking the pain, but I knew the sensation. A shard of glass from the conservatory doors, or the bedroom mirror, had found a home in my tricep. It felt deep. Every time I swung my arm to guide us, the muscle contracted around the foreign object, biting. I didn't have time to bleed. "Move," I ordered, dragging her forward. "Watch the corner." We hit the intermediate safe hold, a cramped concrete box disguised as a structural support pillar. I kicked the door shut and slapped the emergency override. A single dim red light flickered to life, bathing the small space in the color of a fresh kill. I dropped Ruby's hand and went straight for the monitors mounted on the wall. My eyes scanned the grainy black and white feeds. 10 rounds left, I muttered, checking the mag on my SIG. "They're in the West Wing." "Bliat, they're coordinated." On the screen, 3 men moved in a tactical stack down the corridor I'd just vacated. They weren't street thugs spraying and praying. They were checking corners. They were clearing rooms. This was a hit squad. Professional. Expensive. And they were looking for something specific. I turned back to Ruby. She was pressed against the far wall, her chest heaving, her hair a chaotic mess of dark silk. The red light made her eyes look almost black. She looked like a ruin. A beautiful, wrecked thing. I crossed the space in one stride and grabbed her shoulders, my hands rough as I checked her over. I ran my palms down her ribs, over her hips, feeling for wet spots, for tears in the fabric, for anything that shouldn't be there. "Are you hit?" I demanded. "Look at me, Ruby. If you're hiding a wound, I'll find it anyway." She flinched at my tone, but didn't pull away. Then her gaze dropped to my arm. Her eyes widened. "You're bleeding out," she said. Her voice was steady. Too steady. I looked down. My sleeve was soaked black with it. A jagged piece of mirror, easily 3 inches long, was sticking out of my jacket like a shark fin. "It's nothing," I said, turning back to the monitors. "Bullshit," she snapped. Before I could tell her to shut her mouth, she was there. Her hands, small, soft, capable, were hovering over the injury. I tried to jerk away, but she stepped into my space, her body blocking my view of the screens. "Hold still, Mikhail," she ordered. "Don't you dare pull away." The audacity. I stared down at her, stunned for a microsecond. She was giving orders. To me. In the middle of a siege? "You're no use to me, dead," she muttered, focused on the glass. Then she did something that made my brain short-circuit. She reached down to the hem of her expensive silk slip, the one I'd bought her, the one meant to be torn off in a bedroom, not a bunker, and ripped a long strip from the bottom. Rip. The sound was loud in the small room. "I said hold still," she repeated, her eyes locking onto mine. "This is going to sting." "Do it," I grunted. She gripped the glass. No hesitation. She pulled. I ground my teeth together as the shard slid out, followed by a rush of hot blood. Suka. That hurt. She didn't flinch at the gore. She grabbed the bottle of cheap vodka from the emergency kit on the shelf, uncapped it, and dumped half of it onto the wound. The burn was white-hot. I hissed through my teeth, my free hand gripping the edge of the metal desk until the knuckles turned white. She wrapped the silk strip around my bicep, pulling it tight. She used her teeth to help tie the knot, her head bent over my arm. I watched her. I watched the curve of her neck, the focus in her brow. When the shots started, she didn't run for the door. She didn't try to escape me. She stayed in my shadow. She chose the devil she knew. There, she said, stepping back, breath coming fast. Better. You didn't run, I said. My voice was low, dangerous even to my own ears. She looked up, wiping a smear of my blood from her thumb onto her thigh. You're the only thing standing between me and a bullet. No, I corrected. I reached out, my hand ghosting over the back of her neck, tangling in the damp hair. You stayed because you know where you belong. Her breath hitched. The air in the room shifted. The smell of cordite and dust was suddenly overpowered by something else, lust. Thick, heavy, and inappropriate as hell. I stepped closer. You're a strange creature, Ruby. Mikhail, we need to go. I grabbed her chin, forcing her head up. My thumb dragged across her bottom lip, smearing a drop of blood, my blood, onto her skin. Do you know why I'm keeping you alive? I asked, staring into her dilated pupils. Because I have the encryption keys, she whispered. Fuck the keys, I growled. I slammed her back against the rough concrete wall. Her head hit with a dull thud, but she didn't complain. I crushed my body against hers, pinning her there. The friction was electric. My injury throbbed in time with my pulse, a drumbeat of pain and arousal that made my vision swim. Moya, I breathed against her mouth. I kissed her. It wasn't a romance novel kiss. It was a possession, a branding. I devoured her mouth, tasting the salt of her sweat and the metallic tang of the blood on my own lips. I needed to feel her life. I needed to know she was solid. She made a sound in the back of her throat, half protest, half whimper, and her hands came up to clutch at my lapels. She wasn't pushing me away. She was pulling me closer. I groaned, my knee driving between her legs, prying her thighs apart. I ground my hips against hers, letting her feel exactly how hard the adrenaline had made me. You think a few bullets change anything? I muttered against her neck, biting the soft skin below her ear. You're mine. Even in hell. Mikhail. She gasped, her head falling back, exposing the column of her throat. Zatness and take it, I growled. Feel what you do to me. My hand found the hem of her ruined slip, sliding up her thigh. Her skin was hot, scorching. I wanted to rip the rest of that silk off her body. I wanted to lift her onto the metal desk and fuck the fear out of her until she forgot her own name. I squeezed her breast through the fabric, rough and demanding, and she arched into my touch. Look at me, I commanded. Look at me while I take this. She opened her eyes. They were wild. Feral. Mine, I said again, just to make sure the universe heard me. Crackle. Static erupted from the earpiece on the desk behind me. Pecan. Status check. Lev. The mood shattered like the vase upstairs. I pulled back, chest heaving, my body screaming in protest. I stared at Ruby for 1 second longer, swollen lips, flushed skin, mine, before the mask slammed back down. I wasn't a lover. I was a pecan at war. I turned and keyed the mic. Report. I wiped my mouth with the back of my hand. Status of the West Perimeter. Give me numbers, Lev. Perimeter breached at Sector 4, Lev's voice came through, tinny and calm. Service entrance. I froze. Sector 4. That's Maxim's command, I said. The temperature in the room dropped 10 degrees. Affirmative, Lev said. His men are gone, Mikhail. All of them. The gate was left open. I crushed the plastic water bottle I'd been holding in my left hand. The plastic crumpled with a sharp crack. Where's my brother? I asked. I already knew the answer. Unaccounted for, Lev said. He's not on the comms. He's dark. Silence. My own blood brother. The boy I'd pulled out of the gutter when our father died. The man I'd given half an empire to. He opened the door. He let them in, I said to the empty room. My voice was dead. He's going for the ledger. I turned slowly to look at Ruby. She was straightening her dress, trying to compose herself, but she stopped when she saw my face. She knew. She's an analyst. She connects dots for a living. He's not dead, is he? She asked quietly. No, I said. But he will be. I checked the mag on my gun again. Full. One in the chamber. You're what they want, I told her. The realization hit me like a sledgehammer. If Maxim was behind this, this wasn't an assassination. It was a retrieval mission. I'm the only thing standing between you and a basement in Moscow. Maxim doesn't have my patience. He'll peel you apart to get those codes. Ruby swallowed hard. What do? We kill them. I reached into my boot and pulled out the backup blade, 6 inches of serrated matte black steel. I grabbed her hand and pressed the hilt into her palm, closing her fingers around it one by one. Up and under the ribs, I instructed, staring into her eyes. Don't hesitate. If anyone but me touches you, you got them. She looked at the knife, then at me. Her grip tightened. Understood. My little soldier. Don't leave my side, I said. I moved to the far end of the crawl space, to the panel that led out into the West Wing corridor near the armory. I killed the red light. We were back in the dark. Wait for my signal, I whispered. On 3. I cracked the panel open. The hallway air smelled different. Wet. The sprinklers had tripped. We stepped out. The corridor was a wreck. Water rained down from the ceiling in a steady rhythmic drizzle, soaking the expensive Persian runners. It was quiet. Too quiet. Stay low, I signaled, moving with the sig raised. Don't look at the bodies. There were 2 of them, my guards. Throats cut. Silent kills. We moved past a fallen bust of Caesar. The water dripping on the marble sounded like ticking clocks. Drip. 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 At the far end of the hall, near the double doors to the library, a shadow detached itself from the gloom. A tactical light flared, blindingly bright, cutting through the misty air. It wasn't Lev. Contact, I barked, raising the weapon. Ruby, get back. Pashal Nakui, the shadow shouted. I pulled the trigger. The boom was deafening in the narrow space, drowning out the gentle rain of the sprinklers. Let's see if my brother's friends bleed like everyone else.
Chapter 18. Ruby. The emergency lighting in the sub-basement was a pulsing rhythmic red that made the sweat on Mikhail's forehead look like fresh blood. Maybe it was blood. At this point, I couldn't tell where the grime ended and the injuries began. He was pacing the perimeter of the server room, his movements predatory, efficient, and terrifyingly calm. I was leaning against a rack of humming hard drives, the vibration traveling up my spine, trying to remember how to breathe without making a sound. My heart was doing something dangerous against my ribs, hammering a frantic code that had nothing to do with the cool, analytical logic I usually operated on. Mikhail stopped. He ejected a magazine from his sidearm, checked the load with a mechanical clack-click, and shoved it back home. He wiped a smear of gun grease onto his thigh, leaving a dark, oily stain on trousers that probably cost more than my first car. He didn't look at me, but I could feel his awareness of me like a physical weight in the room. Heavy. Suffocating. How many rounds? I asked. My voice sounded thin, foreign to my own ears. Enough, he said. His voice was gravel and scrap metal. Do not move from that spot, Ruby. They're cutting through the outer door. They are coming for a ledger that doesn't exist anymore, he muttered, finally turning to look at me. His eyes were flint hard, scanning my face for hysteria. He wouldn't find it. I was vibrating, sure, but I wasn't going to break. They will find only ghosts. I watched a dark bloom of crimson spread on his white dress shirt, just above the elbow. My brain, helpful as ever, immediately started running the numbers. Based on the saturation rate and the diameter of the stain, he was losing milliliters by the minute. He was operating at a deficit. 85% efficiency, maybe less if the adrenaline wore off. "You're bleeding," I stated, the observation slipping out before I could check it. Mikhail glanced at his arm like it was a minor inconvenience, a fly he needed to swat. "It is a scratch, Milish. Focus on your breathing. You are vibrating like a trapped bird." "I'm not a bird. I'm an actuary. And statistically, you're going to pass out in 20 minutes if you don't bind that." "If I pass out, you take the knife from my belt and you finish it," he said, dead serious. He wasn't joking. He was giving me instructions on how to die. I pressed my back harder against the server rack. The cold metal bit into my skin through my ruined blouse. But the real pressure came from the small of my back, the waistband of my skirt, the cold, heavy steel of the Beretta I'd stolen from the armory 3 hours ago. It was digging into my spine, a secret that felt heavier than the building above us. I wondered if he'd kill me first if the door gave way, just to ensure I didn't fall into their hands. I wondered if I'd let him. "Focus," he snapped, his head tilting toward the reinforced steel door at the end of the narrow corridor. Then I heard it. A dull subterranean thud that vibrated through the concrete floor and rattled the servers in their casings. It wasn't a knock. It was a breach charge. The wall-mounted security monitor near the door flickered with static, gray noise washing out the image of the corridor before the screen died completely. The silence that followed was heavier than the noise. It was filled with the promise of violence. "They're here," I whispered. Mikhail moved. He didn't run, he flowed. He crossed the distance between us in 2 long strides, grabbing my shoulder and shoving me with controlled force toward the dark niche between 2 massive server units. "Stay behind the racks," he hissed, the Russian accent thickening, wrapping around the vowels like barbed wire. "Don't make a fucking sound, Ruby. Not one." "Mikhail?" "Shut your eyes if you have to," he ordered, positioning himself at an angle to the door. He drew a second blade from a sheath at his ankle, his knuckles turning white around the hilt. In the red light, he looked less like a man and more like a gargoyle carved from the very stone of the basement. A monster waiting for lesser monsters to walk into his maw. "I'm not a child, Mikhail," I snapped, gripping the edge of the server rack until the metal edges dug into my palms. "Then act like a soldier," he growled, not looking back. A piece of the heavy steel door hinge skittered across the floor, spinning like a coin. Then the world exploded. The door was blown inward with a deafening crack that felt like it split my skull open. A shape charge turned the entrance into a whirlwind of plaster dust, concrete chips, and acrid yellow smoke. Through the haze, 2 figures in matte black tactical gear swept in. Their rifle lights cut through the red gloom like laser scalpels, blinding and erratic. "Contact," one of them shouted. Mikhail didn't wait. He lunged with animalistic speed. He slammed into the first attacker, using the man's own momentum to drive him into the jagged remains of the door frame. A gunshot erupted, deafening in the confined space, the muzzle flash illuminating Mikhail's face. It was a mask of pure concentrated rage. They hit the floor in a tangle of limbs and grunts. I watched, paralyzed, as the second man swung his rifle, trying to find a clear shot without hitting his partner. "Suka!" Mikhail roared, driving his knife into the gap between the first man's tactical vest and his neck guard. "Down? Get him down," the second man yelled, abandoning his rifle to jump into the fray. He tackled Mikhail from the side, pinning his injured arm to the concrete. Mikhail grunted, a sound of pain that made my stomach lurch. He was fighting like a man with nothing to lose. No, he was fighting like a man who refused to lose me. But he was outnumbered, bleeding, and exhausted. Then I saw the variable he hadn't accounted for. My eyes, trained to look for risk in spreadsheets, spotted the anomaly in the chaos. A third shadow. Not at the door. emerging from the darkness near the ventilation duct on the far wall. A flanker. He moved with terrifying silence, sliding his boots over the concrete. He raised a pistol, leveling it directly at the back of Mikhail's head while Mikhail was grappling with the second attacker. Mikhail was blind to the threat behind him. He was using his teeth, his forehead, everything he had to keep the second attacker from crushing his windpipe. He didn't see death walking up behind him. My hand went to the small of my back. I didn't think about the morality. I didn't think about the audit, or the ledger, or the life I used to have where the biggest danger was a paper cut. I thought about the math. 2 seconds. In 2 seconds, the man who owned me would be a corpse on the floor. And I'd be next. Mikhail? Behind you? I screamed, but my voice was swallowed by the sounds of the struggle. The flanker's finger tightened on the trigger. I stepped out of the shadows. I drew the stolen Beretta, the weight of it familiar and heavy in a way that should have terrified me. I didn't aim like they do in the movies. I aimed with my mind, calculating the trajectory through the haze of smoke, correcting for the distance, the angle, the shaking of my own hands. Pashal Nakui, I whispered. I pulled the trigger. The gunshot was a physical blow in the small room. The recoil jarred my shoulder, sending a shockwave through my frame that rattled my teeth. The third man's head snapped back. A spray of dark red painted the ventilation duct behind him, violent and final. He crumpled like a puppet with cut strings, his gun clattering uselessly to the floor. My ears rang with a high-pitched whine that drowned out the rest of the world. I stood there, the gun still raised, smoke curling from the barrel. I didn't look away. I couldn't. I had just canceled a life like a line item on a budget. It wasn't hard. That was the most terrifying part. It wasn't hard at all. On the floor, Mikhail finished it. With a guttural roar, he snapped the neck of the man he was grappling with. The sound was wet and distinct. He spun around, heaving for breath, his primary weapon raised, his eyes wild as he scanned for the fourth threat. He froze. He saw the third man dead on the floor. A clean shot through the temple. Then he looked at me. He looked at the Beretta in my hand. The gun I wasn't supposed to have. The gun I'd stolen from him. His chest heaved, his suit jacket torn open to reveal the ink on his collarbone, slick with sweat and blood. He stared at me with an expression I couldn't parse. It wasn't gratitude. It was shock, mixed with a sudden dark clarity. You, he rasped. He had a clear shot, Mikhail, I said, my voice trembling now that the moment had passed. I didn't. Mikhail stood up slowly, like a predator rising from a kill. He wiped blood from his mouth with the back of his hand. He didn't lower his weapon immediately. He walked toward me, his steps heavy, the silence in the room punctuated only by the drip of blood from his arm onto the concrete. You stole from me, Suka, he said, low and dangerous. I saved you, Mikhail. There's a difference. The difference, he said, stepping into my personal space until I had to tilt my head back to look him in the eye, is that now I know what you're capable of. He reached out and slowly, deliberately, wrapped his large hand over mine, encompassing the gun. His palm was hot, searing against my cold skin. Give it to me, he commanded softly. Are you going to shoot me? I asked, though I didn't let go. If I wanted you dead, Ruby, we wouldn't be having this conversation. He wrenched the gun from my hand with a sudden, violent motion and tossed it aside. It skittered across the floor, metal on concrete. Before I could react, before I could even draw a breath, he grabbed me. He slammed me against the concrete wall. The impact knocked the wind out of me, but before I could gasp, his mouth found mine. It wasn't a kiss. It was a collision. It was war. He tasted of adrenaline, salt, and the metallic tang of the air. It was a claim made in the presence of the dead. His teeth caught my bottom lip, pulling hard enough to draw blood, mixing his violence with my own. Moya, he growled against my mouth. Only mine. Don't stop, I whispered, grabbing the lapels of his ruined jacket. Don't you dare stop. I should have been horrified. I was standing over 3 dead bodies, trapped in a sub-basement with a man who was technically my captor, and all I wanted, all my body was screaming for, was for him to break me open. I needed to feel something other than fear. I needed to verify that I was still alive. He ground his hips against mine, the hard ridge of his arousal pressing through his trousers, undeniable and demanding. He was breathing like he was still in the middle of the fight, his heart thudding a frantic rhythm against my own chest. His hands were everywhere, on my throat and my hair, gripping my hips as if he wanted to bruise the bone. "Do you feel that, Ruby?" he demanded, his fingers tangling so deeply in my hair that my head was forced back at a sharp angle. "Do you feel how close we were?" "Yes," I gasped, staring up into his flint eyes, which were blown wide with a lust that bordered on madness. "I feel everything." I clawed at his jacket, needing to feel the heat of his skin. The analyst in me was gone. There was only the survivor now. I wasn't passive. I dug my nails into the expensive fabric of his shirt, ripping a button loose. I met his aggression with my own, wrapping my legs around his waist as he lifted me effortlessly off the floor. My heels clicked against the concrete wall as I searched for purchase. "Wrap your legs around me," he ordered, his voice thick. "Tighter." "Don't let me go," I pleaded, burying my face in the crook of his neck, smelling the gunpowder and the unique woodsy scent of him. He didn't answer with words. He answered by tearing my silk robe open. The sound of the fabric rending was loud in the quiet room, a sharp rip that exposed me completely to him. He didn't care about the fine lace underneath. He trapped my breasts in his large, calloused hands, his touch rough and possessive. He marked me with his mouth, biting down at the junction of my neck and shoulder, a sharp sting that made me cry out. "You belong to a monster now," he muttered against my skin. "I know," I breathed, arching into him. "I'm the one who kept him alive." He freed himself with a violent tug of his zipper. There was no foreplay. We didn't have time for softness. Softness got you killed. He entered me in one swift, punishing thrust that pinned my back against the concrete. I cried out, a sound that was half sob, half triumph, as my body stretched to accommodate him. He was huge, hard, and unforgiving. Mikhail rested his forehead against mine, our sweat mingling in the red emergency light. He pulled back and slammed into me again, setting a rhythm that was brutal. "Look at me when I take you," he snarled. "I'm looking, Mikhail," I choked out. "I'm looking. I'm not going anywhere." He filled the void the killing had left behind. Every thrust was a declaration of ownership. A moya barked into my ear with every breath. I clung to him, my fingers scratching bloody tracks down his back, my world narrowing down to this singular violent point of contact. The wet slap of skin on skin echoed off the walls. "Say it," he demanded, his hand moving from my hair to wrap around my throat. He didn't squeeze, but the weight of it was there. Grounding me. Owning me. "Say who owns you." "You do," I sobbed, my hips snapping forward to meet him. "Mikhail. Only you." He growled, a low rumbling sound in his chest, and moved his hand between us. He found my clitoris with his thumb, rubbing with a ruthless intensity that drove me straight toward the edge. He didn't let me drift. He kept my eyes locked on his, forcing me to witness his own unraveling. "Don't you dare close your eyes," he hissed. "I can't." "Mikhail, please." The heat in my core was searing, a white-hot pressure that was about to explode. I began to come, my internal muscles clenching around him in rhythmic waves. I cursed him in Russian, words I'd learned from the audit files, words that had no place in a corporate boardroom but belonged right here in the blood and the dark. "Zatnus and take it," he groaned, increasing his pace. His thrusts reached a frantic terminal velocity, shaking me to my bones. My head thumped rhythmically against the concrete. Everything I was before this room was dead. She died with that man I shot. Mikhail reached his limit seconds later. He bit down on the sensitive cord of my neck, his body going rigid as he poured himself into me. It was a violent release, his entire frame shuddering with the force of it. He held me so tight I could barely breathe, pinning me to the wall as if he could fuse our bodies together and create something indestructible. Moya? Moya Ruby, he whispered, his voice broken. I've got you, I whispered back, stroking the back of his head. I've got you. We stayed like that for a long time, the only two people left in the world, both covered in blood that wasn't ours. Slowly, gravity took over. We slid down the wall together, our bodies still joined, until we hit the cold concrete floor. Mikhail didn't pull away. He kept his face buried in my neck, his breath hot and ragged against my damp skin. The adrenaline was beginning to fade, leaving a hollow, aching exhaustion in its wake. My fingers idly traced a thick scar on his shoulder, my touch light and trembling. You're shaking, I noted quietly. So are you, Pecan, he mumbled against my skin. He pulled back just enough to look at me. He reached out and wiped a smear of blood from my cheek with his thumb. The touch was unexpectedly gentle. The surgical cruelty was gone, replaced by a dark, simmering possessiveness that felt more permanent than any threat he'd ever made. You shouldn't have been able to do that, he said, eyeing the dead man across the room. You shouldn't have left the gun where I could find it. I didn't leave it, he corrected, tucking a loose strand of hair behind my ear. You took it. You are a thief, Ruby Vesna. I'm a risk analyst, I corrected, feeling the rhythmic hum of the servers returning to my awareness. And I mitigated the risk. He kissed me one last time, a slow, deep, lingering contact that tasted of finality. Then he pulled away, adjusting his clothes with a wince as his injury made itself known again. He stood up and offered me his hand, pulling me to my feet with a strength that belied the hole in his arm. The world outside was still screaming. I could hear distant sirens now, maybe police, maybe fire, but inside the safe room, a new order had been established. Mikhail walked over to where he'd thrown the Beretta. He picked it up, checked the safety, and walked back to me. He held it out, but first. Keep it, he said. His eyes were serious. But if you ever point it at me, make sure you don't miss. I took the gun. The steel was cold again. I won't miss, Mikhail. Good, he said, turning toward the shattered door. Because the debt is paid. Now the war begins.
Chapter 19. Mikhail. I slammed my palm against the override panel. The heavy magnetic locks engaged with a thud that vibrated through the reinforced steel walls, cutting off the distant echoes of gunfire and screaming alarms. The silence that followed wasn't peaceful. It was deafening. It was the sound of a vacuum sealing us inside a tomb. My lungs burned. I wiped a smear of someone else's blood off my cheek with the back of my hand, leaving a dark, wet streak across my skin. The air in here was recycled, stale, and smelled like ozone in my own metallic sweat. I leaned my forehead against the cold steel of the door, closing my eyes for 3 jagged breaths. My tricep was screaming where a piece of shrapnel had grazed me, hot and stinging, but I shoved the pain into a box in the back of my mind. I didn't have time for it. Stay where I can see you, I growled, not turning around yet. I flexed my fingers, checking the tactile response. A tremor. Adrenaline crash. Bliat. I hated the feeling. It made me want to punch the wall until my knuckles shattered. I'd killed men for less than the look in her eyes right now. I turned. Ruby was perched on the edge of the tactical cot, looking small and fragile in her torn silk. She was covered in soot, ash, and blood. The stolen Sig Sauer was still gripped in her white-knuckled hand, pointing at the floor, and her thumb was rhythmically clicking the safety on and off. Click. 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 The sound grated on my nerves like sandpaper. But it was the floor that made my stomach drop. Red footprints trailed across the pristine white linoleum from the door to the cot. Do you have any idea what you've done? I asked, my voice rough like I'd swallowed glass. You were supposed to stay in the crawl space, Suka. She didn't answer. She just stared at the wall, eyes wide, shock settling in. Drop the weapon, Ruby. Nothing. Look at your feet, I snapped, stepping toward her. You're bleeding out on my floor. That got her. She blinked, looking down at the red pools forming under her heels. The bright, clinical LED lighting reflected off the blood, making it look impossibly bright. I crossed the distance in 2 strides. I didn't grab her. I wasn't going to rattle her any more than she already was. I put my hand over hers on the gun, my heat swallowing her cold skin. She flinched, her grip tightening for a split second, survival instinct, before she recognized my touch. "It's over for now," I muttered, prying the weapon from her stiff fingers. "Let go. I have you." She released it. I checked the chamber. 1 round left. She was down to her last breath out there. Her hand was shaking so hard I could feel her heartbeat through her fingertips. She was a goddamn mess. My mess. I tossed the gun onto the cot and scooped her up. She was lighter than I remembered, or maybe I was just wired enough to lift a tank. She tried to protest, murmuring something about walking, but I shut her down with a look. "Don't move," I ordered. "You've done enough talking with your hands today. Silence now." I ignored the stabbing pain in my arm and carried her to the stainless steel medical counter, setting her down on the edge. The metal was cold against her thighs, I knew, but I needed her at working height. I moved with efficiency I didn't feel, pulling open drawers. Antiseptic. Gauze. Sterile water. Fine tweezers. I set them on a metal tray with a sharp clink. I snapped on a pair of black nitrile gloves, the latex popping against my wrists. "Maxim will pay for every scratch on you," I said, my voice low. I looked at the shredded soles of her feet. "This is going to hurt." "Good. Let it remind you why you don't run barefoot through a war zone." I knelt between her legs. It was a position of supplication, but I felt like a king claiming his territory. I dipped a cloth into the basin and began to wipe the grime and blood from her calves. The water turned a murky pink instantly. Ruby hissed, her knees knocking together. I gripped her ankle with a firm strength to keep her still. "Zatness?" I muttered, though there was no real venom in it. "Let me see the damage. You ran through the glass in the hallway, didn't you?" She nodded, biting her lip. I picked up the tweezers. I found 3 distinct shards of tempered glass embedded in her right heel. I leaned in close, my breath fanning across her instep. "One more. Hold on to me." I dug the metal tip in. She gasped, her hand flying out to grip my shoulder. Her fingers dug right into my wounded tricep. I grunted, a low noise of pain I couldn't suppress. Ruby realized what she was doing and tried to yank her hand back. "Mikhail, Don't let go," I commanded, catching her hand and pinning her palm back against my bleeding shoulder. I pressed it harder, forcing her to feel the heat of my blood soaking through my shirt. "I'm fine. Focus on your own breath." I pulled the last shard free and dropped it into the metal basin. Ping. I poured the antiseptic directly onto the open cuts. She cried out, her nails digging into me, tearing through the fabric of my shirt. "Good. Let her mark me. Let her know that we were both bleeding tonight." A match set. I finished the bandaging quickly. When I was done, I didn't move. I stayed there, kneeling between her legs, my heavy hands resting on her thighs, my thumbs tracing the line of her ruined silk panties. The clinical atmosphere in the room evaporated. The adrenaline was fading, leaving behind something raw. A primitive need to reaffirm that the bodies in this room were still warm. I rubbed a smudge of charcoal off her thigh. My touch wasn't medical anymore. "You look like a war goddess," I said, looking up at her. "I look like a victim," she whispered, her voice raspy from smoke. "No." I stood up, towering over her. "Victims don't shoot 3 men to get to the safe room. Victims don't save the monster." I cupped her jaw, my thumb dragging her lower lip down, exposing the wet pink inside. "Why did you do it? You could have let them kill me and walked out into the night. Tell me the truth, Ruby. Why?" She didn't look away. Her green eyes were flashing with that fire that drove me insane. She leaned into my hand. "I don't leave things unfinished, Mikhail," she said. Then she traced the line of my jaw, her touch feather light. "Besides, who would keep me in silk if you were dead?" Liar. She did it because she was as addicted to this, to me, as I was to her. Restraint snapped. I lunged forward, pressing my forehead against hers. I breathed in the scent of her cordite sweat, and the underlying sweetness of the soap I bought her. It was an intoxicating cocktail. Moya, I breathed against her mouth. Only mine. I'm going to ruin you for this, Ruby. I kissed her. It wasn't the brutal, teeth-clashing claim of our first time. It was a desperate, heavy collision. My tongue sought hers with a hunger that bordered on grief. I tasted the iron of the blood on her lip and the salt of her skin. I entangled my fingers in her hair, pulling her head back to expose her throat. Open for me, I growled. Yes, like that. My hands migrated from the counter to her waist, pulling her flush against my chest. I felt the heat of her through my tactical gear. It was the only real thing in the world. I unzipped my tactical vest with one hand, letting it fall to the floor with a heavy thud. I need to feel you, I said, rasping against her jaw. Breathe, Ruby. I kept her seated on the edge of the counter, stepping deeper between her thighs. I ran my hands up her bare legs, carefully avoiding the bandages on her feet. My calloused palms created friction against her soft skin, a rough caress that made her shiver. I hooked my fingers into the waistband of her torn panties and tugged them down. They shredded in my hands. I didn't care. Look at me, I demanded, locking eyes with her. You're perfect, even covered in ash. I trailed my mouth down her jaw and neck, biting gently at the juncture of her shoulder. Mine to protect. Mine to break. I lifted her hips, positioning her on the edge of the stainless steel. There was no fumbling. No awkwardness. Just a deliberate, heavy intent. I unbuckled my belt, the leather creaking in the silence, the metallic clink echoing off the walls. Don't look away, I said, stripping away the roles of pecan and captive until we were just two animals in a cage. Tell me you want this. I want it, she gasped. Mikhail, please. I entered her slowly, inch by inch. Fuck, I groaned, a low guttural sound ripping out of my chest as I felt her heat surround me. I paused when I was fully sheathed, resting my forehead against hers, just breathing her in. I gripped the edge of the counter so hard the metal groaned under my hands. Short, you're so tight, I muttered. Stay right there. Don't move. I was home. In this girl, in this violence, I had found the only place that made sense. I set a rhythm. Grinding. Deep. Not frantic. Every thrust was a reassurance. We are alive. We are here. I held her face in my hands, forcing her to stay present. My thumbs wiped away a stray tear that escaped her eye, smearing the soot on her cheek. You're alive, Ruby, I whispered. Feel me. Only me. She wrapped her legs around my waist, pulling me closer. The movement made me hiss through my teeth as my wounded arm throbbed, but I used the pain. It grounded me. I thrust deeper. She clawed at my back, her nails digging into my tattoos. More, she begged. Don't stop, Mikhail. My little killer, I praised her in Russian, sucking on her lower lip. You're the only thing worth saving in this hell. My control slipped. The desperation bled back in. I thrust harder, needing to feel her break and rebuild around me. The clinical silence of the room shattered under the sound of our bodies colliding, the wet slap of skin, the heavy breathing. I moved my hands to her hips, bruising the skin with my grip to drive myself deeper. Give it to me, I snarled. All of it, Suka. She tightened around me, her breath hitching. She was close. Come for me, I commanded. Yes, Moya, yes. She shattered, crying out my name, her head falling back. I absorbed the sound with my mouth, kissing her with frantic intensity as her pulse thrummed wildly against my lips. I followed her over the edge seconds later. My entire body went rigid, muscles bunching as I poured myself into her. A final, shuddering possession. It felt like sealing a blood pact. Ruby? I groaned into her neck. Always mine. I stayed buried inside her for a long moment. Our foreheads touched, sweat mingling on our skin as the room stopped spinning. The adrenaline was gone. The fear was gone. I gently smoothed her hair back from her sweaty forehead. Don't move yet, I said, my voice barely a rumble in my chest. We're still here. She nodded against me, limp and ruined and beautiful. We were alive. And God help the men waiting outside that door, because now I had a reason to burn the rest of the city down.
Chapter 20. Ruby. The ringing in my ears isn't fading. It's sitting there, a high-pitched whine competing with the hum of the server racks, reminding me that 10 minutes ago I put a bullet in a man's chest. And the wildest part? My hands aren't even shaking. I'm sitting on the edge of the cot, tracing the jagged tear in my silk robe with my thumb. The expensive fabric is ruined, soaked in dust and spotted with blood that isn't mine, but I don't care. I watch the rhythmic flex of Mikhail's back muscles as he leans over the bank of monitors. He's tense, a coiled spring of lethal intent, treating the air around him like an enemy combatant. The woman who used to color-code her spreadsheets and worry about quarterly audits is dead. She's buried under the rubble of the estate's east wing, and honestly, good riddance. She was boring as hell. The silence is louder than the gunfire was, I say. My voice sounds different. Lower. Scratched up by the smoke and the screaming. Mikhail doesn't turn around. He growls something low and guttural in Russian, his fingers flying across a tablet screen. He's obsessively checking the perimeter feeds, looking for ghosts in the static. Bliat, he mutters, slamming his palm against the metal desk. The sound echoes like a gunshot in the small, reinforced room. They were too close. You're looking for a ghost on those screens, Mikhail. Go back to sleep, Ruby, he snaps, still not looking at me. I have the watch. I can still taste the cordite. You shouldn't have had to do what you did. He's doing it again. Trying to put me back in a box. He thinks I'm still the civilian he dragged out of the server room, the collateral he needs to keep pristine and traumatized. He thinks he's protecting me from the darkness, completely missing the fact that I'm already swimming in it. I stand up. The cold concrete bites into the soles of my bare feet, grounding me. I walk toward him, not with the hesitant prey-like steps I used to have, but with a steady stride. I stop inches from his back. I can feel the heat radiating off him, smelling the harsh scent of his sweat mixed with that expensive cologne he wears, sandalwood and violence. I catch my reflection in the dark screen of a powered-down monitor. My hair is a tangled mess, my face is smudged with grime, but my eyes look predatory. Unfamiliar. I look like I belong here. I'm not tired, I say to his back. And the bed is too cold without you. Ruby. It's a warning. Look at me, Mikhail. Not the screens. I reach out, my fingertips grazing the fresh white bandage I applied to his shoulder 20 minutes ago. The medical tape is scratchy against my skin. He flinches, just a micro-expression, a tiny twitch of muscle before his mask slams back into place. He turns his head slightly, those flint-gray eyes tracking my movement like a turret. You're bleeding through the white, I murmur. I hook my finger into the collar of his ruined dress shirt, pulling the fabric just enough to see the edge of a tattoo beneath the gauze. Don't tell me to rest like I'm a child, I add, tightening my grip on his collar. I saw the way you looked at me when I fired that gun. You weren't horrified, Mikhail. You were turned on. He stiffens. I was calculating survival rates. Bullshit. I reach past him and swipe the tablet screen to black. The pinging stops. The room goes deadly quiet. I step into his personal space, my chest nearly brushing his arm, forcing him to acknowledge the woman who stood her ground in the face of death. I pick up the tablet and place it face down on the desk with a definitive, ringing clack. Enough, Mikhail, I say. The world can wait 10 minutes. I'm the only thing in this room that matters right now. He finally turns fully, his massive frame blocking out the light from the monitors. He looks exhausted, dangerous, and hanging by a thread. If you cross this line, he says, his voice a low rumble that vibrates in my chest, there is no going back. That life you want to return to? The audits? The safety? It dies the moment you accept this. I lean in, until my lips are a breath away from his jawline. I watch the pulse point in his neck jump. That life was a lie. This is real. You killed a man tonight, he whispers roughly. I chose to kill for you. I do it again. I look him dead in the eye. Don't you dare try to protect me from myself. He opens his mouth to argue, to play the martyr, but I cut him off by crashing my lips against his. It's not a soft kiss. It's violent, demanding. It tastes of iron and desperation. I bite his lower lip, hard enough to draw a drop of blood, demanding he stop thinking and start feeling. Shut up and take me, I breathe against his mouth. I'm not your victim anymore. Claim me or I'll claim you. He hesitates for a split second, the last vestige of his self-control warring with the absolute feral need I can feel radiating off him. I don't give him the chance to choose. I shove him. I place my hands on his broad shoulders and push him back toward the heavy bolted-down leather chair behind the desk. Caught off guard, the great Mikhail Smirnov stumbles back and sinks into the seat, his knees splayed wide. The leather creaks loudly under his weight, a sound of surrender in the quiet room. Sit, I command. Stay. He looks up at me, eyes blown wide, his chest heaving. Ruby? You've had your turn to lead. Now it's mine. I step between his spread legs. I kick his heavy tactical boots further apart with my bare heel to make more room for myself. Watch me, Mikhail. Don't you dare look away. He grips the armrests, his knuckles turning white. The tattoos on his forearms seem to writhe in the dim amber light of the floor lamps. He looks like a king on a throne of shadows, and I am about to take his crown. Look at me, I say, my voice dropping. Don't move a muscle. I'm in control now. I don't wait for him to undress me. I hike up my torn silk robe, bunching the fabric around my waist, and climb onto his lap. I straddle him, my knees digging into the leather on either side of his hips. The friction of the thin silk against his rough tactical trousers creates an immediate searing heat that makes my breath hitch. I grind my hips slowly against his, testing the hard ridge of him through the layers of cloth. He is rock hard, a pillar of fire waiting to burn me alive. You feel that? I whisper, leaning forward until my hair creates a dark curtain around our faces, isolating us from the rest of the world. That's the collateral you took. Breathe, Mikhail. He reaches for my hips, instinct taking over, but I catch his wrists midair. With a strength born of pure adrenaline, I pin them to the armrests of the chair. I lean my weight onto his wrists, my small hands barely able to encircle his thick ones, but the leverage is all mine. I said don't touch, I hiss. Just watch me. Obey me, Pecan. His pupils dilate until his eyes are almost black pools. He sucks in a sharp breath, his jaw clenched tight enough to snap bone. You play a dangerous game, Suka. I learned from the best. I grind down on him again, rotating my hips in a slow, punishing circle. I bite my lip to keep from moaning, wanting him to be the first to break the silence. I can feel him shaking beneath me. The ruthlessly controlled crime lord is trembling because of me. Do you like this? I taunt him. Tell me what you want. You're shaking, Mikhail. Ruby? It's a plea and a threat all at once. I let go of one of his wrists, just long enough to fumble with his belt buckle. My hands are shaking slightly, a mix of the lingering combat high and pure, unadulterated lust. I undo the tactical belt, the heavy click of the buckle echoing. I unzip his trousers and free him. The sight of him makes me ache with a primitive need. I brush my thumb over the head of him, watching his jaw clench in a spasm of pleasure. There you are, I murmur. Look what you do to me. Moya, so big. I lift myself up, positioning myself over him with a steady hand. I sink down slowly, inch by tortuous inch. My eyes roll back as I sheathe him fully, the fullness overwhelming, a physical manifestation of his possession of my life. God, Mikhail, I gasp, pausing halfway down to let my muscles adjust to the stretch. You're so deep. Stay right there. Mikhail groans, a low animal sound of surrender that vibrates through his entire frame. He strains against his own restraint, his muscles bulging as he obeys my earlier command not to grab me. He grips the armrests so hard I hear the leather begin to rip under his fingernails. Suka, you're killing me, he grits out, sweat beading on his forehead. Move, Ruby. I can't. I can't hold back. You will, I say, finally sinking all the way down until we are flush. Because I say so. I begin to move. I set a rhythm that is punishing and deep, using my core muscles to milk him, taking exactly what I want. I am no longer the recipient of his lust. I am the driver of our mutual destruction. I lean back, my spine arching, riding him with a desperate intensity. Yes, just like that, I pant. I own this moment. You're mine, Mikhail. Mine? The sound of skin slapping against skin fills the room, mixed with the slick friction and our ragged breathing. I lean forward again, whispering directly into his ear. Do you feel my teeth? I bite his earlobe hard. He hisses. Don't forget this. You're my monster now. That snaps the last thread of his control. Enough games, he roars. His hands break free from the armrests and bruise my hips, gripping me with a force that would leave marks on anyone else. He snaps his hips upward, meeting my thrusts with brutal and compromising force. He takes over the rhythm, turning the act into a frantic battle for release. He pulls me down, his mouth finding mine in a crushing, desperate kiss. I'm taking what's mine, he growls against my mouth. Moya, Ruby? The pace becomes frantic. It's a race to the edge of the cliff. I claw at his tattooed back, my nails drawing red lines through the black ink. Mikhail, now. Don't stop. Bliat, yes. I come first. It hits me like a freight train, my body convulsing around him in a series of violent, exquisite pulses. I cry out, my voice echoing off the reinforced walls. Mikhail follows seconds later, pouring into me with a roar, his hips stuttering as he empties himself completely. We stay like that for a long time. Joined. Trembling. The world slowly stops spinning, leaving us in the wreckage. I collapse against his chest, my forehead resting against his damp neck. I can hear his heart hammering against his ribs, trying to beat its way out. The room feels smaller, tighter, as the reality of our shared transgression settles in. There's no going back. I've signed the contract in blood and skin. Don't move yet, I whisper. I can feel your heart. We're both monsters now, aren't we? Mikhail finally moves his hands, but not to push me away. He grips my hips with a bruising intensity, his fingers digging into my skin as if checking that I'm real. He forces me to sit up so he can look into my eyes. His gaze is intense, flint gray and searching. He uses his thumb to wipe a stray tear, or perhaps just sweat, from the corner of my eye. If you stay, he says, his voice rough, there is no light left for you. You understand what this means? You are mine in every world. Tell me you want this. Tell me you won't regret it when the blood starts to flow again. I look past him at the bloodstain on his discarded shirt, then back into his eyes. I don't flinch. I don't want the light, I say. And I mean it. The light was blinding anyway. Your world is my world now. I'm not afraid of the blood, Mikhail. I'm afraid of the boredom. I lean forward and press a soft, lingering kiss to the scar on his shoulder. I'm not a forensic analyst anymore. I'm the woman who stands beside the pecan. I slide off his lap, but I don't rush to cover myself. I stand tall in the center of the room, my robe hanging open, my skin marked with the faint red prints of his grip. I run a hand through my tangled hair, pulling it back from my face with a defiant toss. I reach over and turn the monitor back on. The blue light washes over us, harsh and unforgiving. Tell me who funded the hit, I say, my voice steady. I can bankrupt them before you even reach their front door. We don't just defend. We erase. Mikhail looks at me with a mixture of awe and terrifying pride. He reaches up, cupping my face with one large hand. Moya Koroleva, he rasps. My queen. The title feels like a coronation and a curse. You were never just collateral, he says. Together, we will burn Moscow to the ground if we have to. Before I can answer, a sharp, rhythmic knock echoes against the heavy iron door. It's the real world coming to collect. Lev Volkov's voice filters through the intercom, sounding distorted and urgent. Pecan, the council is calling. We have a problem with the perimeter at the docks. Mikhail's hand tightens on my hip one last time before he begins to pull away. The mask is sliding back into place, the lever retreating behind the soldier. Give me a minute, Lev. He stands up and begins to dress, his movements efficient and sharp. He pulls on his black jacket, checking his sidearm. He pauses for a second, looking at me. For a moment, the cold pecan facade slips, revealing that raw animalistic possessiveness again. He hates leaving me, even for a few steps. He reaches out and adjusts the lapel of my robe, a small gesture of fixing his property. Stay behind the desk. I'll be back before the sun is up. Pashal Nakui, to anyone who asks questions. Let him in, I say. I'm not going anywhere. They need to know who I am eventually. He smirks, a rare and dangerous expression. Stay safe. Don't come back without good news, I order him. Make them regret today. I'll be here when you're done. I always do. He opens the heavy door, letting in a draft of cold air and the murmur of his men. He steps out and the door groans shut, locking with a metallic thud. I am alone in the humming silence. I catch my reflection in a polished metal panel of the server rack again. I stare at myself for a long time, looking for the girl who cried when she got a parking ticket. She's gone. That girl didn't survive the raid. And honestly, I don't miss her. I see the bruises blooming on my neck. I see the messy, tangled hair. I see the cold, hard light in my green eyes. I pull the edges of the silk robe tight and tie the sash with a sharp, decisive tug. Short, I whisper to my reflection, a slow, terrifying smile spreading across my face. You look beautiful. I am the Iron Debt. And it's time to start collecting.
Chapter 21. Mikhail. The Moscow dawn was gray, the kind of colorless shit that seeped through the heavy velvet curtains and made the gold fixtures in the room look cheap. I stood by the window, staring at the dust motes dancing in a shaft of weak light, my hands clasped behind my back to keep them from forming fists. On the bed, Ruby was still sleeping. I watched the rhythmic rise and fall of her chest. The silk sheet had slipped down, exposing the bruises on her collarbone, fingerprints. My fingerprints. Dark purple against pale skin. A map of where I'd held her down, where I'd forced her to accept the reality of what we were. For the first time in 20 years, looking at a woman didn't feel like balancing a ledger. It felt like locating a structural weakness in a load-bearing wall. She was a vulnerability. A chink in the armor I'd spent decades forging, out of blood and paranoia. And fuck if I didn't want to widen that crack until it swallowed me whole. I traced the line of my jaw, feeling the scratch of overnight stubble. It would be easy for an assassin to stand right here. 1 bullet. 2 seconds. Done. The thought didn't scare me, it just pissed me off. You're going to be the death of me, Suka, I muttered, the words barely audible over the hum of the air filtration system. Ruby shifted. Her breathing hitched, changed rhythm. Her eyes snapped open, sharp green cutting through the gloom, locking onto my silhouette instantly. No blink. No confusion. No fear. That was new. The fear was gone. She pushed herself up, the sheet pooling at her waist. She didn't cover herself. She let me look. Let me see the ownership stamped on her skin. You look like you're calculating my funeral, Mikhail, she said, her voice rough with sleep. I walked over, the silk of my robe whispering, and sat on the edge of the mattress. The mattress dipped under my weight. Not yours, Moya. Never yours. She reached out, wrapping her fingers around my wrist. Her grip was strong for someone so small. She was checking my pulse. The house feels different today. The house is waking up, hungry. I didn't waste time with pleasantries. I reached for the tablet on the nightstand and tossed it onto her lap. The screen cast a blue glow over her face, highlighting the sharp angle of her cheekbones. 3 o'clock hours, I said. Look at the perimeter logs. She swiped, her eyes scanning the code like she was reading a menu. The infrared grid dropped for 12 seconds. Ghosted, I corrected. Not cut. Someone ghosted it. That requires a high-level admin bypass, she murmured, zooming in on the timestamp. It creates a loop in the feed, so the monitors show an empty yard while the sensors are blind. This isn't a hack, Mikhail. This is an open door. Who has the keys to the back entrance? She looked up at me. 3 people. Lev. You. She paused, her throat working as she swallowed the name. And your brother. Maxim. The name tasted like bile. He let someone in. Or he let someone out. Or he just wanted to see if I was watching. I stood up, the movement abrupt. Get dressed. Something practical. No silk today. I turned my back on her and headed for the door. I didn't need to check if she was obeying. She knew the tone. The hallway was quiet. Too quiet. I walked the length of the West Wing, dressed in a suit that cost more than most people made in a decade, feeling the Sig Sauer heavy on my hip. The guards at the end of the hall stiffened as I approached. Their eyes didn't meet mine. They stared at a point past my shoulder. Good morning, Pecan, one of them mumbled. Liar. I didn't acknowledge him. I stopped at a painting of the Ural Mountains, adjusting the frame by a millimeter. There was a smudge of dust on the gold leaf. The housekeeping staff was slipping. Or they were distracted. Eyes forward, Soldat, I snapped without looking at him. I pushed into the security office. The air smelled of stale coffee and ozone. Lev Volkov was standing by the main console, his face a slab of granite. He didn't look up as I entered. He just tapped a cigarette against his silver lighter, over and over. Clink. 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 I didn't sign off on the rotation, I said, looking at the duty roster on the main screen. I know, Lev said, his voice a low rumble. 3 senior vanguards reassigned to the forest perimeter. 3 o'clock. Who signed the order? Came from the second-floor office. Maxim. Lev finally lit the cigarette, the flame reflecting in his dead eyes. He used code K774. His personal override. He's not even trying to hide it anymore. I leaned over the desk, gripping the edge until the wood groaned. I watched the blinking cursor on the screen. My brother. My blood. The spare heir who had spent his entire life waiting for me to trip. He thinks I'm distracted, I snarled. He thinks because I have a woman in my bed, I've gone soft. Lev exhaled a plume of smoke. Are you? I looked at him. Lev was the only man alive who could ask me that and keep his teeth. Let him think that. It will be the last mistake he ever makes. The council is getting restless, Mikhail. The explosion at the warehouse, now this. They smell blood in the water. Then we spill enough of it to drown them. I straightened my cuffs. Where is he? Main corridor. Preening like a peacock. I found him near the grand staircase. Maxim was wearing a designer track jacket that looked ridiculous on a grown man, picking at a loose thread on his sleeve. He looked relaxed. Too relaxed. I stopped directly in his path. He had to halt or slam into my chest. Taking a walk, little brother? Maxim looked up, a smirk playing on his lips. It didn't reach his eyes. His eyes were darting around, checking the exits, checking the guards. Just checking the perimeter, Mikhail. You've been busy lately. With your new pet. I thought I'd help shoulder the burden. I don't remember asking for help, I said, my voice dropping an octave. And I don't remember giving you my keys. Keys are meant to be shared, brother. Just like power. I stepped into his space. I was broader than him, harder. I'd spent my life breaking bones while he spent his spending my money. I backed him against the marble banister until he had nowhere to go. The girl is mine, I said, quiet and lethal. The ledger is mine. This house is mine. Maxim's smirk faltered. Be careful, Mikhail. Even empires fall when the foundation is cracked. I'll kill the foundation before I let the roof touch the ground. I reached out and straightened his collar. He flinched. Good. If I see another unauthorized roster change, I will nail your hand to the desk. I walked away before I snapped his neck right there in the hall. I could feel his eyes boring into my back, hot with hate. I pulled my phone out. One text to Lev. Soon. The air pressure in the house had dropped. The storm wasn't coming, it was already here. I needed to secure my assets. I burst back into the bedroom. Ruby was ready. She was wearing black tactical pants and a fitted long-sleeve shirt, her hair pulled back into a severe ponytail. She looked like a weapon. We're moving, I said. Now. She didn't ask where. She didn't ask why. She just moved to my side. Is it Maxim? It's everyone, I said, grabbing her arm. Don't leave my side. I led her to the service elevator concealed behind a panel in the hallway. We descended in silence, the vibration of the lift rattling through the soles of my shoes. The air grew colder, smelling of damp earth and concrete. The doors opened to the sub-basement. The armory. It was my church. A long, reinforced concrete tunnel lined with high-density shelving. Biometric locks. Climate control. Enough firepower to overthrow a small country. I placed my palm on the scanner, and the heavy steel door hissed open. Ruby stepped inside, her eyes widening as the motion sensor LEDs flickered to life, illuminating rows of assault rifles, crates of explosives, and racks of handguns. This is the heart of the Smirnov name, I said, the heavy thunk of the magnetic locks engaging behind us, sealing us in. It smells like oil and old coins, she whispered, walking toward a rack of matte black suppressors. It smells like survival, Ruby. I went straight to the ammo crates at the back. My instincts were screaming. I pried open a crate of 7.62mm rounds. Half empty. Motherfucker. I kicked the crate. It skidded across the concrete, slamming into a shelf with a deafening crash. What is it? Ruby asked, turning sharply. He's stealing my inventory. He's arming his men with my own bullets. I ran a hand through my hair. That's where the trucks were going last night. Not a delivery. A withdrawal. How much is missing? Enough to kill us 10 times over. I looked at her. She wasn't cowering. She was standing by the handgun rack, analyzing the systems. She reached out and pulled a customized Sig Sauer P320 from the mount. My breath caught. She checked the chamber, dropped the mag, and cleared the weapon. Her movements were fluid. Practiced. Where the fuck did you learn to do that? She looked at me, the gun resting easy in her hand. I spent 3 years auditing security firms, Mikhail. I didn't just look at their books. I looked at their training protocols. Sometimes I participated. It helps to know what you're paying for. You're full of surprises, Moya Ruby. I gestured to the silhouette target at the far end of the narrow testing range. Show me. She didn't hesitate. She took a stance, feet shoulder-width apart, knees slightly bent. She brought the weapon up, sighting down the barrel. The change in her posture was instant. The civilian vanished. The predator emerged. I moved behind her. The sight of her holding a gun, ready to kill, hit me harder than any drug I'd ever sold. It went straight to my groin. Imagine it's my brother's heart, I whispered. I'm imagining it's anyone who tries to take me from this room, she replied, her voice steady. Good girl. I stepped into her space, pressing my chest flush against her back. I wrapped my hands over hers, encompassing them. My skin was rough against hers, my tattoos dark against her pale wrists. I could feel her heart hammering against my ribs, a frantic bird-like rhythm that matched my own. Steady, I murmured, my beard grazing her cheek. Don't let the world shake you. I'm not shaking, Mikhail. She wasn't. She was vibrating with adrenaline. I slid my hands down from the gun to her hips, pulling her back firmly into the cradle of my thighs. I was hard. Painfully hard. The contrast of the cold armory and the heat radiating off her was driving me insane. I bit the sensitive cord of her neck, hard enough to leave a mark. You were born for this world, Suka, I growled. I was born to survive it, she breathed, leaning back into me. There's a difference. Not anymore. I reached around and took the gun from her hand, setting it on a crate without looking away from her profile. I spun her around, slamming her back against the rifle rack. The metal barrels rattled against her spine. I kissed her. It wasn't gentle. It was a collision. Teeth, tongue, desperation. I needed to taste the fight in her. Look at me, I commanded, breaking the kiss but keeping my forehead pressed to hers. Tell me who you belong to when the bullets start flying. Her eyes were dilated, black swallowing the green. You know the answer, Mikhail. Don't make me say it. Say it. Yours, she hissed. I hoisted her up. She wrapped her legs around my waist instantly, clinging to me like I was the only solid thing in a dissolving world. I backed her into a heavy metal shelving unit, holding ammo tins. The steel bit into her thighs, but she didn't complain. She pulled me closer. I tore at the zipper of her tactical jacket. The sound was loud in the silent vault. Zatness and hold on, I muttered against her throat. I'm not going anywhere. I shoved her clothes aside, my hands rough. I didn't have the patience for finesse. We were standing in a room full of death, waiting for a war, and all I could think about was burying myself inside her. I used my mouth on her breast, tasting her skin, tasting the salt of her sweat. She arched back, her head knocking against a row of AK-74s. The clatter of metal on metal was the only music we needed. Prove it, Mikhail, she gasped, her fingers digging into my shoulders. Claim what's yours. I didn't need to be told twice. I freed myself and entered her in one powerful thrust, pinning her body to the shelves. Fuck, I groaned, the sensation nearly dropping me to my knees. She was tight, hot, and perfect. The rhythm we found was hard and uncompromising. The metal racks shook with every impact. A box of loose rounds tipped over somewhere, brass casings raining onto the concrete floor with a ping, ping, ping that sounded like distant gunfire. Look at me, I roared, gripping her jaw. Don't you dare close your eyes. I see you, she choked out, her head thrown back. I see all of you. I drove into her, grinding my hips, forcing her to feel every inch of me. You fight with me, Suka. You bleed with me. If this house falls, we go into the ground together. I'll do more than that, she cried out, her nails scoring the tattoos on my back. I'll kill for you. That broke me. The climax hit like a detonator. I buried my face in her neck, my body racking with tremors as I poured myself into her. She clung to me, her legs locking tighter, milking every drop. For a moment, there was no Maxim. There was no debt. There was only the ringing in my ears and the smell of sex and gun oil. We stayed like that for a long time, my forehead resting against hers, our breathing ragged and loud in the enclosed space. Slowly, the world started to bleed back in. I lowered her to her feet, my hands lingering on her waist. I began to adjust her clothes, zipping her jacket with fingers that were surprisingly steady. Are you back with me? I asked, brushing a stray hair from her face. I never left. I turned and picked up the Sig Sauer I'd set aside. I checked the safety, wiped a smudge from the slide, and held it out to her. Grip first. Take it. She looked at the gun, then at me. Mikhail. If anyone but me or Lev opens a door, you use this. You aim for the center mass, and you keep pulling the trigger until it clicks. She took the weapon. It looked right in her hand. She slid it into the holster at her thigh. Even if it's Maxim? She asked quietly. Especially if it's Maxim. The heavy clank of the locks disengaging echoed through the room. We exited the armory, the steel door sealing shut behind us. Lev was waiting in the corridor. He looked like he'd aged 10 years in the hour we'd been gone. He was holding a tablet that was pulsing with red alerts. The money is moving, Mikhail, Lev said, his voice flat. Where to? A ghost account. We can't track the destination yet. But we found the source code used to authorize the bulk transfer. Lev handed me the tablet. I looked at the string of numbers. It was gibberish to me, But Ruby leaned in, her body going rigid against my side. "That's not possible," she whispered. "What is it?" I demanded. She pointed to the routing sequence, her finger trembling slightly. "That's my encryption. That's the signature I used to flag the ledger for the audit. He stole it from my terminal." I looked at her, understanding dawning like a punch to the gut. "He's not just stealing the money," she said, looking up at me with wide eyes. "He's making it look like I'm doing it. He's framing me." "The council will demand my head for this," I said, the realization settling cold and heavy in my chest. "They'll say I brought a thief into the house. They'll say I chose a woman over the family." "Mikhail." "Don't," I cut her off. I looked at Lev. "Get the car. The armored SUV." "Where are we going?" Lev asked. "To the main server hub, downtown. If he wants to play with digital ghosts, we're going to burn the haunted house down." I grabbed Ruby's hand. Her fingers were cold, but her grip was iron. "Don't look back," I told her as we started walking toward the garage, the red emergency lights pulsing in the hallway. "I'm only looking at you," she said. "Then let's go burn a brother."
Chapter 22. Ruby. The numbers on the screen were mocking me. I'd been staring at this glowing blue hellscape for 3 hours, and the headache behind my eyes was starting to feel like a permanent resident. Oksana had left a cup of Earl Grey on the corner of the mahogany desk 40 minutes ago. Now it was just a murky, cold pond of disappointment. I clicked the heavy fountain pen in my hand, snap, 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 the sound sharp in the silence of Mikhail's private study. I was cross-referencing the $50 million ledger's transaction logs against the perimeter security timestamps from the night of the breach. The math wasn't mathing. Every time I tried to close a loop, another leak appeared. It was like trying to bail out the Titanic with a shot glass. There was a recurring anomaly, a black hole in the data. Massive packets of encrypted information vanished exactly when the firefight outside had been loudest. "Not a hack," I muttered, my voice scraping against the quiet room. "An invitation." I typed in a command string, my fingers flying. If the leak was internal, the perimeter breach wasn't an assassination attempt. It was a distraction. Someone opened the back door while Mikhail was busy shooting at the front. The screen flashed, isolating the outgoing data packet. It wasn't bouncing to a shell company in the Caymans. It wasn't going to a rival pecan. I traced the IP hop and my stomach dropped straight through the floor. It was a secure federal Dropbox. An FBI-managed whistleblower server. Short. No. My hands were shaking so bad I miskeyed the password twice. This wasn't just theft. They weren't just taking the money. They were taking the whole throne. I felt cold all over, the kind of chill that has nothing to do with the temperature and everything to do with realizing you're standing on a trapdoor. I ran the biometric handshake attached to the transfer. It required a level 5 Smirnov clearance. The screen blinked green, vomiting up the signature. Maxim Smirnov. I stared at the name, blinking hard. It wasn't just business, it was fratricide. The snake was trading Mikhail's head for his own immunity. He was selling his own brother to the feds like a piece of meat. I didn't think. I just moved. I yanked a secure physical drive from my pocket, dumping the logs and the biometric proof onto it. The progress bar crawled, mocking my heart rate. Come on. As soon as it hit 100%, I ripped the drive out and performed a hard shutdown, pulling the Ethernet cable to kill the connection before Maxim could see my trace. The fan spun down into silence. I shoved the small drive into the waistband of my trousers, the cold metal biting into my hip. Stay hidden. Just stay hidden. I needed to get to the armory. Mikhail was down there checking inventory. If I could get to him before the feds rolled up, maybe we had a chance. I opened the heavy oak door and stepped into the West Wing hallway. It was dim, the amber sconces flickering like they were running on low voltage. I took 3 steps before 2 men stepped out of the shadows. They weren't the usual guards. No tattoos on their necks. Eyes dead and hard. They crossed their arms, physically barring the path to the stairs. "Move," I said, pitching my voice lower, trying to summon some of that Vesna ice. "Now." "Orders have changed, Vesna," one of them grunted. He didn't even blink. I tried to push past, but a heavy hand clamped onto my shoulder, pinning me in place. The smell of cheap tobacco and gun oil hit me, making me gag. "The pecan is expecting me," I snapped, adrenaline spiking. "Is he?" The voice came from behind me. Smooth. Smug. I turned. A side door opened and Maxim stepped out. He was leaning against the wall, casually lighting a cigarette, the flame illuminating the predatory grin on his face. He looked at me like I was a mouse that had just run straight into the glue trap. He blew a slow cloud of smoke directly into my face. I winced, my eyes stinging. "Found something interesting, little rat?" he asked, his voice dripping with false concern. "You should have stayed in the ledgers and out of the family business." "You look pale, Ruby," he added, stepping closer, his polished shoes clicking on the marble. "Is it the truth?" "It's a heavy thing to carry." I wanted to spit in his face. I wanted to scream. My hand slid toward the small blade I kept in my sleeve, a trick Mikhail had taught me. I opened my mouth to yell for Mikhail, to burn this whole hallway down with noise. Maxim didn't flinch. He just pulled a small, black electronic device from his pocket. A remote detonator. My breath hitched, my hand freezing halfway to my sleeve. The little red light on the device blinked at me like a demon's eye. "One scream and the armory becomes a funeral pyre," Maxim whispered, his smile vanishing. "Mikhail is inside, checking the inventory. Do you want to see him burn?" The air left my lungs. "You sick fuck." "He's so predictable," Maxim mused, running his thumb over the button. "Always checking his toys before a war." He stepped into my personal space, close enough that I could smell his expensive cloying cologne. He ran the cold antenna of the detonator down the side of my neck, a mockery of a caress. I shuddered, revulsion coiling in my gut. "Go back to his bed," he hissed in my ear. "Be a good little doll. Keep him occupied until morning. That's all you're good for anyway." He pulled back, his eyes dead. "If he leaves that room before I say so, he's a dead man." I stared at him, my mind racing. If I screamed, Mikhail died. If I tried to fight, Mikhail died. "I'll see you in hell, Maxim," I whispered. "Morning is a long way off, brother," he smirked, taking another drag of his cigarette. I turned on my heel, my back stiff as a board. I could feel his eyes on me, burning holes in my silk blouse. The guards fell in behind me, escorting me like I was walking to the gallows. I marched into the master suite and slammed the door, locking it with trembling fingers. My breath was coming in ragged gasps now, panic clawing at my throat. "Think, Ruby. Think." I scanned the room. I had to hide the drive. Maxim would come for it eventually, or send his goons. My eyes landed on the bookshelf. I rushed over, pulling out a vintage copy of Dostoevsky's The Idiot. Mikhail kept a hollowed-out version for emergency cash. I shoved the drive inside, snapping the book shut and jamming it back into the row. I wiped my sweaty palms on my silk robe, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. If he sees my face, he'll know. He always knows when I'm lying. The connecting door to the ensuite opened. Steam billowed out, carrying the scent of cedar and rain-scented soap. Mikhail walked out. He was bare-chested, a black towel slung low on his hips, water droplets still clinging to the hard planes of his chest. His skin was damp, flushed from the heat. He stopped dead, his eyes the color of cold flint, locking onto me instantly. The atmosphere in the room shifted. He sensed it. He sensed the fear radiating off me like heat waves off pavement. He wiped a stray droplet of water from his cheek with the back of his hand, never breaking eye contact. "You're late," he rumbled, his voice low and dangerous. "I thought you were buried in the servers." He took a step forward. "Why is your heart trying to kick its way out of your chest, Ruby?" I swallowed, my throat dry as sandpaper. The audit is fine. Just complicated. Look at me. He crossed the room in 3 long strides, his large hand coming up to cut my jaw. His thumb was rough, calloused, forcing my face up. I tried to look bored, tired, anything but terrified. My eyes flicked to the door for a split second. A fatal mistake. Don't lie to me, Suka, he growled. Your skin is cold. Who was in the hallway? I couldn't let him ask. I couldn't let him leave. If he walked out that door, Maxim would press the button. Shut up, Mikhail. Just shut up. I lunged at him. I grabbed the lapels of his discarded shirt on the chair, yanking myself forward, and smashed my lips against his. It wasn't a kiss, it was a collision. I bit his lip hard enough to taste copper, throwing everything I had into the distraction. I don't want to talk about the ledger, I gasped against his mouth, my hands tangling in his wet hair. Take me. Right now. Mikhail froze for a second, surprised by the assault, and then the predator took over. He growled, the sound vibrating deep in his chest. He didn't question the shift. The sudden aggression from his collateral triggered every territorial instinct he had. You're desperate for it tonight, aren't you? He lifted me off the floor effortlessly, my legs instantly locking around his waist. He slammed me back against the closed door, the wood groaning under our combined weight. Moya, he muttered against my neck. You belong in this bed, not those files. Whatever you're hiding, I'll find it eventually. But first. He carried me to the heavy mahogany dresser, sweeping a clutter of jewelry and expensive perfume bottles to the floor with one sweep of his arm. Glass shattered, and the room instantly filled with the cloying scent of jasmine and the sharp tang of destruction. He tore my silk robe open, the fabric shredding under his brute strength. He wasn't looking for grace. He was looking for possession. You're shaking, Ruby, he said, gripping my hips and lifting me onto the cold marble. Look at me while I take you. Tell me you're mine. Harder, Mikhail, I demanded, pulling him closer, my nails digging into his shoulders until I left thin red lines. Don't stop. Make me forget everything but you. Zatness, and just touch me. I needed the sensation to be loud enough to drown out the image of that detonator. I needed to be so consumed by him that I couldn't hear the silence of the house. Mikhail recognized the desperation, he fed on it. He refused to enter me yet, instead grinding his weight against me, forcing me to feel every inch of his dominance. He caught my wrists, pinning them to the marble, his grip like iron manacles. You taste like fear, Suka, he whispered, biting down on the slope of my shoulder. I'm going to ruin you for anyone else. Say my name. Mikhail, I choked out. He used his hand then, prepping me roughly, his fingers deep and demanding. He watched my face, searching for the crack in my resolve for the lie. I arched my back, my head falling back as I found a dark, violent release in his touch. Is this what you wanted? He taunted, his thumb circling with punishing rhythm. You're so wet for me, even when you're terrified. Open for me. Yes, I sobbed. Just do it. I am falling apart, and he is the only thing holding the pieces together. He growled and scooped me up again, throwing me onto the center of the massive bed. He loomed over me, his scars highlighted by the moonlight streaming through the window. He looked every bit the monster the world feared. Tonight, I needed the monster. He kicked his discarded towel away. No more games, Ruby. I'm taking everything tonight. You're the only thing that's real in this house. He entered me in one long, punishing thrust that stole the air from my lungs. It wasn't gentle. It was acclaiming. I cried out, my fingers scrambling for purchase on the silk headboard, my knuckles rapping against the wood. Moya? Only mine, he hissed. Breathe, Suka. Just breathe for me. Don't look away. The rhythm was relentless. He was trying to fuck the secrets out of me, his movements primal and unyielding. I met every thrust, my body acting as a shield against the reality outside the bedroom door. He hooked his hands under my knees, pulling me even deeper, his tattoos slick with our shared sweat. Tell me you love it when I break you, he demanded. Give it all to me. You're hiding in me, Ruby. I can feel it. He knows. He could feel the lie in the way I was holding him. But he wouldn't stop. He leaned down, his mouth finding the sensitive cord of my neck. He bit down hard enough to leave a bruise that would last for days, a visible brand. Moja krasavetsa, he groaned, his voice rough with lust. My beautiful ruin. I'll kill anyone who tries to take you. Stay right here. I wish we could stay in this moment forever. Before the sun comes up and the bombs go off. My climax hit first, a violent shattering wave that left me clawing at the sheets, my toes curling. Mikhail followed seconds later, his entire body going rigid as he spilled into me, his head falling into the crook of my neck as he groaned my name. Mikhail? Mikhail? Yes, right there, he panted. Don't let go. We lay there for a moment, tangled and breathless. Mikhail didn't pull away, he stayed joined to me, his heart thudding against my chest like a war drum. The silence of the house returned, heavier than before. He brushed a lock of sweat-soaked hair away from my forehead, a rare silent moment of tenderness that made my chest ache. You're still shaking, he murmured. Sleep, Ruby. I've got you. Tomorrow we finish this. Tomorrow, everything burns. Eventually he rolled off, his arm remaining a heavy, possessive weight across my stomach. Within minutes, his breathing deepened. He fell into a deep, exhausted sleep, the sleep of a man who thinks his perimeter is secure. I stared at the ceiling, the moon setting and leaving the room in shadows. I carefully moved his heavy hand so I could sit up, my body aching from the intensity of the encounter. I slid out of bed, the cold floor biting at my feet. I walked to the window, looking out at the darkened grounds. Down near the armory, I saw the flicker of a lighter. A tiny orange spark in the dark. Maxim's men were still there. They were waiting. I realized then that I couldn't wait for the feds. I couldn't wait for Mikhail to wake up. If he woke up, he'd charge out there and die. My foot brushed against something sharp on the floor. I bent down and picked up a large shard of the broken perfume bottle. I tested its edge against my thumb, pressing until a bead of bright red blood appeared. Maxim thought I was a doll. He thought I'd wait for morning. He didn't realize I'd been learning from the best predator in Russia. No more debts, I whispered to the glass. I'm clearing the ledger tonight. I squeezed the shard, letting the pain focus me. I wasn't just the collateral anymore. I was the one coming to collect.
Chapter 23. Mikhail. Red. Everywhere. The monitors on the wall are usually a soothing cool blue, a digital river of encrypted streams and laundering nodes that keeps my pulse slow and my wallet heavy. Right now, they're bleeding. A cascade of red alerts scrolling so fast the text is a blur. System compromised. Unauthorized transfer. Asset liquidation. I'm standing there, gripping a crystal tumbler of vodka hard enough that my knuckles are turning white, watching 20 years of blood money drain out of the Zurich accounts. It's not a trickle. It's a hemorrhage. 300 million in the Caymans. Gone in 6 seconds. The darker funds in Cyprus? Vaporized. This isn't a hack. You don't hack a system this tight without tripping 17 silent alarms and frying your own motherboard. This is an override. Someone walked through the digital front door with a master key and started tossing furniture out the window. The Zurich accounts are gone, pecan. Lev's voice is gravel. Low, steady, annoying in its calmness. I don't turn around. I watch the progress bar on the main screen hit 100% completion on a transfer to a federal holding account. My money isn't being stolen by a rival. It's being seized. It's not a breach, Mikhail, Lev says, stepping up beside me. He smells like gun oil, and that distinct metallic scent of adrenaline. It's a slaughter. Let it burn, I say, and my voice sounds dead even to my own ears. I want to see who's holding the match. The glass in my hand finally gives up. It shatters with a sharp crack, a jagged shard slicing into my palm. I don't drop it. I squeeze tighter, letting the vodka mix with the blood dripping onto the command center's pristine floor. The pain is good. It cuts through the cold, numb shock spreading in my chest. We have movement, Lev says. He's already in his tack vest, rifle slung, looking like the Reaper he is. Miller's convoy bypassed the 3-mile perimeter. Thermal shows 30 vehicles. Heavy armor. SWAT, maybe feds. The mines? I ask. I spent a fortune on those claymores. They should have turned the driveway into a crater. Didn't even click, Mikhail. Deactivated from the inside. Someone turned the house into a welcome mat. I drop the broken glass. It clatters, wet and sharp. I step to the console, shoving Lev out of the way, and hammer in a sequence of commands. My fingers are slick with blood, smearing the keys, but I don't care. I pull up the security logs for the main gate override. I need a name. I need to know which rat in my kitchen decided to sell me out. The screen flashes green. User MK Alpha. The air leaves the room. It's like getting kicked in the chest by a mule. MK Alpha. Maxim. My little brother. The kid I pulled out of gutter fights. The kid I put through Swiss boarding schools, so he wouldn't have to learn how to cut a throat until he was 18. The code was his 21st birthday present, access to the kingdom. MK Alpha, I say, the name tasting like ash. My little brother is more ambitious than I gave him credit for. He didn't just steal the ledger, Lev mutters, reading the screen over my shoulder. He stole the keys to your grave. Bliat, Maxim. I stare at the blinking cursor. You should have just shot me in the back. It would have been cleaner. The double doors to the command center bang open. Ruby stumbles in. She looks wrecked. Her hair is a bird's nest, her face pale as bone, eyes wide and frantic. She's clutching a tablet like it's a shield. She trips on the threshold, her heels skidding on the polished floor, and she goes down. I'm moving before I think about it. I catch her arm, hauling her up. My grip is too hard, bruising, but I need to feel she's real. Mikhail, he's mirroring everything. She's breathless, gasping the words out. She shoves the tablet at my chest. I found the transmission lines in the lower node. He's live streaming the server contents to a federal jump point. They have the proof. They have the names, the dates, the kills. Everything. She looks at the main wall, at the sea of red warnings, and I see the exact second her heart breaks. She realizes she didn't save anything. She ran into a burning building, just to watch the roof collapse. It's a trap, she whispers, looking at me, her green eyes dilated with panic. The whole estate is a kill box. Are you okay? I asked, scanning her. Did they touch you? Mikhail, the money. Fuck the money, I snap. Did they touch you? She shakes her head, trembling. No. I got away before they saw me. Good. That's the only asset report I care about right now. I look at Lev. Then at the screens. Then at Ruby. The tactical situation is a joke. The law is at the door. The bank accounts are zero, and my brother is the executioner. I can try to fight a war on two fronts, the feds outside and the traitor inside, or I can flip the board. I reach for my suit jacket buttons, undoing them. The tailored wool feels restrictive, like a shroud. We aren't holding the house, Lev, I say. We have men in the lobby, Lev argues, though his eyes say he knows I'm right. Dead men, I correct him. The money is just numbers on a screen. She is flesh and bone. I look at Ruby. She's staring at me like I've lost my mind. Maybe I have. If I can't have my empire, no one will. I turn back to the console. My hand hovers over the keyboard. I type in 24 characters. It's a sequence I memorized 5 years ago, hoping I'd never have to use it. Protocol 0. It's the scorched earth option. Thermal incendiary pulse in the server room. Global wipe of every Smirnov account, server, and backup. It doesn't just delete data. It overwrites it with garbage code and then physically melts the drives. Lev stiffens. Protocol 0, Mikhail. There's no coming back from that. You're deleting the family name. Do it, I say to myself. Now. My finger hits the enter key. A deep, low-frequency hum starts under our feet. The sound of cooling fans spinning up to 200%, preparing to overheat. Tell the men to scatter, I tell Lev. Every man for himself. Lev looks at the door, then at me. He knows what I'm asking. I need time. The wipe takes 5 minutes to ensure nothing is recoverable. I need 5 minutes where the feds don't burst through those doors and unplug the system. 5 minutes, Lev, I say, putting a hand on his shoulder. It's heavy. Give me 5 minutes. He nods. No tears. No drama. He checks the magazine in his rifle. I'll see you in hell, Mikhail. Kill as many as you can. He turns and walks out. The heavy thud of his boots on the marble is the sound of a man walking to his own funeral. As soon as he clears the threshold, I slam my fist into the emergency lock button. The steel blast doors hiss shut. Clunk. 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 3 deadbolts engage. The noise from the hallway, the shouting, the distant gunfire drops to a dull throb. Ruby flinches as the locks engage, backing up until she hits a server rack. Why did you lock us in? Because I'm not done with you, Ruby. We're going to die here, aren't we? Her voice is small, but she's not crying. She's never been the crying type. That's why I kept her. The room is getting hotter. The servers are cooking themselves. The red emergency lights are pulsing, casting long, rhythmic shadows across her face. I ignore the 90% complete bar on the screen. I don't care about the billions vanishing into the ether. I turn to her. I stalk toward her. I rip my tie off and let it drop to the floor. Look at the screens, Ruby, I say, my voice rough. Millions. Billions. All gone. But I'm still here. Zatness, I snarl, stepping into her space. Don't speak about the money. She smells like fierce sweat and expensive perfume. It's intoxicating. I back her against the master control desk. The aluminum edge digs into her lower back, but she doesn't move. I plant my hands on either side of her hips, caging her. You were my collateral, I say, leaning down until my nose brushes hers. Now you're the only thing I have left to collect. Mikhail. Tell me you belong to the monster, not the pecan, I demand. The pecan is dead. He died with the ledger. She looks at me, searching my eyes. She sees the madness there. The absolute unhinged need. And she doesn't look away. The world thinks I'm losing everything, I whisper, stroking her lower lip with my thumb. I press hard, wanting to leave a mark. They don't know I'm finally keeping what matters. You are mine, Ruby. Even in the dirt. She grabs my lapels. Her knuckles are white. She pulls me down hard until our foreheads collide. Then claim me, Mikhail, she hisses. Don't let them take me from a man who hasn't finished his work. Pashal Nakui with your ledger. Take me. Something inside me snaps. The last tether to civilization. I grab her waist and hoist her onto the desk. I don't look at what's there. I sweep my arm across the surface in a violent arc. Tablets, monitors, keyboards crash to the floor, shattering. The noise is deafening, but I don't flinch. I just clear the space. Look at me, I command, tangling my hand in her hair and yanking her head back. This is the only thing that belongs to me now. I don't wait. I tear at her tactical trousers, ripping the button, shoving the fabric down. She's helping me, kicking them off, desperate. I hike her silk blouse up, bunching it under her arms. Her chest is heaving in the red light. Spread for me, Suka, I growl, forcing her knees apart. Show me what's mine. I lean in and bite down on the junction of her neck and shoulder. I clamp down hard. I want to taste copper. I want to leave a bruise so dark that if they find her body in the rubble, they'll know she was owned. She cries out, a sharp sound that gets swallowed by the hum of the dying servers. Remember this pain, I mutter against her skin. Remember who marked you. She wraps her legs around me, heels digging into my kidneys. She's clawing at my back, pulling me closer, kneading the weight. Take me now, she begs. Don't let them have me first. I free myself and shove into her. One thrust. Deep. Punishing. I groan, a low animal sound tearing out of my throat. She's tight. So tight. Her body clamps around me like a vice, trying to keep me there. God, I breathe. Moya. Only mine. I set a pace that isn't about pleasure. It's about survival. It's about impact. The desk creaks under us. The floor vibrates with the explosion starting to rock the foundation of the house. I slam into her over and over, timing it with the flashing red lights. Take it all, I snarl, sweat dripping from my forehead onto hers. Tell me you feel me. I feel you, she gasps, her nails digging into my shoulders. Mikhail. My hand goes to her throat. I don't squeeze, just hold. I force her chin up. Look at what I'm giving up for you. Don't you ever look away. Her eyes are locked on mine. Flint and emerald. She's right there with me, in the eye of the storm. She starts to fall apart. She arches her back, screaming my name into the empty room as the climax hits her. I feel her muscles gripping me, milking me, and that's it. I'm done. I drive into her one last time, hard enough to bruise and let go. It's violent. It's messy. I bury my face in her neck, shuddering as I pour everything I have left into her. I have you, I whisper, my voice wrecked. Everything else can burn. For a second, there's only the sound of our ragged breathing, and the high-pitched whine of the servers reaching critical mass. Then the fans stop. The hum dies. The room goes silent. Delete complete. I pull away. The cold air hits us like a bucket of ice water. There's no afterglow. No cuddling. That life is over. I fix my clothes, buttoning my trousers with shaking hands. I lean down and kiss her forehead, hard bruising. Get up, I say, my voice cold again. The war is here. I pull the Sig Sauer from my waistband. I check the chamber. Brass gleams back at me. I shove the gun into her hand, wrapping her fingers around the grip. 17 rounds, I tell her. Don't hesitate. If it isn't me coming through a door, you fire until it clicks. Do you understand, Moya? She nods, sliding off the desk. Her legs are shaking, but she grips the gun like she was born with it. She adjusts her torn blouse. I understand. Boom. The floor jumps 6 inches. Dust rains from the ceiling vents. A massive bone-shaking vibration rolls through the steel walls. That was the primary blast door, I say, tilting my head. They're inside the inner ring. Time's up. The screens go black. Dead. A small panel on the master console pops open. A single encrypted hard drive ejects. The black box. The leverage. I grab it and shove it into the interior pocket of my jacket. Maxim thinks he got everything, I say, patting the pocket. He forgot I built the system. Let's give them a ghost to hunt. I punch in the override code. The hydraulic hiss of the door opening sounds like a snake. Smoke curls in, acrid gray smelling of cordite and burning drywall. Stay behind my left shoulder, I order, raising my weapon. Don't look at the bodies. Just keep moving. We step out. The hallway is a ruin. The Persian rugs are soaked with water from the sprinklers and slick with blood. The walls are pockmarked with bullet holes. It's a slaughterhouse. I step over a guard, downtrodden face, hole in his chest without breaking stride. Ruby gasps, her hand tightening on the back of my jacket, but she keeps moving. Is that Oksana? She whispers, her voice hitching. Don't look, Ruby, I snap. Keep your eyes on me. Move. Faster. We reach the junction to the east wing. I stop dead. Silence. The firefight is raging in the lobby, but this hallway is quiet. Too quiet. I yank Ruby back into an alcove, pressing her against the wall. They aren't here for the ledger, I realize, the adrenaline spiking cold and sharp. They're here for you. Maxim's men. They know the extraction route. They're waiting. I pull a flashbang from my pocket, hooking my finger through the pin. Close your eyes, I tell her. When I say run, you don't stop until you hit the tunnel. I can hear a boot scuff on the floorboards around the corner. They're close. Ready. She nods, eyes squeezed shut, gun raised. I pull the pin.
Chapter 24. Ruby. The air didn't taste like air anymore. It tasted like drywall dust, pulverized marble, and the distinct metallic tang of fear. I sprinted, my heels long gone, barefoot soles slapping against the debris-strewn floor of the West Wing hallway. Mikhail's hand was a vice around mine, his grip so tight I could feel the bones grinding together. He wasn't holding my hand like a lover, he was towing me like crucial cargo. "Don't you dare stop running, Ruby," he growled, his voice a rough vibration that cut through the cacophony of dying alarms. "I'm not stopping," I gasped, ducking as a chunk of crown molding the size of a coffin crashed down 3 feet to my left. The hallway was a war zone. The rhythmic pulse of the security system had degraded into a distorted, dying scream that scraped against my eardrums. My silk robe, ridiculous flimsy thing, snagged on a jagged piece of doorframe as we rounded a corner. I jerked, stumbling, but Mikhail didn't even slow down. He ripped the fabric free with a guttural animal noise, tearing the expensive silk rather than losing a millisecond of momentum. "Keep your eyes on my back," he barked. "Nowhere else." "Bliat, the stairs are gone," I shouted, pointing ahead where the grand staircase usually descended. It was just a smoking hole now. "Service chute," he corrected, banking hard to the right. The smell of ozone from fried electronics was suffocating. I wiped sweat from my eyes, stinging and gross, and then heard the rhythmic thwack 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 of silence rounds eating the plaster behind us. I wasn't running from him anymore. I was running with him. And that realization was more terrifying than the men with guns. We burst through the double doors near the gallery, and a figure stepped out from the shadows. I recognized him, Dmitri. He'd brought me tea 2 days ago. He'd smiled when I thanked him. Now he leveled a submachine gun at Mikhail's chest. Mikhail didn't hesitate. He didn't ask why. He didn't pause for a cinematic moment of betrayal. He raised his weapon and put a single round through Dmitri's throat before the traitor's finger could even twitch on the trigger. Blood sprayed the cream wallpaper in a hot, dark arc. The gurgling sound Dmitri made was wet and abrupt. Mikhail stepped over the dying man, his heavy boot crushing the fingers of the hand that was still twitching on the floor. "Traitorous pig," Mikhail spat. I stared at the body, my stomach lurching. "Don't look at him, Moya," Mikhail commanded, yanking me forward. "He's already dead." I wondered, just for a second, if I was collateral or if I was leverage. Or if, in Mikhail's twisted, violent head, I was actually a person he wanted to save. We hit the corridor intersection, and the world exploded in glass. A sniper round shattered the floor-to-ceiling window at the end of the hall. Mikhail tackled me, his weight slamming me into the marble floor. He covered me instantly, shielding my body with his massive frame as shards of glass rained down on us like diamond hail. "Stay down," he roared near my ear. A jagged piece of glass sliced my cheek, hot and sharp, but I could barely feel it under the crushing weight of his tactical vest. The cold winter air rushed in through the broken pane, freezing the sweat on my skin. "Chort, they have the courtyard covered," he hissed. He dragged me into a recessed alcove, out of the line of fire. His movements were jerky, frantic but controlled. He checked his magazine, then ripped a spare clip from his belt. He grabbed my hand and shoved the cold metal into my palm. "If they get to you, you don't negotiate," he said, his eyes locking onto mine. They were flint-hard, scary and tense. "You empty the clip. Do you understand?" I stared at the gun. It was heavy. "Real. Mikhail?" He wiped the blood from my cheek with his thumb, smearing his own grime onto my skin. "Look at me, Ruby. Do you understand?" "Yes," I breathed. I emptied the clip. "Good girl." The praise hit me harder than the sniper fire. It wasn't soft, it was an acknowledgement. "Good girl. You survive." We scrambled toward the service stairwell, the only route left that wasn't a shooting gallery. The door flew open before we reached it, and I nearly shot the man standing there. Lev. Mikhail's right hand looked like he'd been through a meat grinder. Blood soaked his shirt at the shoulder, dark and spreading. He looked at Mikhail, then at me, his face grim. The garage is gone, Pecan, Lev said, his voice devoid of hope. Maxim has the feds on a leash. They're moving in from the east. The structure won't hold much longer. Mikhail cursed, a string of Russian profanity that would peel paint. The tunnel? Lev shook his head. Blocked. Maxim is personally overseeing the exits. It was checkmate. Every move we made, the board shrank. Lev handed Mikhail a small detonator. They locked eyes. It was a silent conversation between killers, a transfer of responsibility that made my blood run cold. Go, Lev, Mikhail said. Take the secondary tunnel. Try to breach the perimeter from the south. Pecan, I stay with? That's an order, Mikhail barked. He adjusted the collar of my torn robe, a strangely domestic gesture in the middle of hell. I'll meet you at the extraction point. If not, you know the protocol. Lev looked at me. There was something in his eyes that looked like pity. I hated it. It made my stomach turn over. He nodded once, sharp and military, then turned and disappeared into the shadows of the lower landing. The clack-clack-clack of his boots retreating echoed like a countdown. Come on, Mikhail said, pulling me toward the balcony overlooking the grand foyer. We reached the railing and I stopped dead. Below us, the massive oak doors were shaking under the impact of a tactical ram. Boom! Boom! Then the wood splintered, and men in black gear flooded in. Federal agents. Police, someone shouted. Federal agents. Down on the ground. For weeks I had fantasized about this moment. The rescue. The cavalry. But looking at them now, weapons raised, swarming like ants, they didn't look like saviors. They looked like another set of captors. Too many of them, Mikhail muttered, gauging the distance to the floor. They aren't here for the ledger, Ruby. They're here for my head. Before the feds could secure the room, another group of men burst from the side wings. These guys weren't wearing badges. They were wearing paramilitary gear, and moved with a chaotic violence that screamed mercenary. They opened fire on the feds, and sprayed the balcony where we stood. Mikhail yanked me back, as marble chips exploded from the pillar inches from his face. He didn't flinch. Maxim, you bastard, Mikhail growled. He's clearing the board. It wasn't a raid. It was an execution. Maxim was using the feds as a distraction to ensure Mikhail didn't survive the night. East wing, Mikhail said, dragging me toward the service exit behind the kitchens. Move. We ran. My lungs were burning, my legs feeling like lead. We hit the corridor behind the kitchen, the heat rising. The walls felt warm to the touch. Mikhail stopped suddenly, his head cocking to the side. Wait. I froze, chest heaving. What? What is it? Listen. I strained my ears over the gunfire and shouting. Beneath it all, coming from inside the walls, was a rapid electronic chirping. Beep 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 beep. Mikhail's jaw tightened so hard a muscle in his cheek pulsed. Maxim, he didn't just betray me. He's burning it all. The house is rigged? I whispered, the horror washing over me. The house is dead, Mikhail corrected. He spun me around, slamming me back against the wall. His hands grabbed my face, rough and desperate. His eyes were wild, dark holes of animal hunger. He kissed me, hard, bruising, tasting of salt and desperation and blood. It wasn't a kiss of ownership. It was a goodbye. My fingers tangled in his hair, pulling him closer. I wanted to borrow his strength. I wanted to hide inside his ribcage. He pulled back, breathless. Listen to me, Suka. You run and you don't look back. What? You are the only thing in this house that matters, he said, his voice raw. Remember my name. Mikhail, stop. He grabbed my arm and dragged me to the heavy steel door that led to the gardens. He kicked it open. The wind howled in, a vortex of snow and ice that bit straight through my skin. He tried to shove me through, but I planted my feet. I grabbed his tactical vest, my nails digging into the nylon. "No. Mikhail, come on," I screamed. He looked at me, his face unreadable. "Go. Don't you dare leave me. You said I was yours. Pashal Nakui. I'm not leaving you." I saw it in his eyes then. The decision. It wasn't the look of a monster. It was the look of a man who had already accepted his death. "Live, Ruby," he whispered. "Moya." He didn't argue. He just used that terrifying strength of his to lift me off my feet and hurl me out onto the snowy embankment. I hit the frozen ground hard, the breath knocked out of me. I scrambled to my knees, turning back just as he slammed the steel door shut. The clunk of the lock was the loudest sound in the world. "Mikhail," I screamed, throwing myself at the door. I pounded my fists against the steel until my knuckles split. "Open the door. Open it, you bastard. Please." Through the small reinforced window, I saw him raise his gun. He wasn't aiming at me. He aimed at the electronic keypad on the inside of the door. He fired 3 times. Sparks showered down. He melted the components. The door couldn't be opened from either side now. He placed his hand on the glass for 1 second. Then he turned and walked back into the fire. "No." I slid down the door, scratching at the metal. "No, no, no." The cold was biting, turning my skin numb, but the heat radiating from the door was intense. I remembered the gun. The P320 in my pocket. My hands shook so violently, I almost dropped it in the slush. I thumbed the safety off, the click sounding incredibly loud in the winter silence. "I'm coming back for you," I sobbed, aiming at the locking mechanism. "1 shot. Just 1 shot." I braced myself. Then the world ended. A low, subterranean growl vibrated through the soles of my feet. Then a massive shockwave threw me 20 feet backward. The ground rolled like a wave under me. My head hit the stone rim of a fountain, and stars exploded across my vision. The gun flew from my hand, disappearing into the dark. The sound was so loud it became silence. My eardrums felt like they'd popped. A blinding white light turned the night into noon. I rolled onto my stomach, gasping for air that was suddenly scorched. I looked up. The east wing, where Mikhail had been standing 10 seconds ago, was gone. The roof caved in, swallowed by a pillar of fire that reached for the clouds. It wasn't just a fire, it was an inferno. I watched a piece of my bedroom balcony, the one where he first touched me, where he first made me feel small and safe all at once, crumble into the flames. "Mikhail." I tried to scream, but no sound came out. "No, no, no, please no." The roar of the fire sounded like a hungry beast. The heat was so intense it singed my hair even from here. He was gone. The monster was gone. I should have felt relief. I should have felt free. Instead, I felt like someone had reached into my chest and ripped out my lungs. Ash began to fall like black snow, coating my arms, my face. I stayed on all fours in the mud and slush, staring at the ruin. I couldn't process the vacuum where Mikhail used to be. "I am alone," I thought, the words floating in my head like debris. "I am finally free. And I want to die." 2 shadows detached themselves from the tree line. I didn't hear them coming over the roar of the fire. Rough hands seized me under the armpits, dragging me backward. "Let me go," I shrieked, the sound tearing my throat. I thrashed, kicking out, clawing at the black tactical gear. I bit down on a forearm, hard. I tasted salt and fabric. The man grunted but didn't let go. "Stop fighting, bitch." Another mercenary grabbed my arm and twisted it behind my back with a sickening pop. I screamed as he slammed me face down into the slush. A knee pressed into my spine, pinning me to the frozen earth. "We have the asset," the man spoke into a radio. My mouth filled with cold mud. I spat it out, choking. "I'll kill you. I'll kill all of you. Stay down." Then a pair of polished black leather shoes stepped into my field of vision. I looked up, straining against the pressure on my back. Maxim Smirnov knelt down beside me. His face was illuminated by the burning ruins of his brother's empire. He looked triumphant. He looked like the devil. He used the tip of one leather-gloved finger to lift my chin, forcing me to look at him. "Look at that ruby," he said smoothly, gesturing to the fire. The great Mikhail Smirnov reduced to smoke. I glared at him, shivering violently. "He'll kill you. He's not dead." Maxim laughed. It was a dry, soulless sound. "Oh, he's dead. I made sure of the wiring myself." He leaned closer, his breath smelling of mint and expensive tobacco. "It's a new world now. And you're my favorite part of the inheritance." I tried to spit at him, but my mouth was too dry. "You look better on your knees than I expected," Maxim murmured, his eyes raking over my torn robe. "Don't worry. I'll take much better care of you than he did." "I will carve the name Smirnov out of your chest," I hissed. He smiled, but his eyes were dead. "Bag her." A rough burlap hood was shoved over my head. The world vanished, replaced by the smell of old hemp and the sound of my own frantic breathing. Darkness. Again. "Tie her tight," Maxim ordered. "Move out before the feds clear the perimeter." My hands were yanked back, zip ties biting into my wrists until my skin broke. I was hauled up and carried like a sack of grain. I could hear the crunch of gravel underfoot and the roar of the fire receding. Every step away from the house was a step away from his ghost. They threw me onto the leather seat of an SUV. The door slammed with a finality that echoed the steel door Mikhail had closed. "Drive," Maxim said from the front seat. "To the dacha. I want her ready by morning." The engine roared to life. The vehicle lunged forward, tires spinning on the ice before catching traction. As the car sped away, leaving the burning estate behind, I stopped fighting. I went limp against the cold leather, my forehead resting against the window. I wasn't collateral anymore. I wasn't a guest. I was a spoil of war. In the darkness of the hood, I traced the shape of a V into the seat with my fingernail. A secret mark. A promise. "Mikhail?" I whispered. "Zatness girl?" a guard grunted next to me. I shut my mouth. I let the darkness take the fear and turn it into something else. Something cold and sharp and jagged. If he was dead, I would find him in hell. If he was alive, God help anyone who stood between us.
Chapter 25. Mikhail. Darkness. Absolute, suffocating blackness. And the taste of pulverized limestone, coating my tongue like dry ash. My head feels like it's been split open with a dull axe. There's a high-pitched whine drilling into my skull, drowning out everything else, a relentless screech that makes my teeth ache. I try to inhale, but my chest hits a wall. Not a wall. A floor. A fucking ceiling. I'm pinned. Heavy timber, probably mahogany from the master suite above, crisscrossed with reinforced concrete. Bliat. I blink, but the grit in my eyes turns the simple action into sandpaper torture. I can't see a damn thing. I can only feel the weight. Thousands of pounds of my own legacy, crushing the air out of my lungs. Breathe. Just breathe, you bastard. If you pass out now, you die in the dirt. I try to move my left arm. Agony shoots through my shoulder, white hot and jagged. Dislocated. Maybe broken. My ribs are definitely fucked. I can feel the jagged edges grinding every time my diaphragm attempts to expand. I taste copper. Blood. A lot of it. It's warm and slick, running down from a gash in my scalp, blinding my left eye. Panic tries to claw its way up my throat. That primal lizard brain terror of being buried alive, but I shove it down. I don't have time for fear. I need to assess. I need to move. A flash of memory hits me. The sequence. The first boom was the distractor. The second one, the one that brought the West Wing down, that was structural. Shaped charges on the load-bearing pillars. That wasn't a rival gang, getting lucky with a rocket launcher. That was precise. That was an inside job. Maxim. The realization clears the fog in my brain instantly. That little rat. My own blood. He didn't just want to take the throne. He wanted to bury me under it. A controlled burn. He waited until I was distracted, until I was vulnerable. Until I had her. Ruby. The name cuts through the noise like a blade. Ruby? My voice is a wrecked croak, barely audible over the ringing in my ears. If she's under this, if she's dead. No. She's not dead. She's too stubborn to die. And Maxim is too greedy to kill the golden goose. He knows she's the only one who can unlock the rest of the money. He didn't blow the house to kill her. He blew it to extract her. Rage hits me then, cold and clarifying. It numbs the pain in my shoulder. It sharpens my senses. I'm not dying here. Not today. Not while that little shit is breathing my air. I grit my teeth so hard I feel a molar crack, the sharp spark of dental pain focusing me. My right hand is free. I feel around in the dark, fingers scraping against jagged stone and twisted metal. I find something cold. Rebar. A piece of the foundation, snapped like a twig. I wedge it under the beam, pressing down on my chest. It's heavy. Impossibly heavy. But I don't give a fuck. I wrap my hand around the rough metal, ignoring the way it tears into my palm. Move, damn you. I push. I scream, the sound raw and animalistic, as I leverage every ounce of adrenaline flooding my system against the weight. Muscles tear. My vision spots with gray light. The beam groans, shifting an inch. Just enough. I drag my body forward. The concrete scrapes skin from my ribs, shredding my shirt, shredding me. I pull again. My dislocated shoulder screams, a symphony of nerve damage, but I keep dragging myself through the gap like a worm in the dirt. The air gets hotter. The smell changes from dust to ozone and burning wood. I see a crack of orange light above. Fire. I claw my way up, shoving aside bricks and shattered glass, until my hand breaks the surface. The cool night air hits my skin, followed immediately by the searing heat of the inferno. I haul myself out of the crater, rolling onto the scorching remains of the lawn, gasping for air that isn't solid dust. I lie there for a second, staring up at the sky. It looks wrong. The stars are gone, choked out by thick rolling smoke. The heat is intense, radiating off the mountain of debris behind me. Still breathing, I wheeze, coughing up a wad of gray phlegm. I force myself up. Vertigo hits me like a sledgehammer, swaying the world sideways, but I lock my knees. I turn to look at the house. It's gone. 20 years of building, of consolidating power, of turning the Smirnov name into a fortress, it's all just ash and bone now. The west wing is a crater. The main hall is a skeletal frame wreathed in flames. I watch a silk tapestry in the foyer disintegrate, sparks dancing into the night. I feel nothing. No grief. No loss. It was just wood and ego anyway. Let it burn. Ruby. I shout, ignoring the way the smoke sears my throat. Ruby. Silence. Just the roar of the fire and the crackle of timber snapping. I stumble toward the driveway, my eyes scanning the ground. I'm not looking for a body. I'm looking for evidence. The forensic analyst part of my brain, the part she woke up in me, is taking over. I need data. I reach the gravel. It's slick with mud and oil. And there, churned deep into the earth, are tire tracks. Heavy SUVs. Wide tread. Aggressive acceleration. They peeled out fast. I kneel, my knees sinking into the grime. I spot a glint of brass near the edge of the grass. I pick it up. A shell casing. 9 millimeters. I roll it between my bloody fingers, checking the head stamp. Custom. High grade. Maxim's toys, I mutter, tossing the casing into the dark. They didn't come to fight. They came to harvest. A tactical extraction while chaos reigned. He blew the house to cover his exit. I look toward the tree line, toward the main road. The darkness is absolute, but I can imagine the convoy speeding away, putting miles between us. I can imagine Ruby in the back of one of those cars. Is she screaming? Is she fighting? Or did they drug her, dragging her limp body out of the wreckage like a sack of cash? The thought of his hands on her makes my vision tunnel. The rage isn't hot anymore. It's ice cold. Heavy as lead in my gut. He thinks he won. He thinks he took my leverage. My hand goes to my pocket. I feel the hard plastic edge of the drive. The black box. The encryption key. It survived. Maxim has the girl, but he can't access the 50 million without this. He'll keep her alive. He has to. She's the lock, and I'm holding the key. You stupid fuck, I whisper to the empty road. You just signed your death warrant. I look around for Lev. For any of my men. There's nothing but bodies in the grass and the roar of the flames. Lev is either dead, or he got out another way. I can't wait for him. I can't wait for anyone. Partners are vulnerabilities. I'm better off alone. In the distance, I hear it. The wail of sirens. Blue and red lights flicker against the low clouds, getting closer. Detective Miller. The vultures are coming to pick over the carcass. Let them have the bones, I say, turning my back on the fire. I have the soul. I spot a body near the gate, one of Maxim's hired guns who didn't make the extraction. Probably caught a piece of shrapnel. I limp over to him. He's dead, eyes staring blankly at the smoke. I don't hesitate. I crouch down and rifle through his tactical vest. I find a knife. A jagged tactical blade. And a Glock 17 still holstered. I check the mag. Full. One in the chamber. 15 rounds, I mutter, racking the slide. The sound is crisp, mechanical, comforting. It's a start. I strip off my suit jacket. It's ruined, soaked in blood and covered in soot. I drop it on the ground next to the corpse. The symbol of the pecan. The businessman. The politician. Mikhail Smirnov died in that house. I rip a strip of fabric from my white shirt, tying my hair back to keep the blood out of my eyes. The wind hits my skin, cold and biting. My tattoos stand out stark against the pale bruised flesh of my arms. I look at the woods. The deep, impenetrable forest that surrounds the estate. It's the only way out before the cops swarm the place. I take a breath. My ribs scream, but I ignore them. My body is just a tool now. A failing machine that I have to force to work for one last job. Wait for me, Ruby, I say, my voice low, a promise made to the shadows. I'm coming. I spit blood onto the ground. Moya. Mine. Not mine to own. Not anymore. Mine to find. Mine to avenge. Mine to burn the world down for. I step into the tree line, just as the first police cruiser screeches through the front gates. The beam of a searchlight sweeps over the spot where I was standing a second ago, but I'm already gone. Swallowed by the dark. Let the world think I'm dead. Let Maxim think he's safe. It'll just make it easier to put a bullet in his head when he least expects it. The duet isn't over. The music just changed. It's a war song now. To be continued.
Next book, Crown Me. Ruby. The girl who feared him doesn't exist anymore. What's left understands violence, desire, and how easily love can turn feral. I've been hunted, caged, and pushed past the point where escape mattered more than vengeance. I watched my world explode, and for a heartbeat, I thought I'd lost the monster who taught me how to breathe in the dark. Now, held captive by a man who shares Mikhail's blood but none of his honor, I realize I am no longer a victim. I've traded my corporate suits for silk and blood. I am the blade Mikhail sharpened, and I will bleed this city dry to find my way back to his side.
Mikhail. They tried to tear my world apart and steal what I claimed. That mistake will cost them everything. I am a predator whose only instinct is to reclaim the woman they stole. My brother signed his death warrant the moment he laid a hand on her, and I won't stop until I've painted Moscow red in her name. Ruby is no longer my prisoner, She is my queen of shadows, the strategist who bankrupts my rivals while I execute them. The Bratva Council wants my head for choosing a civilian over my own blood, but they don't understand that she is my blood now. We are a jagged, unbreakable union, and we will rule the ruins of this empire or die together in the flames. This is the second book in the Queen of Ruin duet. Reading order. Crush me. Crown me.
Available now. Your free gift. Before you begin, I would like to invite you to sign up to my newsletter. You can expect to be noticed about new releases, sequels, bonus chapters, and even giveaways. Also, if you use the code ROSE50, you will get 50% off your first purchase. ROSEKIGHTBOOKS.com. Check it out. You will find an exclusive catalog of books you will love at discounted prices. Audiobooks with dual narration are also available. Did you love Crush Me, Dark Mafia Romance? Then you should read Crown Me, Dark Mafia Romance by Rose Knight. Ruby. The girl who feared him doesn't exist anymore. What's left understands violence, desire, and how easily love can turn feral. I've been hunted, caged, and pushed past the point where escape mattered more than vengeance. I watched my world explode, and for a heartbeat, I thought I'd lost the monster who taught me how to breathe in the dark. Now, held captive by a man who shares Mikhail's blood but none of his honor, I realize I am no longer a victim. I've traded my corporate suits for silk and blood. I am the blade Mikhail sharpened, and I will bleed this city dry to find my way back to his side.
Mikhail. They tried to tear my world apart and steal what I claimed. That mistake will cost them everything. I am a predator whose only instinct is to reclaim the woman they stole. My brother signed his death warrant the moment he laid a hand on her, and I won't stop until I've painted Moscow red in her name. Ruby is no longer my prisoner. She is my queen of shadows, the strategist who bankrupts my rivals while I execute them. The Bratva Council wants my head for choosing a civilian over my own blood, but they don't understand that she is my blood now. We are a jagged, unbreakable union, and we will rule the ruins of this empire or die together in the flames. This is the second book in the Queen of Ruin duet. Reading order. Crush me. Crown me.
Also by Rose Knight. Forbidden Sin duet. Forbidden Fruit, Dark Mafia Romance. Forbidden Bite, Dark Mafia Romance. Forbidden Sin duet, Deutsche Ausgabe. Forbidden Fruit, Dark Mafia Romanze, Deutsche Ausgabe. Forbidden Bite, Dark Mafia Romans, Deutsche Ausgabe. King of Hearts duet. King of Chaos, Dark Mafia Romance. King of Ruin, Dark Mafia Romance. Monster's Heart duet. Cruel Monster, Dark Mafia Romance. Sinful Monster, Dark Mafia Romance. The Bloody Kisses series. Sweet Bloody Kisses, Dark Mafia Romance. Dark Bloody Kisses, Dark Mafia Romance. Twisted Bloody Kisses, Dark Mafia Romance. The Queen of Ruin duet. Crush Me, Dark Mafia Romance.